Chapter 95, Seeking Old Grudges, Vote for Recommendation. Time flows like water. In his 8th life, Lu Qingfeng returned to Heavenly Star State as a Spirit Void Stage cultivator with a lifespan of 800 years, which was quite sufficient. He was in no rush to confront the Hun Mountain Demon King. Despite having cursed the Hun Mountain Demon King into an embarrassing state 3 times, Lu Qingfeng, even armed with the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banner and possessing several divine skills, dared not claim he could kill the Jidan Demon King. The gap between the Spirit Void stage and the Jidan realm could be described as heaven and earth. The former had a lifespan of 800 years. Yet the latter lived for 3,000 years, revered as a true man, symbolizing the ultimate in humanity, worthy of being called a terrestrial immortal far beyond the Spirit Void stage. With the thrice-repeated demon evil entangling silk divine spell inflicted onto the divine soul, it would take the Hun Mountain Demon King at least 300 to 500 years to refine the evil silk and break the curse. This period is perfect for enhancing my cultivation. By the time he is on the verge of breaking the curse, I will be stronger and more confident in tackling the Zhouyuan Mountain. Lu Qingfeng cultivated and trained stealthily, steady as an old dog. Mastering the 7 beasts small divine number, Lu Qingfeng could easily track when the Hun Mountain Demon King would break the curse, ensuring no time was squandered. This was a good opportunity for Lu Qingfeng to get acquainted with the cultivation at the Spirit Void level. In his 5th life, he had just ascended to the Spirit Void stage when he was slain by the Hun Mountain Demon King. In his 6th and 7th lives, he died during the Foundation Establishment stage. In this 8th life, having re-entered the Spirit Void stage, Lu Qingfeng carefully grasped the essence to accumulate experience in reality. Time passed, 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. In a blink, 320 years had passed. In this life, Lu Qingfeng had already lived 447 years. Since stepping into the Spirit Void stage over 300 years ago, Lu Qingfeng continued his incessant cultivation, often roaming and fighting demons as part of his training. During this period, he experienced the heart movement demon tribulation. This tribulation was perilous, but Lu Qingfeng, with his profound foundation and his heart as solid as rock through 8 lifetimes, easily overcame it. 50 years of fasting to experience heart movement. 36 years going through the heart demon tribulation 7 times, stepping into the divine silence realm. The Spirit Void body is genuine. The divine silence mind is clear. The self is undivided. Integration of concentration and wisdom. The divine silence realm, too, is a cultivation of the mind. In this process, the divine soul alternates between being strong and frail, requiring quiet meditation and nurturing with miraculous medicine for the divine soul. This process varies from person to person and can be long or short. It took Lu Qingfeng a total of 204 years to traverse the divine silence realm and step into the 4th realm of Spirit Void, fusion, heart movement, divine silence. Transcending these 2 realms was tremendously beneficial to Lu Qingfeng. Once having the experience of cultivation, if one were to cultivate for a 2nd time, they could transcend in an instant, not needing to spend 200 to 300 years. Whether in the game or in reality, it was infinitely beneficial to Lu Qingfeng, especially in reality, where time is precious. After advancing to the Spirit Void stage and completing fasting to perfection, as long as resources kept up, one could traverse the realms of heart movement and divine silence in just a dozen years or so, entering into the fusion realm. The significance of this needs no elaboration. In the game, based on this, Lu Qingfeng also fostered a bold idea. However, this would have to wait until after he dealt with the Hun Mountain Demon King. As for the fusion realm, which follows divine silence, it involves combining the divine and the qi to divine the true essence, making it more dynamic. When perfected, it could condense the true essence into a vortex and then holding the pill and entering the truth to achieve the honor of a true man. Right now, Lu Qingfeng was at the early stage of the fusion realm. After the Spirit Void realm, more emphasis is placed on mentality and perception, greatly reducing the limitations that Rootbone placed on cultivators. The spiritual objects for enhancing Rootbone are extremely rare, and there's no such magic gate in existence. During my 8 lives, I also paid attention, But all I got was not to harbor such unrealistic delusions. Even during my 4th life on Fufeng Mountain, I couldn't find out such methods, even from the Luofu sword sect. Lu Qingfeng shook his head and chuckled. Rootbone is fixed by nature and hard for humans to change. Rational cultivators don't even think of defying the natural order and wouldn't dedicate effort searching for it. How easy is it to find such defying spiritual objects? It's merely a waste of time. Even a Mahayana true immortal at their level would only be alert for the sake of their descendants, but would not specifically seek such rare spiritual objects. Rootbone is, after all, just a beginning. Mentality and wisdom are the crucial joints for achieving the immortal Dao. Thus, Lu Qingfeng mainly focused on arduous cultivation, never really making a fuss or going to great lengths to chase such unrealistic things. Even if such spiritual objects were found, how would one in the mere true Qi realm find similar objects in reality? Even if discovered, how could one at the foundation establishment stage snatch them? By the time Lu Qingfeng had the strength to seize them, he'd already be in the primordial spirit or Mahayana stage, where the limitations of rootbone are minimal, and he wouldn't care about mere rootbone. Therefore, acquiring spiritual objects in the game to enhance rootbone, differing from reality, would cause his cultivation experience to diverge from reality. Such a move was unwise, and Lu Qingfeng dismissed it. Thus, most of the time, he inquired about secret techniques to enhance aptitude rather than spiritual objects. But if such secret techniques truly existed in the world, wouldn't that be chaotic? Then, what use would those rare-to-find spiritual medicines for enhancing rootbone have? Even if such secret techniques existed, they likely depend on various spiritual medicines for cultivation, not creating them out of nothing. That way, it circles back again. Let it be as destiny wills. Recalling this, Lu Qingfeng is no longer troubled about the matter of rootbone. However, he still needs to pay more attention to the cultivation of Qingyu and Qingpeak. Finding secret techniques like the Luofu heart lamp that speed up cultivation is far more reliable than trying to find methods to improve rootbone. Lu Qingfeng stood up. It's about time. At Seven Birds' side, Lu Qingfeng left the cave he had secluded himself in for several decades. Over the years, he traveled everywhere, not staying long in any place, mostly around Heavenly Star Province. Heading back to Heavenly Star Province now, it was merely tens of thousands of miles away. If Lu Qingfeng rode the spirit bird at full speed, it would take less than 3 days to arrive. Lu Qingfeng leisurely took 7 days. Heavenly Star Province, Zhouyuan Mountain. This was a mountain range stretching 10,000 miles, with spiritual energy far richer than that of White Rock Mountain and Panlong Mountain. Near Zhouyuan Mountain, there also flowed the Red Sand River. Nestled together, the Hun Mountain and Red Sand Demon Kings also watched over each other. In recent years, the relationship between the Hun Mountain Demon King, whose cultivation kept improving, and the Red Sand Demon King, who stagnated due to a curse, gradually grew distant, not as close as before. That day, clear skies for thousands of miles suddenly gave way to a storm. Pitter-patter, rumble, gale winds arose, and sudden rain fell. All around Zhouyuan Mountain, the storm made things seem somewhat barren. Due to the Hun Mountain Demon King closing himself away for hundreds of years, many prominent demons had left to seek other places. The neighboring Red Sand Demon King was the best destination, poaching many subordinates from Zhouyuan Mountain. This was also one reason for the deteriorated relationship between the two Demon Kings. At the peak of Zhouyuan Mountain, inside a magnificent cave, the Hun Mountain Demon King transformed into his true form, the Tianshuan War Ape, his eyes emitting a turquoise blue color. Hun Mountain Demon King's gaze was fierce, the surrounding spiritual energy storming with his breaths as if roaring tornadoes. These past 100 years, life had not been easy for the Hun Mountain Demon King. Evil silk tightly choked his divine soul, with evil chi disturbing and curses entangling him, making it impossible for Hun Mountain Demon King to calmly cultivate. He had to refine the evil silk and curses with all his might. Even a bit of laxity deepened the curse, risking years of effort. His mind was tightly strung, for 600 whole years. Thankfully, the Hun Mountain Demon King, being in the Jidan realm, was resilient in spirit. Ordinary cultivators would have collapsed under such torture long ago, But Hun Mountain Demon King focused solely on refining, estimating success in another 3 to 5 years. Although wasted 600 years, there was still hope to ascend to the primordial spirit realm if he strove hard. Demon clan cultivators inherently had stronger lifespans than human cultivators. Once this king refines the curse, I will still be the lord of the great Zhouyuan Mountain for thousands of miles. Is the home of this chapter. Recent years had seen the Hun Mountain Demon King extremely frustrated, filled with raging fury, needing to vent. In these last 3 to 5 years, he grew even more impatient. At this moment, a presence approached rapidly, reaching inside the peak in the blink of an eye. The Hun Mountain Demon King sensed it and immediately flew into a rage. A mere spirit void practitioner dares to create trouble in Zhouyuan Mountain. Has this king's years of seclusion indeed made me underestimated? He sensed that the aura was only at spirit void stage. Even reaching the fusion realm, it was still worlds apart from a Jiran Demon King. A spirit void practitioner so brazenly approaching was clearly a provocation. Very well. Time for this king to stretch his legs. The Hun Mountain Demon King was about to summon his major demons when he transformed into a purple-robed, solidly built man in an instant, leaping out of the cave and soaring into the sky. He decided to handle this personally. My king! My king! Major and minor demons converged, seeing the Hun Mountain Demon King appear, calling out my king, like a roaring tide. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although weakened over the past 600 years, the Hun Mountain Demon King still commanded over a dozen spirit void demons and thousands of Foundation Establishment and postnatal lesser demons. Appearing together, their presence was formidable. Crack. Dark clouds gathered above with lightning flashing. The storm, the sudden rain, it intensified. Hun Mountain Demon King stood at the summit with winds sweeping around and the sudden rain not touching him. Looking ahead, he saw a human clan cultivator standing in the void, carrying 12 large flags on his back, which was quite peculiar. As the rain fell, before it could reach the cultivator, it was evaporated into clusters of mist. The fog swirled around him like an exiled immortal descending. Despite only being at the spirit void level, he exerted a not insignificant pressure on him. This spirit void practitioner? The Hun Mountain Demon King remained cautious in his heart. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 96. Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Formation. Who are you? How dare you come to Zhouyuan Mountain to cause trouble? Suppressing the desire to strike, the Hun Mountain Demon King's eyes revealed a cold harshness as he shouted out loud. Do you not recognize me? Qingfeng smiled. That was also normal. Back then, the Hun Mountain Demon King crushed him to death with a casual slap. Now, having been reincarnated 3 times, his appearance and the aura of his divine soul had both changed, so it was normal for the Hun Mountain Demon King not to recognize him. Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Formation! As soon as the Hun Mountain Demon King appeared, Qingfeng had no interest in wasting time with him. With a thought, 12 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags immediately flew out from behind him, falling in the 4 corners of the world, covering all directions. The Hun Mountain Demon King was right in the center. Ungrateful wretch! Seeing this, the Hun Mountain Demon King sensed something was amiss. He stomped his feet in succession, charging straight at Qingfeng. No rush. First, taste the power of the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Formation. Qingfeng stepped back a few paces, his true yuan surged, and the 12 flags were promptly activated. The flag surfaces were embroidered with many wind and cloud talismans, flames danced at the flag corners, and sparks tumbled into life. With just one movement, thunderous, fierce fires burst forth. Not even a torrential downpour could extinguish these fires. Within a dozen miles or so, all rainwater was vaporized. In an instant, the fire raged fiercely, with wind and thunder surging. The rain turned to mist, enveloping the Hun Mountain Demon King right in the center. Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banner. Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Formation. Is this the treasure left behind by the Fiery Fire Wanderer? The Hun Mountain Demon King had lived a long time and was well versed in many things. 600 years ago, the immortal mansion of the Fiery Fire Wanderer was even excavated right on his doorstep, so he knew the possessions of the Fiery Fire Wanderer more than anyone else. The appearance of the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banner and the newly laid out Fiery Fire Immortal Array made him guess the origin of this array. His heart was exceedingly shocked. This set of immortal array, even a Mahayana true immortal, would be unable to escape for 3 to 5 days and would ultimately turn into fine powder and vanish without a trace. Don't look at his status as a demon king, flaunting power and prestige. Compared to a Mahayana true immortal, the difference was indescribable. Facing this notorious and formidable immortal array, he was even more panicked. When White Rock Mountain Immortal Mansion was unearthed, among the high-level magical artifacts, only this set of array flags was missing. How could... The Hun Mountain Demon King fended off the fierce fires and wind and thunder, all the while contemplating. Suddenly, a spirit light flashed in his mind, and he remembered the inconspicuous spirit void practitioner who was slapped to death by him, and the numerous puppets. Could it be the death replacement technique or some other magic gate? If that's the case, if I can break this immortal array, perhaps it could turn into an opportunity. The Hun Mountain Demon King's mind raced, sorting out his thoughts. But in the next instant, the Dutian Fierce Fires enveloped his whole body, causing the mana shield around him to crackle and pop. A gust of wind and thunder descended, making his scalp tingle with numbness. In the past 300 years, Qingfeng, in addition to cultivating, had not been negligent in refining the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banner. From the initial 38 prohibitions, he had already improved it to 52 prohibitions, able to unleash 10% of the might of the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banner. An executioner's immortal array capable of refining a Mahayana true immortal, even with just 10% of its power, was enough to exhaust the Hun Mountain Demon King and prevent him from escaping. The moment the hour was up, he would immediately turn to ash. Damn it! Ultimately, the Hun Mountain Demon King had underestimated Qingfeng, thinking that as a mere spirit void practitioner, even with an 8th rank magical artifact at hand, he couldn't unleash much power. But the reality made him feel chilled to the bone. The Hun Mountain Demon King did not want to sit still waiting for death, and with a shake of his body, he transformed into his true form. A Tianquan battle ape, towering at 7 jang high. A pair of blue eyes suddenly widened with flames flickering within them. A ball of flame surged out, covering the whole body and isolating both the Dutian Fierce Fire and the wind and thunder from outside. At the same time, with a rub of the hands, flames turned into a dragon, focusing and shooting straight at the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banner towards the northeast direction. Bring me the staff! With another reach of his hand, a long staff wrapped in flames appeared in the hands of the Hun Mountain Demon King. Once in hand, it transformed into a mountainous mass, smashing towards Qingfeng. The flames followed, like heavenly falling meteors. Tianquan Battle Ape's lifebound technique. Tianquan Star Fire! Qingfeng looked at the flames used by the Hun Mountain Demon King, chuckled softly. The true body of the Hun Mountain Demon King, the Tian Battle Ape, was indeed a top-tier spiritual beast, but it was quite a bit short of a divine beast. Its lifebound technique, the Tianquan Starfire, was barely equivalent to a super-level technique. The Tianquan Starfire seemed terrifying, but it was actually unable to compare with the Dutian Fierce Fire. As expected, the fire dragon formed by the Tianquan Starfire roared as it charged at the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banner. With a mere flutter of the flag, Dutian Fierce Fire scattered, and just a few fire globes that fell smashed the Tianquan Starfire dragon to pieces. Hun Mountain Demon King, enveloped by the Tianquan Starfire, also began to wobble unsteadily. Boom! A strike slammed down, and the rebound left Hun Mountain Demon King's palms tingling with numbness and a burning sensation. A dying struggle. Upon seeing this, Qingfeng let out a mirthless laugh. The Dutian Fierce Fire, immortal formation, is domineering and unmatched. Hun Mountain Demon King kept deploying his lifebound techniques, causing his mana to become agitated and pulling at his divine soul. The not yet fully refined evil silk entwined with his divine soul took advantage of the situation, continuously drawing strength from his mana and divine soul power to beef itself up. Binding the Hun Mountain Demon King's divine soul even tighter, even his mana was restrained and difficult to maneuver. One's combat power as a Demon King, how could it only be restricted by 9 layers? I can't keep this up any longer. Hun Mountain Demon King, after all, a seasoned demon, immediately sensed something was wrong. His thoughts spun rapidly, and he quickly came up with a response. Broken limb burning blood escape technique. Without the slightest hesitation, his left arm broke off at the root. Hun Mountain Demon King directly executed a self-mutilating escape technique, his blood energy bursting through the immortal array as he attempted to flee. Escape? Where do you think you're going? Lu Qingfeng's third eye on his forehead opened, discerning Hun Mountain Demon King's direction. With a casual wave of his hand, the 12 poles of the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Flag whirled violently, expanding instantly to encompass 100 miles. The flags fluttered, the fierce fire rampaged, and the entire expanse of the void was churned into smithereens. Roar, roar, roar! From within Lu Qingfeng came a series of roaring sounds. The spirit void fusion realm True Yuan stored within the 3 great demons, Gonggong, Jumeng, and Zhurong, was rapidly depleted with the activation of the flag as the immortal array operated. The true Yuan within each of these demon bodies could rival the full body mana of a practitioner who had cultivated a true sect-level skill to the fusion realm. But now it was drained in an instant. The might of the immortal array, the consumption so vast, was terrifying. But though the consumption was high, so was the power without equal. With a turn of the immortal array, Hun Mountain Demon King fell from the void, spewing a mouthful of blood against the natural order, his face full of utter despair. He had underestimated the power of the immortal array, executing a desperate escape technique to no avail. Thus, there was no hope of escape left. Who exactly are you? Hun Mountain Demon King, driven to extreme rage, the Tianquan battle ape's body spat out another mouthful of reverse flow blood, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Always red at the source, MV at Lempat YR. He, a magnificent demon king who ruled over thousands of miles of Zhouyuan Mountain, was first cursed repeatedly, confined and unable to leave for a full 600 years, with no advancement in his cultivation. Just as he was about to endure the end of these 600 years of tribulation, he was blocked by the immortal array with no hope of survival. Hun Mountain Demon King was not thinking about living. He just refused to die in suffocation. In his roar, he questioned. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng did not answer. With a thought, the immortal array enveloped Hun Mountain Demon King. The 12 poles of the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Flag continued to spin, each pole towering like a mountain. The flags unfurled, fierce fire scattered. No! I'm not resigned. Hun Mountain Demon King roared in rage, but it was to no avail. Life hopeless, death fearless. Within Hun Mountain Demon King's belly appeared to be a sun flashing, contracting and expanding, bursting with an incomparable radiance. Not good. Self-destruction. Lu Qingfeng's complexion changed. With a shift of his feet, he transformed into a streak of sword light and promptly fled into the distance. Boom! Thunderous booms. The self-destruction of the Jidan Demon King, its power could be described as earth-shattering. For a moment, even the 12 poles of the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Flag could not sustain and fell from the void. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 97, 7 years and 5 months. Please vote for a recommendation. Having dodged far away, Lu Qingfeng, due to the imprints in the divine banner being scattered from the shock, was gravely injured. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, barely maintaining his footing. As for the Hun Mountain Demon King, the fierce fire dissipated, and the Demon King ultimately turned into a powder, dissipating with the wind without a trace. Sadly, before dying, he had no idea what Lu Qingfeng's identity was. He also didn't know that the trivial spirit void practitioner he casually killed years ago would brew today's dire consequences. However, for the Hun Mountain Demon King, perhaps it was a blessing to know nothing. If he knew that the spirit void practitioner who killed him today was not only the ant he casually killed back then, but also the prime culprit who cursed him and trapped him on Zhouyuan Mountain for 600 years, he might have exploded from rage instead of self-detonation, causing his 3 corpse gods to jump about and vomiting blood to death. Quite a valiant resolution. Lu Qingfeng's face was pale as he shook his head. At the Jiedan realm, mana converges in the Dantian, condensing into a golden core. Once self-detonated, it has tremendous power. Lu Qingfeng had the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal formation to block the blast of self-detonation, causing him no major harm. His injuries were merely due to the scattered imprints in the divine banner. With some recuperation, he would be healed. However, for the Hun Mountain Demon King, this self-detonation completely annihilated both his body and divine soul, leaving him no chance for reincarnation. Truly fierce, truly valiant. Perhaps it was the 600 years of torment from the curse that muddled his mind. To refine the curse was indeed a delight. Being confronted by Lu Qingfeng and facing a life-and-death catastrophe was a great sorrow. Under great joy and great sorrow, the actions took an extreme turn. Normally, a Jidan true man, even in death, might have a chance to awaken past life's wisdom through reincarnation, though ultimately different from their past life, would have a chance to ascend to the peak again. Thus, ordinary Jidan practitioners, even facing death, would never dare to self-detonate. The action of the Hun Mountain Demon King was quite unwise, and it caught Lu Qingfeng off guard. Great King! The Great King is dead! Upon seeing the fiery fire immortal array disperse and the Hun Mountain Demon King dissipated, all the big and small demons on Zhouyuan Mountain were greatly shocked and fled in all directions. Lu Qingfeng touched the blood on the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale and his footing unsteady, and he did not pursue. Using the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array to refine the Hun Mountain Demon King wasn't without fierce power, but it also consumed a lot. Lu Qingfeng, being only a spirit void practitioner with limited true yuan, would have collapsed early if not for him cultivating multiple true sect level cultivation methods and possessing deep foundations. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng had profound foundations and had cultivated 3 true sect level cultivation methods, his true yuan much richer than other practitioners of his level, by several or even dozens of times. Added with the powerful immortal array, and the fact that the Hun Mountain Demon King was influenced by the demon evil entangling silk divine spell, unable to exert his full strength, and tormented by the curse over the years without any progress in cultivation, his power stagnated at the second realm of core formation, the solid pill realm. This loss accrued against his own increase. Only then could Lu Qingfeng, with his spirit void status, slay the Gen Demon King. Even so, the self-destruction of the Hun Mountain Demon King ruined hundreds of years of Lu Qingfeng's cultivation efforts in an instant, forcing him to start again. The gale ceased, the sudden rain stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, clearing the sky. Note, check MER for any corrections. A dignified Demon King should have quite an estate. Lu Qingfeng collected the 12 divine banners scattered around and then plundered the Hun Mountain Demon King's cave dwelling unexpectedly. Upon seeing the corpse placed in a corner of the Hun Mountain Demon King's cave dwelling, Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened. He immediately showed a look of surprise and waved his hand to collect it. It's not suitable to stay here long. The commotion caused by setting up the fiery fire immortal array to slay the Hun Mountain Demon King and his self-detonation had already alerted the surroundings. Red Sand Demon King of the Red Sand River, being the closest, was likely already on his way. Lu Qingfeng did not dare to be careless. He used concealing technique and concealing technique simultaneously, covering his tracks and swiftly leaving Zhouyuan Mountain. Not long after Lu Qingfeng left, a sinister young man clad in red robes arrived, sweeping his eyes around and summoning a little demon with a gesture. What just happened here? Spare me, great king. There was a human cultivator just now. The little demon, frightened, narrated the entire incident of Lu Qingfeng's arrival and the slaying of the Hun Mountain Demon King. Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banner. Who was it? The Red Sand Demon King glanced towards the mountain peak of Zhouyuan, now a barren wasteland with smoky red ground, a flicker of wariness in his eyes, eventually returning to Red Sand River. At the boundary between Yuanwu Country's Heavenly Star State and Mountain Country's Jian State, in a cave dwelling on Nameless Mountain, Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged. In front of him lay a pill and a corpse. The pill gleamed brilliantly, radiating strong yang energy. Pill, lifespan extension portal. Explanation: a pill refined from dragon pattern grass, wind chime flower, and several dozen other rare spiritual medicines. When consumed by those below or within the core formation stage, can extend lifespan by 100 years. Lifespan extension pill? It's unknown where the Hun Mountain Demon King acquired such an elixir. At first glance, the lifespan extension pill might not seem as precious as rejuvenation water, but in reality, in the postnatal and foundation establishment levels, a quarter lifespan isn't as beneficial as directly adding 100 years to life. Only at the spirit void, lifespan of 800 years, and core formation, lifespan of 3,000 years, levels does the value of rejuvenation water manifest, far surpassing that of the lifespan extension pill. Lu Qingfeng picked up the pill, toying with it in his hand, his eyes revealing delight. With this pill, coupled with the capability to decode through derivation technique, he could realistically find the materials Ruriur start cultivates to refine it. Though the 6-0 cable a worthy path to pursue, and it wouldn't conflict with the effects of rejuvenation water. Though maybe useless for Lu Qingfeng, it could be crucial for Lu Qingshan or Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingfeng suppressed the urge to immediately decode the lifespan extension pill and looked at the corpse in front of him. This corpse was a huge butterfly, its wings colored brown-orange with black veins and edges, and along the edges were 2 strings of fine white dots. Near the base of the forewings were some orange spots. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio, like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 97, 7 Years and 5 Months. 2. It is indeed the Black Vein Golden Butterfly. Hun Mountain Demon King actually killed the Black Vein King? When Lu Qingfeng saw the corpse of the Black Vein King in the cave dwelling of the Hun Mountain Demon King, he was thoroughly shocked. The Black Vein King was a powerful general under the Hun Mountain Demon King, and Lu Qingfeng had been paying attention to him for years. It was said that over 200 years ago, the Black Vein King accidentally perished during the 4-9 Thunder Tribulation, leaving no remains. Unexpectedly, the corpse was in the hands of the Hun Mountain Demon King. What does the Hun Mountain Demon King want with the corpse of the Black Vein Golden Butterfly? With a thought, Lu Qingfeng began his calculations. Indistinctly, he seemed to see the Black Vein Golden Butterfly succeeding in its tribulation, yet covered in scars. A war ape holding a long staff mixed with stardust suddenly leapt out from a hidden spot in the void, striking down with the staff. This Hun Mountain Demon King. Lu Qingfeng's gaze swept over the enormous body of the Black Vein Golden Butterfly, noting the horrifying burn marks on it, which were the fatal blow caused by the Hun Mountain Demon King. Amid his calculations, a sudden pain in his finger made Lu Qingfeng stop his derivations, unable to figure out why the Hun Mountain Demon King had killed the Black Vein Golden Butterfly. Instead, an extremely intriguing idea occurred to him. Derivation technique can analyze magic artifacts and elixir pills. Could it possibly derive something from the corpse of a divine beast? With this thought, Lu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly brightened with anticipation. Unwilling to delay, he immediately began the analysis. While the corpse of the Black Vein Golden Butterfly wasn't urgent, to avoid any unexpected situations, Lu Qingfeng decided to first analyze the lifespan extension pill to ensure nothing went wrong. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 11 years. In the game, 4 lifetimes of prosperity, 743 years passed in an instant. In reality, 7 years and 5 months had also elapsed. Lu Qingfeng and his companions had been in the Crying Swamp for more than 7 years. Just a few days ago, Lu Qingfeng had just celebrated his 28th birthday. During these 7 years, Lu Qingfeng had focused on Primordial. In reality, besides his daily cultivation, he mostly refined puppets. Even so, he had reached the 6th layer of the true Qi realm. In 3 to 5 years at most, he would be able to touch the bottleneck leading to foundation establishment. Besides his cultivation level, Lu Qingfeng had mastered another true sect level cultivation method, the 12 Heavenly Demon God skill. This method was gained by the Fiery Fire Wanderer from the Duqian Fierce Fire Divine Banner. The original was only at the side door level. Due to the limited understanding of the Fiery Fire Wanderer, it couldn't compare to the 12 Heavenly Divine Evil skill. However, after Lu Qingfeng enhanced it to the true sect level, it far surpassed the 12 Heavenly Divine Evil skill, so Lu Qingfeng didn't waste experience value to exchange for the side door level method derived from it. The 12 Heavenly Demon God skill is a profound and unfathomable demon Dao method. During cultivation, it gathers the thoughts of the demon gods from the cosmic void, visualizing the 12 heavenly demon gods, enabling cultivators to fight fiercely. Mere storage of mana could also allow a cultivator who practices this method to possess at least double and at most 12 times more mana than a cultivator of the same level practicing a similar method. It was thanks to this method that Lu Qingfeng at Zhouyuan Mountain was able to activate the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array and refine the Hun Mountain Demon King. In the postnatal stage, this method only allows visualization of a single demon god, equal in cultivation to oneself, albeit lacking agility and change, similar to a stiff puppet. The function of storing mana is greater than its use in actual combat. Having enhanced the 12 Heavenly Demon God skill to the true sect level, Lu Qingfeng boosted its combat capabilities, able to exert 70 to 80% of his fighting power. The higher the cultivation, the more demon gods visualized, the more terrifying it becomes. Even now, with Lu Qingfeng at the 6th layer of the true Qi realm, visualizing the Zhurong demon god with an animal head and human body, clad in red scales, ears adorned with fire snakes, and feet standing on fire dragons, he can wield the Dutian Fierce Fire and Zhurong Divine Flame, extraordinarily fierce. With the assistance of the demon god and backed by the 2 true sect level cultivation methods, Luofu Sword Scripture, and Iron Refining Body, Lu Qingfeng's combat power far exceeds that of the true Qi realm, defying ordinary reasoning. Yellow Court Scripture's Domination of All Methods trait allows me to cultivate many cultivation techniques and Daoist skills simultaneously. Even if they conflict with each other, they can achieve balance and even complement and enhance one another. Lu Qingfeng, after long research, has his own understanding of the Domination of All Methods trait. With 3 true sect level skills enhancing him, he alone possesses triple the true Qi of a cultivator who cultivates just 1 true sect level cultivation method. Moreover, with the uniqueness of 12 Heavenly Demon God skill, he gains another double the true Qi at the postnatal stage. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng's total amount of true Qi is 4 times that of a cultivator who cultivates the true sect level cultivation method. Compared to cultivators of the same level who cultivate side door level, refined level, or merely basic level skills, his true Qi exceeds theirs by at least 8 times, and at most 32 times, with a quality beyond comparison. He can freely convert the properties of true Qi. Moreover, he has mastered several divine skills, more than 10 super-level techniques, and high-level techniques. He has profound foundations with countless trump cards. It is difficult to find a pure cultivator in the human realm who can match Lu Qingfeng. However, cultivating 3 true sect-level cultivation methods simultaneously, the various consumptions are 3 times or even more compared to a cultivator who cultivates just 1 method. This chapter is from the collection at MMORPG. Every advantage has its disadvantage. For Lu Qingfeng, who has ways to make money, the benefits of cultivating 3 methods undoubtedly outweigh the disadvantages. Yet, at the moment, he is in the Crying Swamp. Without materials, he could neither refine elixir pills nor artifacts, and thus couldn't exchange for cultivation resources. It was manageable until reaching the late stage of the true Qi realm. At the 6th layer of True Qi realm, he started struggling. "It's time to leave the crying swamp." Lu Qingfeng stood up tall and walked out of the giant turtle puppet. Over 7 years, the spider puppets stored. Lu Qingfeng refined reached 50 in number. The further east one goes from the crying swamp, the denser the spiritual energy and the richer the resources. Although it can't compare to the natural realm of Biang Lake, it is many times better than the Upper Sun Country. Lu Qingfeng spread out the spider puppets to search for various refining materials. 5 years ago, he found materials for an advanced version of the Thousand Mechanism Stone and successfully refined the second-ranked Thousand Mechanism Stone, enabling the puppet's sensing range to reach a terrifying extent of 2.2 million miles. This was more than enough to explore the crying swamp. On the move, he cultivated and refined puppets. Apart from spider puppets, Lu Qingfeng successively refined 5 Xuan sword puppets. These are level 5 puppets, with combat power comparable to someone in the Foundation, Establishment, and Essence Cultivation realm, and they are the strongest puppets he could refine with the materials collected by the spider puppets. Higher-grade puppet materials were insufficient and couldn't be refined. There were plenty of lower-grade puppet materials, so it was possible to refine them. However, being low-grade, their combat capability was limited. No matter how many he made, they wouldn't match a Spirit Void or Core Formation expert. Given the current situation, the 5 Xuan sword puppets were highly useful. However, to further explore Crying Swamp and control Upper Sun Country, Lu Qingfeng took some time to refine 50 Type 1 Destroying True puppets, 100 Green Butterfly puppets, and 10 Charm Shadow puppets. The latter 2 being level 4 puppets, posed little challenge to Lu Qingfeng, now a 4th-rank artifact refiner, and did not take much time. With Green Butterfly puppets and Type 1 Destroying True puppets conducting exploration, the path to Biang Lake territory was quickly cleared. Lu Qingfeng proceeded leisurely, using the giant turtle puppet as transportation does slow down the pace. Yet, after more than 7 years, he finally reached the edge of the Biang Lake territory. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 98, Jinyun Peak Luoxia Sect. Are we almost there? Yue Miaoyan looked towards Lu Qingfeng. Her beautiful eyes slightly widened. Having wandered aimlessly in the crying swamp for over 7 years, Yue Miaoyan did not expect such a surprise to come so quickly. Since she entered the crying swamp at the age of 24, she had gone through life and death, and it took her 8 years to reach the Upper Sun Country. She had stayed in Upper Sun Country for 41 years before meeting Lu Qingfeng. After interacting with Lu Qingfeng for 3 or 4 years, she left the Upper Sun Country, and another 7 years passed. In total, she had been away from her sect and dear friends for a whole 60 years. Back in the year when she was 24, a young woman, she had now grown into the appearance of a mature woman. Had she not made a breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage, she would already be of an age close to stepping into the grave. Fortunately, the cold poison had been removed by Lu Qingfeng with the firewood pill. After cultivating in the crying swamp for several years, she successfully advanced to Foundation establishment 4 years ago, extending her lifespan to about 300 years. Thus, at the age of 84, she was still at the beginning stage with over 200 years still to live. Otherwise, she would have already been decrepit. Not even 10 miles away. Seeing that Daoist Miaoyan was rarely excited, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but smile. Traveling together with Daoist Miaoyan through the crying swamp, they conversed, and he got to know her original surname was Yue, named Yue Miaoyan. Seeing her excitement, he understood her feelings. They traversed the crying swamp with a giant turtle puppet as their ride, their own strength not weak. They hadn't encountered much danger along the way. Initially, they cautiously traveled, covering less than 7,300 miles in 2 years. Later, After refining the second-ranked Thousand Mechanism Stone, which greatly increased their sensing range, and the green butterfly puppet, their exploration range and efficiency greatly improved. Only then did their speed increase. Lu Qingfeng had actually found the path out of the Crying Swamp early on, but he deliberately did not rush out to enhance his cultivation. Now, having reached the 6th layer of the true Qi realm, the materials for refining top-level elixir, such as Qi Gathering Pill and Qi Condensing Pill, were extremely hard to find, and he had to start preparing to collect various materials for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill. Staying in the Crying Swamp was a waste of time. Thus, they accelerated their pace in recent days, and now they were less than 10 miles from the exit of the Crying Swamp. That's great! Tears welled up in Yu Miaoyan's eyes. She held back her excitement and bowed deeply to Lu Qingfeng. Junior brother, your kindness, I will never forget for eternity. Without Lu Qingfeng, Yu Miaoyan would not have been able to resolve the cold poison and would have been trapped in the true Qi realm for her whole life, perishing when her 100-year deadline came, utterly forgotten. Moreover, without passing through the Crying Swamp, she could not return to the Luoxia sect. Both were great acts of kindness, and Yue Miaoyan was extremely grateful. Her affection was sincere and could not be feigned. It's just a minor effort. Senior Sister Miaoyan need not be so formal. I relied on your care a lot in the past in Miaoyan City, and soon will arrive at the Biang Lake territory. I'll still rely on Senior Sister to take care of me. I can't accept such grand gestures. Lu Qingfeng moved to one side to avoid this bow. He continuously spoke. He had helped Yue Miaoyan a lot. Yue Miaoyan also helped him and his siblings greatly. At times of uncertainty, it was thanks to relying on Miaoyan City that they could later develop. Otherwise, they would have been completely devoured by the Returning to Truth sect and Green Jade sect. Yue Miaoyan remembered his kindness, and how could Lu Qingfeng forget Yue Miaoyan's favors? Moreover, after exiting the Crying Swamp, Lu Qingfeng still needed to rely on Yue Miaoyan to make connections, through her origins from the Luoxia sect to stay on foot, getting familiar with the unfamiliar environment to avoid unwittingly offending any immortals. Now the two of them were close, addressing each other as senior sister and junior brother, which showed even more intimacy. Lu Qingfeng dared not accept such a grand gesture. Junior brother, rest assured, although senior sister may not have much say in the Luoxia sect, our great aunt has exceptional talent and had already reached the Nourishing Yuan realm. 60 years have passed. She must now be a body-tempering expert. Our great aunt has always been fond of me. With her old lady's protection, no one in the Luoxia sect would dare to trouble us. Yu Miaoyan solemnly said. She was very concerned about Lu Qingfeng, her companion from Upper Sun Country. His kindness was one aspect, and his mysterious aura was another. An entry-level alchemist and artifact refiner, even without her great aunt's protection, would thrive like a fish in water in the Luoxia sect, highly esteemed. Crying Swamp lies to the east of Biang Lake. The entirety of Biang Lake spans 36 million li, containing countless islands. Its peripheral regions are vast, rarely fully explored in a cultivator's lifetime. June Mountain Range is located at the westernmost border of Biang Lake territory, adjacent to Crying Swamp, stretching for thousands of miles. Sprinkled among the mountains are peaks rich with spiritual energy, occupied and termed Juyun 4 sects. In reality, these are small sects, with their strongest members only at the level of spirit void true cultivators. They hold some reputation in the western boundary lands, incomparable to the status of the truly great sects. Luoxia sect is one of the Juyun 4 sects, situated at the southern Jinyun Peak. Jinyun Peak is right ahead. Yue Miaoyan led the way through the mountain ranges, with Lu Qingfeng following behind her, accompanied by Qing Mountain and Qingyu. The giant turtle puppet, being too conspicuous, was left by Lu Qingfeng in Crying Swamp, to be dealt with later. The four had left Crying Swamp, following Yue Miaoyan directly towards Juyun Mountain Range and Jinyun Peak of Luoxia sect. So many clouds. Read ahead and get updates by visiting. Lu Qingyu, light-footed and spirited in the new environment, pointed at the cloud formations circling the distant peaks in wonder. The clouds, like crimson silk, intertwined around the upper sections of the lofty peaks that pierce the sky, forming a sight to behold. That is Jinyun Peak. Yuo Miaoyan said with a smile. They say the closer to home, the greater the fear, and Yuo Miaoyan was no exception. As they neared Luoxia sect, she grew increasingly nervous, speaking less and less. Sister Yue, did you grow up here from a young age? Lu Qingyu asked curiously. Yes. Yuo Miaoyan nodded, slightly relieved to see Qingyu's lively spirit. With their pace, they soon reached Jinyun Peak. Who goes there? Upon reaching the base of the peak, they saw the mountain gate guarded by 2 disciples in gray, both of true Qi realm. Upon seeing Lu Qingfeng and the others, they stepped forward to inquire. Jinyun Peak, being the gate to Luoxia sect, naturally was not a place anyone could enter freely. Yue Miaoyan, go quickly and inform Elder Yue Changchun. Yue Miaoyan extracted a Jinyun token from her sleeve and tossed it to one of the disciples, trying to suppress her emotions, yet her voice trembled slightly. Elder Yue Changchun? The 2 gray-robed disciples examined the token, exchanged glances, and asked, how does this senior possess a disciple token of Luoxia sect? It's a long story. Go quickly and inform Elder Yue Changchun. You'll understand when he arrives. Yue Miaoyan had no patience to explain to the 2 gray-clad disciples, her brow creased in frustration. But the disciple holding the token hesitated, then said, there is no elder by the name Yue Changchun in our sect. Perhaps you have mistaken the person or the name. The gray-clad disciples, seeing Yue Miaoyan's profound cultivation and possessing a Luoxia sect disciple token, did not dare delay. However, after some thought, although there were elders with the surname Yue in the sect, there was no one named Yue Changchun. How could that be? Yue Miaoyan's brows furrowed upon hearing this. Seeing the genuine expression on the disciples' faces, she suppressed the ominous feeling in her heart and urgently asked, is Elder Mialfa within the sect? Elder Mialfa? The gray-clad disciple nodded, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, then said, this junior will inform immediately. Please wait, senior. Yue Miaoyan responded, her face marked with worry. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 99, Settling Down. 4,000-word mega chapter. Sister Yu, everything will be okay. Lu Qingyu stepped forward and comforted Yue Miaoyan by holding her arm. She knew that Yue Changchun was Yue Miaoyan's father, said to be an elder of the Luoxia sect. It made no sense for the disciples of the sect not to know the name of their elders. Something unknown must have happened. After hearing this, Yue Miaoyan reluctantly nodded her head, visibly distressed. About 30 minutes later, a figure thundered down from Jinyun Peak, their foundation establishment, Cultivation, fully revealed, pushing their speed to the extreme. They appeared in front of Lu Qingfeng and the others in the blink of an eye. Disciple greets Elder Mialfa. The gray-clothed disciple who stayed behind hurriedly paid his respects upon seeing the newcomer, feeling somewhat shocked in his heart. Although Elder Mialfa had been promoted to Foundation Establishment not long ago, he had an impressive background and well-established connections within the Luoxia sect. His excitement seemed justified, suggesting that his recent musings were correct. Yue Mialfa! Yue Miaoyan! The gray-clothed disciple discreetly observed Elder Mialfa and the female senior who had come to pay respects. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. Lu Qingfeng was also sizing up the newcomer. The person appeared middle-aged, wearing a white robe, with a well-composed face. Upon closer inspection, they indeed resembled Yue Miaoyan. This must be Sister Miaoyan's brother, Lu Qingfeng thought to himself. On Yue Miaoyan's side, as she looked at the newcomer, her eyes reddened and tears involuntarily rolled down her cheeks. With a choked voice carrying a bit of grievance, she whispered, Big brother, Miaoyan is back. K, ipas jomlin si by readalizing on MVL thought we on Jinyun Peak. Cave dwelling in the middle of the mountain. Yue Mialfa, Yue Miaoyan, Lu Qingfeng, Lu Qingyu, Lu Qingshan took their seats in that order. Yue Mialfa and Yue Miaoyan, siblings who had not seen each other for 60 years, thought they were separated by life and death and had endless things to say upon reunion. Lu Qingfeng sat in silence, not wishing to interrupt. He could now understand why, back in Upper Sun Country and Crying Swamp, Yu Miaoyan displayed a nostalgic and envious look when she saw him doting on Qingyu. It must be the crux of the issue. Nostalgia is inevitable. It was evident that the siblings had a very close relationship. Despite not having seen each other for 60 years, there was no sense of estrangement. Mature and steady, Yu Malfa, originally a city lord, showed a demeanor somewhat similar to Qingyu in the presence of her brother. No wonder she got along so well with Qingyu. After a long conversation, Yu Miaoyan finally wiped her tears and turned to Lu Qingfeng, saying, "I apologize for making you see this. It's only natural. If Qingyu didn't see me for 60 years, she would probably fare worse than sister." Lu Qingfeng laughed. Qingyu, who was sitting beside him, leaned closer to her elder brother without saying a word. In a situation like this, neither Lu Qingshan nor Lu Qingyu would interrupt casually, letting their big brother take the lead. "I, Yuemi Alpha, am deeply grateful to Disciple Lu for giving us siblings the chance to reunite." Yuemi Alpha suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Qingfeng. "You shouldn't. It was just a helping hand." Lu Qingfeng swiftly stepped aside, then looked towards Yue Miaoyan. "Big brother, Disciple Lu isn't used to such formalities. Let's gradually repay this great favor over time." Yue Miaoyan smoothed things over for Lu Qingfeng. Upon hearing this, Yuemi Alpha quickly nodded and responded, "Certainly. If Disciple Lu needs anything in the future, your brother will do everything in his power without refusal." Following some pleasantries, the host and guests took their seats. Yuemi Alpha looked at Lu Qingfeng and asked, "Disciple Lu, what are your plans moving forward? I heard from Miao Yin that you're still an entry-level alchemist, artifact refiner. With such credentials, if you wish to join our Luoxia sect, the position of a guest elder is assured for you, with benefits even beyond mine." Alchemist, artifact refiner. Any one of these titles would allow Lu Qingfeng to easily join the Luoxia sect and become a guest elder with considerable benefits. Yuemi Alpha offered all his connections without hesitation, ensuring there was no difficulty. That would be perfect. Qingfeng thanks Elder Mialpha first. Lu Qingfeng was planning to use this position at Luoxia sect to start from 10,000 miles gathering Cloud Mountain Range, delve into the cultivation world, and understand the situation in the entire Biang Lake territory. Having the status of a guest elder from the Luoxia sect would undoubtedly make things much easier. For Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu too, who were still in their growing phase, there would be no reason for Lu Qingfeng to refuse. "You are too polite, disciple." Having an entry-level alchemist, artifact refiner joining is something the Luoxia sect profoundly desires. Recommending talents to the sect also comes with rewards. Speaking of it, I am actually indebted to you. Due to Yue Miaoyan, Yuemi Alpha treated Lu Qingfeng with great respect. A few words settled everything. After that, Yuemi Alpha led Lu Qingfeng and his siblings to rest in the guest room, then took Yue Miaoyan away. It had been 60 years since Yue Miaoyan had returned, and some matters needed to be reported to the sect. There were also visits to her grandaunt and numerous small tasks to attend to. "Big brother, will we live on Jinyun Peak from now on?" Lu Qingyu sat on a bench, feeling uninspired by the guest room's environment, and asked while standing in front of Lu Qingfeng. The years had passed. Lu Qingshan was now 26, and Qingyu was 24. Unknowingly, they were no longer the teary boy and dark-skinned girl from Blackwood Village back then. The former wore modest traditional clothes with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding a bit of a worldly aura. The latter, dressed in a pale green gown with fair skin and beautiful features, long hair cascading like a waterfall, would surely be sought after as a transcendent fairy if placed among ordinary people. The two had always been by Lu Qingfeng's side. Apart from those 2 years, Qingyu grew a bit in Upper Sun Country, while Qingyu still retained her childhood disposition. Being carefree was also a good thing. However, the path of cultivation is long and obstructed. Eventually, they had to face various situations on their own and needed to let go and grow. The Luoxia sect might be a good starting point. "Do you want to stay on Jinyun Peak or not?" Lu Qingfeng asked in response. For him, whether or not to stay on Jinyun Peak wasn't a significant issue. However, considering Qingyu and Qingshan's perspective, Jinyun Mountain was the location of the Luoxia sect's sect gate, with hundreds of official disciples, which could greatly aid their growth and cultivation. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 99, Settling Down, 4,000-word mega chapter 2. I'm fine with anything. I'll be wherever Big Brother is. Lu Qingyu replied without hesitation. Lu Qingfeng heard this and, guessing the reply, turned his head to look at Qingshan, who was sitting quietly on the side. What are your thoughts? Big Brother. Lu Qingshan hesitated. What are you hesitating about? Just go ahead and say it. Lu Qingfeng said with a frown. Qingyu was sitting to one side. I want to enter Luoxia sect for cultivation, Lu Qingshan said softly. All this time, he followed behind his big brother. Whether it was about cultivation techniques, spells, elixirs, or magic artifacts, he didn't need to worry about a thing. Although this was a blessing many cultivators could only wish for, Lu Qingshan was after all a 26-year-old youth. Always living under his brother's wing, he too wanted to go out and fly on his own, to prove himself. Qingyuan Sword Sect was his first step in trying this. Though it had only been 2 to 3 years, Lu Qingshan enjoyed those days managing a sect. Or rather, he enjoyed an independent life where he could embody his own value, not as Lu Qingfeng's younger brother. This was the case in Upper Sun Country. Coming to Biang Lake territory, he hoped to change his ways within the Luoxia sect. All right, my virtual library empire. When the time comes, tell senior sister Miaoyin or senior brother Miaofa yourself, joining Luoxia sect shouldn't be difficult. Lu Qingfeng, realizing Qingshan's intentions, felt an indescribable sense of loss, but understood this was a necessary part of growing up. A fledgling eagle must one day face the abyss and the storm, taking flight on its own. Taking charge of everything was not necessarily a good thing for Lu Qingshan. Big brother. Lu Qingshan looked at his big brother, his expression complex. It's all right. However, we are newcomers. We must be careful with everything. Being kind to others is good, but don't be too naive. You've been in the Returning to Truth sect for a few months, and I trust you can handle this well. Lu Qingfeng patted Qingshan on the shoulder and laughed. Thank you, big brother. Lu Qingshan bowed his head, feeling a discomfort that was hard to express. Lu Qingyu's eyes were going back and forth between his big brother and his second brother, seemingly sensing something, but he pursed his lips and did not speak. Lu Qingfeng and the other 3 arrived at Jinyun Peak in the morning and settled down by noon. For the entire afternoon, there was no sign of the brother and sister Yue Miaofa and Yu Miaoyin. It was not until near evening that the 2 of them came side by side. Yue Miaoyin had changed into a white long robe, extremely similar to the one Yu Miaofa was wearing. This was the Luoxia sect's uniform, and the white robes represented the status of Foundation Establishment elders. It appeared that Yue Miaoyin's return to Luoxia sect had been settled, and her status was now official. Sorry, I've just returned. There were too many trivial matters, which made junior brother wait for a long time. As soon as Yue Miaoyin arrived, she apologized. Senior sister is being too serious. Congratulations, senior sister, on returning to Luoxia sect. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward and congratulated her with a bow. Yue Miaoyin forced a smile, seemingly not in the best of moods, and then briefed on the afternoon's events. In short, the sect inquired about her whereabouts over the years. With a Foundation Establishment and body-tempering realm great aunt as her support, no one in Luoxia sect dared to make things difficult for Yue Miaoyin, and her elder status was quickly confirmed. And thus, Lu Qing's guest elder status was also finalized. Tomorrow morning, I will take junior brother to meet the sect master and the 3 supreme elders. Yue Miaoyin hurried on her way, not staying long at Lu Qingfeng's, briefing him on the matter of the guest elder and then left with Yue Miaofa. There were many things to deal with, just having returned to the Luoxia sect. She had only made time for this short visit, as there were important matters to attend to in the evening. Lu Qingfeng understood. The next morning, Yue Miaoyin arrived on time, took Lu Qingfeng with her to Bowang Platform to meet the 4 top-ranking figures of the Luoxia sect. Luoxia sect, within the Biang Lake territory, was only the least conspicuous small sect. In such a sect, spread out over the 36 million li of Biang Lake, they were numerous, like the stars in the sky. Due to the vastness of the territory, medium sects and top immortal sects cannot cover all areas. Hence, many small sects have sprung up everywhere. Those with spirit void true cultivators sitting in them fared well, able to stand tall for hundreds or even thousands of years. With good fortune, they might even have 1 or 2 core formation true men rise up, promoting them to a medium sect. Some don't even have spirit void stage masters, daring to establish a sect at the foundation establishment stage, struggling in the dust, with most breaking down after 100 or even just dozens of years. The Luoxia sect belonged to the former. It has been 400 years since the sect was founded, and strictly speaking, it is currently only the 2nd generation. The previous sect master, who is also the founding master of the Luoxia sect, was initially a loose cultivator. After advancing to the Spirit Void stage, he came to Jinyun Peak and opened the Luoxia sect. At that time, the ancestor master was already 580 years old. The Luoxia ancestor had average aptitude for cultivation and was still wandering in the divine silence realm before his death. However, his ability to teach disciples and manage the sect was not mediocre. In just over 200 years, he taught quite a few foundation establishment disciples, securing a firm foothold for the Luoxia sect in the Juyun mountain range. Before his ascension, even more fortunately, 1 disciple advanced to the Spirit Void stage, maintaining the prosperity of the Luoxia sect. This Spirit Void stage disciple is now the current sect master of the Luoxia sect, Zhao Yuan. On the Bowang platform, 4 monks in black robes trimmed with gold stood. All 4 of them appeared old, with the leading person having silver-white hair that hung down like satin ribbons, long and sleek at the temples, but with a rosy complexion and the appearance of a youth, nothing less than that. He had a style all of his own. This person was Zhou Yuan. The other 3 people were the 3 supreme elders of the Luoxia sect. Beneath the 4, a sea of red clouds rolled like a piece of brocade. Standing on the Bowang platform, it was as if they were standing above the clouds. Truly extraordinary. Sect Master, the 3 elders, this is Elder Lu. Yue Miaoyin took Lu Qingfeng to Bowang platform, and after bowing to the sect master and the 3 supreme elders, she introduced him. Junior greets the 4 seniors. Lu Qingfeng showed respect as befitting someone of junior status. He separated gaming from reality clearly. Even though he had cultivated to the Spirit Void fusion realm in Primordial, perhaps even above Zhou Yuan, and had killed a core formation demon king, in reality, he was only at the 6th layer of the True Qi realm, a mere loose cultivator in need of a patron. Naturally, he had to adjust his attitude. Elder Lu is too polite. Before the sect master Zhou Yuan had a chance to speak, one of the supreme elders, an old woman with gray hair at her temples, smiled approachingly at Lu Qingfeng. It is Luoxia sect's good fortune that Elder Lu has joined us. In the days to come, we are family. Miao Yin mentioned that Elder Lu excels at alchemy and artifact refining. You will probably be troubled with requests from the sect's disciples and elders for elixir pills and magic artifacts in the future. Elder Lingxi is too kind. This is what I should do. Prior to arriving, Lu Qingfeng had been informed by Yue Miaoyin, and he recognized the old woman speaking in front of him as Yue Miaoyin and Yue Miaofa's great aunt, Elder Yue Lingxi, a supreme elder of the Luoxia sect. Yue Miaoyin once said that with her great aunt to protect him upon arriving at the Luoxia sect, Elder Lingxi proved to be kind as expected and spoke of Lu Qingfeng as one of their own from the moment she opened her mouth, clearly indicating closeness. It seems, apart from Lu Qingfeng's own abilities in alchemy and artifact refining, it was also due to the fondness for Yue Miaoyin. The other 2 supreme elders, named Mei Qingyan and Han Shan, nodded and smiled when they saw Lu Qingfeng. A junior rank alchemist and artifact refiner was not someone anyone would deliberately snub. Making good relations with him was the righteous way. The sect master of Luoxia sect, Zhao Yuan, in a black robe with a benevolent face, resembled Maitreya Buddha when he wasn't speaking, his hands stroking his silver-white beard. wearing a smile on his face. After Elder Lingxi had finished speaking, he finally opened his mouth and said, "There are not many rules in the Luoxia sect. Once Elder Lu joins, I will have someone announce it throughout the sect immediately. There is no suitable cave dwelling for alchemy and artifact refining on Jinyun Peak. Elder Lu is free to pick a spot to open up his cave dwelling." Zhou Yuan's voice was warm, making one feel like being bathed in the spring breeze. "Thank you, Sect Master." Lu Qingfeng thanked him upon hearing this, and so he had found a footing in the Luoxia sect. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 108. Listing comments about to go live. Just wanted to say a few words to everyone. 6/29 uploaded the first chapter, almost 2 months till today. Initially, the motivation for writing this book was the fatigue of protagonists always causing trouble and wanting to write about a different kind of protagonist. Thus, Daoist of Yellow Court and Lu Qingfeng were created. Before and after writing this book, the demon monk often pondered what he would do after having the golden finger. The demon monk thought, if not necessary, he must play it safe until he has enough strength to step forward, show off and slap faces, display sanctity in public, travel everywhere, gather disciples, all immortals come to court. Just like what the demon monk wrote in the text, 3 million sword immortals in heaven all must bow when they see me. Then there's a chapter that states, "Do you enjoy bullying others so much?" Haha, I saw that in the middle of the night and almost didn't sleep from laughing too hard. Indeed, each chapter's author is a master and genius. However, at this stage, especially in reality, it's still about keeping a low profile. But a novel relies on the plot. How to write if always playing it safe. How to develop the story. It's not easy to write. The demon monk worried about this before and after writing. Then he thought of the unique golden finger of Primordial. In reality, playing it safe with no plot conflicts is fine. In the game, you can keep reincarnating, and it's just like Heaven's Fate said in the book review section. In the game, as long as the protagonist doesn't flamboyantly die, go all out. Yes, this way, there's plot conflict, and the logic, dying in the game doesn't matter, is complete. Of course, when the demon monk writes, he also takes care of the real-life plot, although playing it safe, but still managing to make a name in the game. Hasn't really been reckless, not to mention the first life. During the phase in Upper Sun Country, due to the urgent need to enhance strength in reality and the limited speed of cultivation, it's not possible to keep dying in the game because of recklessness. That would be wasting time. So in the first few lives, even in the game, it was mainly about developing safely. Alchemy, artifact refining, puppet, and so on. People who liked it really liked it, and those who didn't. It seems there weren't many who didn't. By the 6th and 7th life, once in Crying Swamp, without immediate threats in reality, only then did he slightly dare to be reckless in the game. Sure enough, being reckless, he died several times in a row. After going live, the game plot will still serve the real world. Like during the Upper Sun Country phase, with slow cultivation progress, he learned alchemy, artifact refining, puppet in the game to boost his self-preservation abilities in reality. Now that the basic self-preservation power is ready, but there are still many unknown threats in the 3 Mountains and 9 Waters cultivation world. Thus, still better to first seek and derive enhancement methods for preserving life, like light splitting and shadow transformation void condensing saber technique, like 7 birds small divine number. There will be more divine skills and methods for preserving life later on. Cultivation, after all. Life is the most important thing. After leaving Upper Sun Country, surely won't fall behind in 100 arts of true cultivation. Without time difference, any cultivator can become an alchemy master, artifact refining master, while Lu Qingfeng in the game, with 100 times more time difference, not to mention mastering 100 skills, should at least master 7 or 8. After all, can't be reckless in reality, and all resources must be earned by performing skills. Sometimes hiding deep in the mountains without markets or shops, everything has to be done by hand. A man of many talents is never at a disadvantage. So the plot to come will surely have variety. The setup of the book is well done, as everyone can see from the previous 200,000 or 300,000 words. Might seem too complex at first glance, and there were some issues with the pre-live plot. So after going live, Demon Monk will slowly introduce settings along with the plot, giving everyone a gradual familiarization process. In any case, still have to present the primordial world and the real world as realistically as possible under the premise of cautiously cultivating, make the plot even more exciting, and not let down everyone's expectations. Via Sit. My vet L.I. primary from Plus. Yellow Court Daoist has been doing well since it was uploaded. I want to thank everyone for their continuous support. From the performance before going public, it shows that everyone really recognizes the core idea of reluctant cultivation. But what it's really like, we'll have to see the subscription rate after it goes live tomorrow noon. Honestly, writing this genre really burns a lot of brain cells. If you just wing it, the plot becomes boring. With such good performance, I definitely can't just wing it, so Demon Monk has to spend more time typing. 2 hours of typing every morning. An hour of careful revision at noon. 2 hours of typing in the evening, and another hour of revising. Then, reviewing the plot and settings, outlining the details, almost all my spare time is spent on this book. When I go to bed at night, if I come up with some clever ideas or plot points, or if I think there's something wrong with what I wrote during the day, I'll grab my phone and jot it down. I go to sleep after midnight. Sometimes it takes until past 1 to fall asleep. I always wake up at 3 in the morning. Luckily, Demon Monk plays with his phone for a while, reads everyone's comments, deletes some negative reviews, fights with some trolls, and then can fall asleep right away. Actually, the sleep quality is still manageable. After all, with a 2-hour noon break, Demon Monk can still get an hour of sleep. Haha. I quietly started to sell sob stories, but the sob story has to be sold. Otherwise, how would you know how hard Demon Monk works, right? Until now, the collection of this book is 32,000 plus. According to the 10:1 collection to subscription ratio, if Demon Monk uploads a chapter tomorrow, it might directly become a first-day hit. But doing so, you guys might curse Demon Monk to death. So let me talk about the updates for tomorrow. First, a minimum of 10 updates. At 12 noon tomorrow when it goes live, Demon Monk will update 10 chapters all at once, letting everyone have a good read. With this basic explosive update, I believe it already exceeds 95% of the authors on Qidian. Second, additional updates for rewards. For every 100 in rewards, an extra chapter will be added, no cap. This is up to everyone's mood. If you can, reward 1 or 5, accumulate it, and you might get 4 or 5 extra chapters. However, the main part of the additional updates will still be from first subscriptions. Third, additional updates for first subscriptions. The importance of first subscriptions is clear whether you are familiar with Qidian or not. For this book, Demon Monk expects a 10-to-1 ratio, the first subscription to exceed 3,200. What level it actually reaches is up to everyone. What Demon Monk can do is keep updating. So tomorrow, based on a base of 1,500 first subscriptions, first day subscription number for the first VIP chapter, for every additional 100 subscriptions, 1 extra chapter will be updated, no cap as well. According to Demon Monk's expectations, if the first subscriptions can reach 3,200, that will mean 18 extra chapters. I sincerely hope everyone can support the official version, even if it's just giving a first subscription. I mentioned in a single chapter before, Qidian has a Xian event. On the Qidian app's bookshelf page, at the bottom right corner, there's a Xian bag. Click into it, slightly scroll down, there are 5 tasks. The first, hourly red envelope task. Click into it and you can grab a red envelope. This is a guaranteed success every grab. You can usually grab one after 8 p.m. and another grab after midnight. But don't stick to the exact time, otherwise the coins you grab will be less. You can grab one after 10 p.m. and then another around 9 a.m. the next day. This way, grabbing tonight and tomorrow morning, You'll have enough to subscribe to the first VIP chapter when Demon Monk updates 10 chapters all at once at noon tomorrow. These grabbed coins are not additional coins. They can be used directly for subscribing to new chapters. Of course, if you are capable and like this book, I still hope you can subscribe to the full version to provide continuous support for the author. After going public, the updates are guaranteed to be 3 publishes, 6,000 words. The additional updates after going public will depend on how much inventory Demon Monk has left after this explosive release. Actually, I really hope that after going live tomorrow, everyone can squeeze Demon Monk's inventory dry. Nothing more to say. My mind gets a bit messy just before going live. Anyway, the sob story has been told. The emotional appeal? I'm not sure if the above statements about additional updates and begging for first subscriptions count, and the sincerity for explosive updates is also there. Tomorrow at noon at 12, it's all up to you guys. Begging for first subscriptions. Begging for subscriptions. Thank you, everyone. P.S. I've created 2 fan groups, VIP group, full subscription required. 48641166. Regular group, 676-08411. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe. Share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 100, Silverhorn Mountain. Subscription requested. Luoxia sect occupies Jinyun Peak, but not just Jinyun Peak alone. Centered around Jinyun Peak, the thousands of miles of surrounding mountains that possess exceptional spiritual energy also belong to Luoxia sect. Some are occupied by elders who have established cave dwellings there. Others have been transformed into medicine gardens or beast gardens, serving as properties of the sect. To the east of the Juyun mountain range, and between it and the Crying Swamp, lie 6 cities with millions of citizens under the control of Luoxia sect. Managing these cities involves defending against demon beasts. The sustenance for the disciples of Luoxia sect is supported by the taxes from these 6 cities, which are the foundation of the sect. Mountains and 6 cities, with Jinyun Peak at the core, comprise the entirety of Luoxia sect. Lu Qingfeng did not choose to establish his dwelling on Jinyun Peak, nor venture into the bustling cities. The spiritual energy is richest at Jinyun Peak, but with many disciples and most elders also choosing to establish dwellings there, the area is crowded. Lu Qingfeng prefers tranquility, and his cultivation technique is not without disturbances, which would inevitably attract attention on Jinyun Peak. Fortunately, there are many mountains surrounding Jinyun Peak. After surveying the area, Lu Qingfeng chose a small peak 700 miles away from Jinyun Peak, named Silverhorn Mountain. This mountain, neither high nor steep, spans over 10 miles and stands just 100 yards tall, named for the silverhorn trees that grow there, with only trunks, gleaming with silver light, and covered with triangular leaves that can purify the air. Lu Qingyu loves this fresh environment, and she and her brother have established their dwelling on Silverhorn Mountain. Silverhorn Mountain is also one of the properties of the Luoxia sect, with a small medicine garden situated there. Choosing this location, Luoxia sect handed over the management of this garden to Lu Qingfeng as well. He would not need to submit the mature medical herbs or spirit grass every season, effectively gifting it to Lu Qingfeng. This was also a gesture of goodwill from Luoxia sect towards Lu Qingfeng, who was both an alchemist and an artifact refiner. Lu Qingfeng accepted the responsibility calmly, with plans in mind. It took a few days to find a spot near the peak where spiritual energy converged, and there he established his dwelling. It included a quiet chamber for cultivation, an alchemy room, an artifact refining room, and additional quiet chambers prepared for Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu. Thus, they settled at Silverhorn Mountain. Lu Qingyu, not leaving her brother's side, followed him to Silverhorn Mountain. Lu Qingshan stayed at Jinyun Peak, entering Luoxia sect for cultivation. Lu Qingfeng initially wanted Qingyu to also stay at Jinyun Peak, but unlike Qingshan, she adamantly refused. Left with no choice, Lu Qingfeng had to keep her by his side. Big brother, Silverhorn Mountain is now our home. Days later, once the dwelling was established, Lu Qingyu stood at the peak of Silverhorn Mountain overlooking the landscape, feeling somewhat exhilarated. After leaving Upper Sun Country, they had been wandering in Crying Swamp, and even the few days within Luoxia sect had not been comfortable, feeling no sense of belonging. Now that they had established their dwelling on Silverhorn Mountain, her heart finally found peace. Having a place to call home felt fundamentally different. Yes! For a long time to come, we will be living here on Silverhorn Mountain and within the Juyun Mountain range. Lu Qingfeng also felt a touch of emotion. From the small Blackwood village in Upper Sun Country, the journey had been tough, if not exactly fraught with hardships. Silverhorn Mountain was not only the first place to settle after leaving Upper Sun Country, but it was also a significant start to their journey within the cultivation world. The siblings sat atop the mountain and chatted for a long time. Regrettably, Lu Qingshan was in Jinyun Peak, 700 miles away, making frequent visits inconvenient. That's perhaps for the best. Lu Qingfeng sighed inwardly. Being distant allowed Qingshan to grow faster. His decision to not establish a dwelling on Jinyun Peak, but instead move to Silverhorn Mountain, was not without this consideration. The night passed without conversation. If you're not on Mempier, you're viewing a copy. The next morning, after completing his cultivation practice, Lu Qingfeng had a visitor. General Affairs Deacon of the Silverhorn Mountain Medicine Garden, Wang Yuan, greets Elder Lu. The visitor, dressed in an orange long robe, was quite respectful towards Lu Qingfeng, bowing deeply in greeting. Steward Wang, no need for excessive formality. Lu Qingfeng looked toward Wang Yuan. Before coming to Silverhorn Mountain, he had learned about the situation there. The mountain had a small medicine garden, originally established by the Luoxia sect. Although it was not large, it still constituted a property, so a deacon was sent to take care of it. Every year, a few newly initiated disciples were also dispatched to assist, serving at Wang Yuan's disposal. For new disciples, guarding the medicine garden and managing the herbs were the simplest sect tasks, allowing them to earn basic cultivation materials and accelerate their cultivation. Setting aside the demon sects and the sects inherited from the upper realm, focusing on medium and small sects like the Luoxia sect. The Luoxia ancestor founded the Luoxia sect when he felt his own breakthrough was hopeless. He decided to establish the sect before his spiritual passing to pass down his knowledge. There was also a somewhat selfish thought. If some of the future generations within the sect turned out to be brilliantly talented, perhaps they could even help elevate their ancestor master. Although it was a slim hope, it was still a possibility. This was the original intent behind the formation of sects like the Luoxia sect. After years of development, sects like the Luoxia sect, which had stood for 400 years, quietly evolved into another form. Some disciples were devoted to the sect, grateful for its nurturing, and loyal to its cause, determined to strengthen the sect and ensure its legacy continued. Others were more self-serving, primarily valuing the advantages the sect provided, such as resource sharing, collective cultivation without fear of trivial threats, and specialization. If one were a loose cultivator, they would need to master combat and protecting Dao skills to defend themselves. Otherwise, they could turn to ash in a crisis. However, during cultivation, elixir pills and magic artifacts were also needed. Those specializing in combat and protective skills would find it difficult to also delve into alchemy or artifact refining. In a sect, however, one only needed to specialize in one aspect. Sect cultivators could specialize in combat, alchemy, or artifact refining. Those proficient in combat had other disciples in the sect who could provide elixir pills and magic artifacts. Similarly, those adept at alchemy or artifact refining were protected by combat cultivators, and the sect also collected the necessary materials for alchemy and artifact refining. This mutual support showcased the advantages of being in a sect. As for nurturing younger disciples, aside from continuing the legacy, there was also the intent to foster fellow cultivators who assist each other. But nurturing could not be one-sided, or even a great sect would become unsustainable. Thus, besides the businesses established by the sect, disciples also needed to complete specific sect tasks to obtain the various resources required for their cultivation. Sect tasks were generally not too difficult, especially for newly initiated disciples, much better than being a loose cultivator. Regarding Wang Yuan, because he had not managed to ascend to the foundation establishment before the age of 40, his chances of achieving it in this lifetime were slim. Plus, with no significant background, he was reassigned from an elite disciple to a general affairs deacon to guard the medicine garden. He received a certain annual stipend for his cultivation. If lucky, a breakthrough to foundation establishment could elevate him directly to the status of an elder within the sect, which would significantly change his position. Deacons like Wang Yuan in the True Qi realm were numerous within the Luoxia sect, even outnumbering regular disciples. Many deacons either served at Jinyun Peak or guarded various properties of the Luoxia sect. Others held positions as generals or officials in the 6 cities under the sect's command. In short, there were plenty of options. Even without ascending to foundation establishment, their situation was still better than that of common loose cultivators. Their future was not something to worry about. In front of ordinary loose cultivators, they also held a certain degree of respect. However, faced with Lu Qingfeng, the sect's newly appointed guest elder, Wang Yuan, the deacon guarding the small medicine garden, dared not offend in the slightest. He had been notified that the ownership of the Silverhorn Mountain Medicine Garden had been transferred to Elder Lu. That meant, from now on, he was not guarding the medicine garden for the sect, but was working for Elder Lu. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 101, Medicine Garden Lease? Please subscribe. The little man's thoughts were transparent, and after a brief moment of surprise, Wang Yuan was overjoyed, seeing this as an opportunity. He watched carefully for a few days, and after thorough consideration, he finally went to pay a visit. Having been at Silverhorn Mountain for a few days, I've yet to see the medicine garden. If Steward Wang isn't busy, perhaps you could show Lu Qingfeng around. Lu Qingfeng said to Wang Yuan, "The sect has decreed that the Silverhorn Mountain Medicine Garden is now Elder Lu's property. From now on, I am under the Elder, and you can simply call me Wang Yuan." Elder Lu, this way, please. Wang Yuan, humble and demonstrating his loyalty, led the way. Lu Qingfeng followed behind, seeing through Wang Yuan's thoughts but not pointing them out. As a newcomer to Luoxia sect, having a deacon like Wang Yuan, who had been mingling in the sect for many years, come to his side was somewhat helpful. Trivial matters wouldn't need his attention anymore. However, as for what kind of person Wang Yuan was, that remained to be seen in the future. If he proved worthy of cultivation, Lu Qingfeng would not treat him unfairly. The medicine garden here is not big, and most of it grows materials for refining intermediate and low-level elixirs. This section is more precious, containing materials needed for refining advanced and top-level elixirs. However, the most valuable is this center section, the spirit medicine area. It contains 4 kinds of first-rank spiritual medicines, which, even if slightly flawed, would result in accountability from the sect. They are the main ingredients for refining top-level elixirs and can also act as auxiliary medicines for some entry-level spirit pills. Wang Yuan led Lu Qingfeng through the medicine garden, giving a general introduction. Although small, the garden was well-equipped, divided into several areas. Lu Qingfeng took a quick look. From the materials for refining low-level elixir, like yellow dragon pills and fasting pills, to first-rank spirit medicines for top-level elixirs like qi condensing pills and qi gathering pills, the variety was complete. If cultivated with care, it could meet some of Lu Qingfeng's needs. However, he had to provide for the cultivation of 3 untalented disciples, and their need for elixirs was immense. The medicine garden alone was not enough. Lu Qingfeng was already at the 6th level of the True Qi realm, and he also needed to prepare for refining the Foundation Establishment pill. Although it was a first-rank spirit pill, the main ingredients were 3rd-rank spirit medicine and several second-rank spiritual medicines, which he couldn't find in the garden. he would need to find other means. While Wang Yuan was introducing the medicine garden to Lu Qingfeng, there were disciples in gray clothes coming and going inside the garden, carrying water, fertilizing, weeding. This chapter was made possible by the MVLem community. Each had their own task. These are disciples who have newly joined the sect and have taken on tasks in the medicine garden. Most stay for a year or two before moving on. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's interest in the few busy disciples in the garden, Wang Yuan explained and then called out to them, "This person here is Elder Lu. Come and greet him quickly." Greetings to Elder Lu. Most of the disciples taking on tasks in the medicine garden didn't have any connections. Hearing from Steward Wang that this young man was an elder, they hurried over to pay their respects. "Go on with your tasks." Lu Qingfeng waved his hand, showing little concern for these formalities. "Disperse." Seeing the disciples looking at him, Wang Yuan hastily said. After taking a round through the medicine garden and having a rough idea, Lu Qingfeng looked at Wang Yuan, who was following him closely, and said with a smile, "Steward Wang need not be so formal. There will undoubtedly be many matters in the future that will require your help. Just command me, Elder Lu." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan was actually pleased. The more trouble involved, the more it indicated familiarity. If this Elder Lu, who seemed to be affable, was well served, he would surely not be short of benefits. Lu Qingfeng continued to walk forward, asking as he walked, "Lu intends to refine some elixirs, but the grade of the medicinal materials in the medicine garden is mostly insufficient. Does Steward Wang know how one might acquire a large quantity of spiritual medicines?" Qingshan and Qingyu had been enduring their hardships in Crying Swamp for more than 7 years. And once they advanced to the true Qi realm, obtaining high-level elixir required for cultivation was easy. But Lu Qingfeng was already at the 6th layer of the true Qi realm, and the effect of advanced elixir pills on him was minimal. Only top-level elixir pills could greatly assist him. Moreover, he also needed to reserve top-level elixir pills for the future stages of cultivation for Qingshan and Qingyu. And top-level elixir pills now require the use of spiritual medicine. To refine in large quantities, spiritual medicine is indispensable. Additionally, Lu Qingfeng was about to reach the late stage of the true Qi realm, so the Foundation Establishment pill and other elixir pills for the Foundation Establishment stage also needed to be refined. The demand for spiritual medicine was even greater. He must find a way to collect spiritual medicine as soon as possible. Grade not high enough? A massive quantity of spiritual medicine? Wang Yuan was shocked. The entire Silverhorn Mountain Medicine Garden, with all its mature and immature spiritual medicine combined, did not exceed 20 plants, and all of them were first-rank spiritual medicine. Hearing Elder Lu mentioning a massive quantity of spiritual medicine, Wang Yuan was somewhat astonished by Lu Qingfeng's request. Does he need a massive quantity of spiritual medicine because Elder Lu is also an entry-level alchemist? Wang Yuan knew of Elder Lulu's identity, but was unaware that Elder Lu was also an alchemist and artifact refiner. Further, with Lu Qingfeng possessing a concealing technique strengthened to a super level, even Spirit Void stage cultivators could not see through his cultivation, let alone the mere true Qi realm's Wang Yuan. With thoughts racing, Wang Yuan hurriedly replied, "Elder Lu is a guest elder of our sect. If you need any spiritual medicine, just let the sect know, and the sect will help collect it for you. However, these spiritual medicines are not for free. If it's common spiritual medicine, the sect's medicine garden can produce it, or the sect can obtain it from external purchases, and the elder only needs to pay with corresponding spirit stones. If it's rare spiritual medicine, it is usually collected through missions issued by the sect, completed by disciples or elders with a certain reward. Elder Lu can set these rewards himself, or entrust the sect to do so, and pays an equivalent amount in spirit stones or elixir pills." Wang Yuan explained in detail, and Lu Qingfeng understood clearly. Indeed. The benefits of being in a sect compared to a loose cultivator are numerous. Lu Qingfeng was delighted in his heart, feeling that joining the Luoxia sect was the right step. If he were alone outside, he might still be looking for a place to stay and gathering information about his surroundings. Then, he would have to search for markets for loose cultivators to purchase various types of spiritual medicine himself, and afterward possibly facing a myriad of troubles like theft, ambush, and the like. How leisurely he was now! Lu Qingfeng turned his head to look at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, but given that he had turned into a deacon, he must be over 40 years of age. His cultivation might be lacking, only at the 8th layer of the true Qi realm, but he had been cultivating for many years in the Luoxia sect and serving as the deacon of Silverhorn Mountain Medicine Garden, dealing with all sorts of people. He was tactful in handling affairs, which quite suited Lu Qingfeng's needs. In the future, staying on Silverhorn Mountain for a long time, amidst practice and leisure, if I also needed to handle many practical matters myself, it would inevitably be troublesome. Lu Qingfeng pondered quietly in his heart. Wang Yuan, seeing Lu Qingfeng staring at him and unsure of the reason, quickly straightened his back and bowed his head slightly, feeling nervous inside. Elder Lu's impression of him would directly affect his fate to come. Steward Wang, I will have to trouble you with this medicine garden from now on. Seeing Wang Yuan suddenly become restrained, Lu Qingfeng said with an unexpected smile, Elder Lu, rest assured, I will do my very best. Wang Yuan quickly responded. Lu Qingfeng heard this and smiled as he nodded, not in a rush to bestow favors and recruit. There was plenty of time in the future. They could take it slow. Squeak! Screech! Yow, yow, yow! As the two walked, they heard the sound of birds in the sky. Listening to their cries, they were at least second-rank demon birds. Demon birds! Wang Yuan looked up at the sky and saw several black dots rapidly approaching. His expression immediately turned solemn. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 102, Cultivation. Third update, please subscribe. The Juyan Mountain Range was dotted with peaks, and no one knew just how many demon beasts hid within its deep forests. Silverhorn Mountain was 700 li from Jinyun Peak, and although sects regularly sent people to clear out the nearby mountains every so often, there were always some that slipped through the net. Wang Yuan was in charge of guarding the medicine garden. Besides tending to the herbs, the most important task was to fend off any demon beast attacks that could devastate the garden. Hide away. Elder, be careful. Wang Yuan first shouted at the several disciples confused in the medicine garden, and then he warned Lu Qingfeng while drawing a soft sword from his waist. Upon seeing it, Lu Qingfeng noted it was merely a third-tier talisman artifact. Magic artifacts were rare. Talisman artifacts were precious. Even for a Luoxia sect deacon, their personal wealth was certainly not abundant, still less than what Lu Qingfeng had in Upper Sun Country. Seeing Wang Yuan prepared for a stern fight, Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, Steward Wang, do not panic. These spirit birds are raised by me and won't harm anyone. Raised by the elder? Wang Yuan gripped his soft sword, ready for a tough battle and a chance to perform well in front of Lu Qingfeng, but he was taken aback upon hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, his eyes widening with surprise. Indeed. Aren't you coming down? Lu Qingfeng nodded and called out to the spirit birds in the sky. Then 7 spirit birds of varying sizes descended and gathered around Lu Qingfeng, clamoring for affection. Red bird, Luaniao, iron-feathered flying eagle, 5-colored bird, white crane, swan goose, divine cat hawk. Wang Yuan identified the 7 spirit birds one by one, his curiosity about this elder Lu growing. As for the few disciples in the medicine garden, their eyes were filled with tremendous wonder when looking at Lu Qingfeng and the spirit birds. These were no common birds to be seen, and what was even more unusual was how they were now vying for attention by Lu Qingfeng's side. Then they saw Elder Lu extract several elixir pills from his waist and place them in his palm, emanating spirit light, clearly not your ordinary yellow dragon pill or golden marrow pills. The spirit birds, seeing the elixir pills, joyfully snapped them up and swallowed them, then cooed endearingly at Lu Qingfeng. Such spirit pills, given so freely to a few spirit birds to consume, this is really... Seeing this, Wang Yuan felt Lu Qingfeng to be extravagantly wasteful. But then, he became even more convinced of Lu Qingfeng's identity as an alchemist. Lu Qingfeng fed the 7 spirit birds. These 7 birds were specifically targeted by his puppets in the Crying Swamp, seduced and subdued with a carrot and stick approach. It wasn't their combat power he valued so much as their ability to perform the 7 beasts small divine number technique. After 2 to 3 years of nurturing them with yellow chestnut pills and feeding spirit pills, all 7 spirit birds reached a power level comparable to the 2nd rank within the true Qi realm. Among them, the white crane and iron-feathered flying eagle had even reached the peak of 2nd rank, almost at the cusp of ascending to 3rd rank, Foundation Establishment Qi Introduction. Their aura was impressive. Before coming to Luoxia sect, Lu Qingfeng had them find a place to wait quietly in the Juyan Mountains. Now settled in Silverhorn Mountain, he called them over using a secret technique. From now on, they will reside with me on Silverhorn Mountain, so I'll count on Steward Wang to look after them and inform the elders and deacons in charge of dealing with demon beasts in the sect to avoid any misidentification and accidental harm, Lu Qingfeng instructed Wang Yuan. Your subordinate will obey. Wang Yuan glanced at the 7 joyously fluttering spirit birds, swallowed hard, and immediately answered. After a tour around the Silverhorn Mountain Medicine Garden with Wang Yuan, Lu Qingfeng returned to his cave abode. With today's visit, the issue of spiritual medicine sources was temporarily resolved. At least until Foundation establishment, he wouldn't lack top-level elixir. As for the entry-level spirit pills needed for cultivation after Foundation establishment, it would be easier to search with the vast resources of the Luoxia sect than by himself alone. For now, the most urgent matter is the Foundation establishment pill. In the cave abode, Lu Qingfeng pondered. Cultivators with a root bone between 4 and 5 points can achieve Foundation establishment without elixir pills if they earnestly solidify their foundation, and having Foundation establishment pills would considerably shorten the time required. However, for Lu Qingfeng, the prospect of achieving Foundation establishment without such pills is exceedingly slim. The main ingredient of the Foundation establishment pill is 3rd rank spirit medicine, and the elixir recipe also includes several 2nd rank spiritual medicines. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Both 2nd and 3rd rank spiritual medicines can be used to refine ordinary 2nd rank spirit pills and 3rd rank spirit pills. Gathering them would surely not be easy for the Luoxia sect. He can only try and see if they are obtainable. If not, he will have to find another solution. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng has only recently advanced to the 6th layer of the true Qi realm and still has a few years of hard practice before reaching Foundation establishment. Let's cultivate first. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling and swallowed a handful of Qi gathering pills from his storage bag. Boom! True Qi roared within his body, with 3 cultivation techniques operating at the same time. Cultivation involves 2 aspects. Firstly, the pathway through which true Qi circulates. True Qi flows through the meridians. Each cultivation technique takes a different path through them. Generally, the more complex and profound the cultivation technique, the more meridians it involves, and the more complex the pathways it opens. Of course, there are also profound techniques that simplify complexity, turning complexity into simplicity. However, such techniques are extremely rare, scarcely seen even in the primordial era, and demand a high-quality root bone, which Lu Qingfeng obviously doesn't possess. Help us continue by reading at the source, MV2L. Lu Qingfeng practices 3 cultivation techniques: True Sect level Luofu Sword Scripture, True Sect level 12 Heavenly Demon God Skill, True Sect level Iron Refining Body. These cultivation techniques involve a multitude of meridians. It's only because of Lu Qingfeng's experience from the game that he's able to grasp them quickly. Ordinary cultivators indeed need to exert much effort and may even find entry difficult, hindering their cultivation progress. The second aspect is the mind method synopsis. The circulation of meridians enhances and tempers true Qi, but the mind method synopsis is the core of the technique, associated with realm advancement, various states of being, and containing the Daoist meaning. For these 2 aspects, the former requires polishing, while the latter requires contemplation. Most cultivators can only handle the strain of their cultivation technique's meridian circulation for an hour or two at the most. And to ponder the intentions of the cultivation technique and the various truths contained within it, the rest of the day isn't even enough. Of course, there are cultivators with resilient meridians, able to circulate their cultivation techniques for long periods, or by slowly circulating their technique to reduce strain on the meridians while meditating on the profundities of the technique. In such cases, one can engage in ceaseless cultivation day and night. This is commonly referred to as entering seclusion. The reason why Lu Qingfeng spends most of his time in the game and can still keep up with his real-world cultivation progress is that he ponders each level of the cultivation techniques in the game over and over, gaining thorough understanding. When he cultivates in reality, there is no need for further comprehension. He just needs to focus on refining his true qi. This saves countless hours. Otherwise, if one only haphazardly cultivates for an hour or two each day, without keeping up with the understanding and enlightenment of the cultivation technique, their cultivation is bound to eventually come to a standstill. This is why the vast majority of cultivators encounter bottlenecks, remaining stuck in a particular realm for years, decades, or even a lifetime. Lu Qingfeng does not have this concern. Although his root bone is poor, his thorough comprehension of cultivation techniques means that, as long as he has enough elixirs, he won't have bottlenecks and can surge forward triumphantly. By contrast, this is not unlike the lesson from the tortoise and the hare. With his eyes closed in meditation, Lu Qingfeng circulated his cultivation technique, continually refining the medicinal power of the qi-gathering pills into true qi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! During cultivation, streaks of sword qi encircled Lu Qingfeng, appearing and disappearing both inside and outside his body, sharp and elegant. This was the Luofu Sword Scripture. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 103, Keeping a Low Profile. All over his body, a faint metallic sheen flickered. His flesh had been forged 1,000 times over, achieving an iron refining body. This is the iron refining body. On Lu Qingfeng's chest, a demon god with the head of a beast and the body of a man, clad in red scales, with fire snakes as earrings and standing on fire dragons, emerged. As it roared, winds rose between heaven and earth, sweeping thoughts into the mouth of the demon god. Even the wisps of black smoke arising from Lu Qingfeng's body were devoured by the demon god. A look of satisfaction appeared on the face of the demon god, and the flames on its body grew even more intense. This is the 12 heavenly demon god skill, and this demon god is one of the 12 demon gods refined by Lu Qingfeng, Zhurong demon god. Boom, boom, boom! The cultivation technique operated, the true qi within his body continuously thickened, and the medicinal power of the qi-gathering pills was quickly refined. 3 cultivation techniques were cultivated simultaneously under the rule of total control of all techniques, without any conflict. However, there was a significant consumption of elixirs. A common true Qi realm 6th layer cultivator, swallowing top-level elixirs, such as Qi gathering pills, would concentrate on refining for at least 3 to 5 days, and up to 10 days or half a month, firstly to fully absorb the medicinal power, and secondly to carefully handle the elixir's toxic properties. But for me, running 3 top-level techniques simultaneously makes refining medicinal powers effortless. Top-level techniques also have methods to eliminate the toxicity of the elixirs, like the piercing sword qi of Luofu Sword Scripture. The demon gods created by the 12 heavenly demon god skill can even feed on the toxicity of the elixirs, using the despised toxic properties to enhance their own strength. Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes and exhaled a 3-foot-long white sword aura from his mouth. The full series is hosted on my virtual library empire, known as MV7L. It immediately dissipated into the air and vanished. Time passed. Lu Qingfeng moved between reality and the game. In reality, he cultivated. Luofu Sword Scripture is a sword cultivation method, producing fierce, true qi. It's a pity that Lu Qingfeng has not yet reached the foundation establishment. Otherwise, by refining the Luofu Heart Lamp, his cultivation speed could be further accelerated. Iron refining body is a pure body refining technique commonly known as the body to saint method. Once refined, even cultivators of the same level or those with higher cultivation levels would find it difficult to affect his physical body. Flying swords and magic spells landing on his body would feel like scratching an itch. He fears neither swords nor spears, nor is he harmed by water or fire, which is incredibly powerful. The 12 Heavenly Demon God skill is 1/3 body refining, 1/3 chi refining, and the last 4 parts are refining the spirit. When running the cultivation method and visualizing the demon god, once cultivated, it gathers the thoughts of all the heavenly demon gods and has the greatest impact. If he were to stay on Jinyun Mountain, he might easily be discovered by the Foundation Establishment Elders or the Spirit Void Sect Master Zhou Yuan. Being in Silverhorn Mountain, however, he doesn't have these concerns and can cultivate unrestrained. In the game, Lu Qingfeng discovered the second-layer derivation technique's analysis function. While roaming everywhere to temper himself, he searched for various elixirs, magic artifacts, and even didn't overlook demon beast and spiritual beast corpses. Although most of the analyses yielded useless techniques, the cumulative gains over time were still significant. As for alchemy and artifact refining, he had put them aside for the time being. Being a 4th-rank alchemist was sufficient for Lu Qingfeng to benefit at the Foundation establishment and even at the Spirit Void levels. But this doesn't mean he completely stopped working on them, unlike previous lives where he focused solely on cultivation, alchemy, and artifact refining. Rather than frantically advancing his craftsmanship in alchemy and artifacts, he only refined game-related elixirs and magic artifacts needed for his own cultivation. The rest of the time, he devoted to traveling and gaining experience in different places. Game time passed quickly. Although Lu Qingfeng traveled extensively, he was careful in his dealings, did not provoke any troubles, and followed the principle of keeping a low profile. Reality is even more so. Once entering Luoxia sect, he stayed in Silverhorn Mountain and seldom left home. Such behavior even surprised the elders and the sect master of Luoxia sect. Normally, young cultivators do not have the patience to sit in seclusion in their mountain cave dwellings. Cultivation is urgent, yet it is also a tedious affair. Going out to wander is essential to adjust one's mental state. This provides both relaxation and tension, which is beneficial for cultivation. Young cultivators are even less patient. But Lu Qingfeng was entirely different. Only when the elders of Luoxia sect visited Silverhorn Mountain could they meet this newly appointed minister elder. At other times, for matters that needed coordination, such as elixir pills, spiritual medicine, magic artifacts, and refining materials, Lu Qingfeng was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Wang Yuan, the deacon of Silverhorn Mountain Medicine Garden, handled them. The minor deacon's status suddenly soared. Lu Qingfeng kept a low profile, but the name of Lu Qingfeng from Silverhorn Mountain gradually spread throughout Luoxia sect. It started with the announcement within the sect that Minister Elder Lu Qingfeng was cultivating in Silverhorn Mountain. Subsequently, a small quantity of high-quality elixir pills produced by Silverhorn Mountain appeared in the sect, followed by various levels of elixir pills and magic artifacts appearing as rewards for sect missions. Whether it was elixir pills or magic artifacts, the quality was far superior to others of the same rank, with the highest cost-performance ratio garnering much pursuit. The number of disciples and elders who went to Silverhorn Mountain seeking Lu Qingfeng to refine magic artifacts and elixir pills for them gradually increased. Lu Qingfeng charged fair prices compared to Luoxia sect's only 2 first-rank alchemists and 1 first-rank artifact refiner. He neither overcharged nor wronged his fellow cultivators. Aside from personal use, some of the refined elixir pills were sold through the market controlled by Luoxia sect, selling to loose cultivators around Juyun Mountain Range, earning cultivation resources. Cultivation resources refer not only to alchemy materials, but also include spirit stones and various refining materials. Spider puppets stayed in the Crying Swamp to mine various ores and spirit stones. However, spirit stones were hard to find. Lu Qingfeng had 50 spider puppets recklessly searching in the deserted Crying Swamp. After over 7 years, only 53 spirit stones had been mined in total. It was purely a stroke of luck. The same was true for various materials. Low-level materials were easy to find, but demanded in large quantities, making it very inefficient to mine using spider puppets. Mid to high-level materials were scarce and not always available. Lu Qingfeng mastered 16 puppet refining methods, and even the weakest after enhancement were at the foundation establishment level. But before leaving Crying Swamp and entering Juyun Mountain Range, the strongest puppet he could refine was only a level 5 Profound Sword puppet. Stronger Dharma Image, Wanshang puppets, or even Tiger Demon puppets couldn't be refined due to incomplete materials. Now that he had settled in Luoxia sect, he could start gathering the lacking materials for refinement. Although Lu Qingfeng's current strength was extremely formidable, having a Spirit Void level Tiger Demon puppet, or even 10 such puppets by his side, meant that within the entire Juyun Mountain Range, he need not fear anyone. Although Luoxia sect treated him quite well, since this is reality, and one only lives once, relying on a newly encountered small sect for life and safety is obviously not as reliable as strengthening oneself and preparing more bases. Aside from elixir pills and puppets, Lu Qingfeng was also collecting materials to refine the Seven Evils banner. The Seven Evils banner was originally a first-rank magic artifact, but after enhancement, it could compare to a second-rank magic artifact. Once the 7 evil ghosts were conjured, there would be no match within the Foundation establishment stage. Whether for slaying enemies or self-defense, it is a top-tier magic artifact. Ordinary cultivators couldn't achieve quick success, but Lu Qingfeng, after collecting incense fire and refining heavenly silver in Upper Sun Country, could quickly enhance the strength of the 7 evil ghosts, maximizing the power of the artifact. This was a shortcut for quickly transforming incense fire into combat power. Speaking of incense fire, before Lu Qingfeng left Upper Sun Country, due to material limitations, he only managed to refine 3 Ancestor Master statues, which were enshrined in the Ancestral Hall of Qingyuan Sword Sect. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 104, 3 years later. 5th update. Afterward, entering the Crying Swamp, they successively found materials and refined 9 more. Qingyuan Sword Sect had been developing rapidly over the years. With a large supply of intermediate and low-level elixir pills, true Qi Realm experts were continuously emerging. Even before Lu Qingfeng arrived at Luoxia sect, Qingyuan Sword Sect had already established itself as the uncontested hegemon of Upper Sun Country, with no other power to rival it. Thus, branches were established in Dangyang County, Guangyuan County, and Upper Valley County, and disciples were widely recruited. The Ancestral Hall was open to the public, allowing the citizens of various counties to worship on the 1st and 15th days of each month. The millions of citizens of Upper Sun Country contributed immense incense fire, which was several times more than the followers Lu Qingfeng had back on Fufeng Mountain. Back on Fufeng Mountain, Lu Qingfeng would save about 10 incense fire big coins annually, equivalent to 10 spirit stones. Lu Qingfeng could refine them into 1 tael of heavenly silver using the Yellow Court scripture, enhancing the value tenfold to equal 100 spirit stones. If ignoring expenses, this amount could even triple. Now, placed in Upper Sun Country, each of the 12 Ancestor Master statues could collect yearly incense fire, equating to the entire pure income of 1 year in Fufeng Mountain. This incense fire didn't require any repayment to the devotees, representing pure income. In other words, each year, the 12 Ancestor Master statues could provide Lu Qingfeng with 12 taels of heavenly silver, equivalent to 1,200 spirit stones, comparable to the annual output of a medium-sized spirit stone vein. Heavenly silver has many uses, not only to nurture the 7 evil ghosts and empower the Dutian divine god, but also to power special class magical artifacts. For instance, refining the Luofu heart lamp could use it for lamp oil, saving countless mana. Additionally, it purifies elixir pills and magic artifacts, enhancing their quality. As for displaying divine miracles or manifesting a Dharma body using the power of incense fire wish, these abilities are unique to the divine and beyond reach for ordinary cultivators. While in the Crying Swamp, Lu Qingfeng couldn't collect the materials needed to refine the Seven Evils banner, so he continuously used the heavenly silver to cultivate the Duqian divine god. Now arriving in Luoxia sect, he could finally refine this sect magical artifact. Cultivation, refining elixir pills, cultivating magic artifacts, playing Primordial. Unknowingly, another 3 years passed. Luoxia sect, Red Rainbow sect, Golden Wave sect, Demon Extermination Castle. Each occupied a spiritual peak within the Juyun mountain range, collectively known as the Juyun Four Sects. Every 3 years, these 4 sects held grand opening ceremonies to recruit disciples. Loose cultivators of Juyun mountain range, or citizens of various cities, under the age of 20, could participate in the assessments. Luoxia sect was no different. Although not particularly well known in the Biyang Lake cultivation world, the Juyun Four Sects, within the 10,000-mile realm of Juyun mountain range, were considered formidable, immortal sects. With the gates of Luoxia sect thrown wide open, loose cultivators and those seeking the path of immortality from various cities flocked there endlessly. The comers numbered in the thousands. However, the assessments were extremely rigorous, with fewer than 1 in 100 passing. Each year, the number of accepted disciples ranged from 30 to 50, all either possessing excellent root bone or great determination. Standing for 400 years, Luoxia sect had developed a systematic method of assessment. Lu Qingfeng saw this and couldn't help but marvel. After recruiting disciples, there was a synchronized internal competition within the sect. The intent was to evaluate the cultivation progress of the disciples. The sect would offer various elixir pills and magic artifacts as rewards, motivating disciples to cultivate diligently and strive for improvement. At the same time, by holding a small competition among the disciples to display their techniques and use of magic artifacts, revealing the wonders of the immortal Dao, they also set an example for the newly admitted disciples. After the busy ceremonies of recruiting disciples ended the next day, Luoxia sect's triennial internal competition commenced. Big brother, the strength of Luoxia sect's disciples is too weak. This time at the small competition, second brother sure will steal the limelight. He loves being in the limelight. On Silverhorn Mountain, Lu Qingyu tidied up and crisply said in front of Lu Qingfeng, in a blink of 3 years, Lu Qingyu grew more graceful and elegant. Lu Qingfeng kept a low profile. However, Qingyu, unable to restrain her nature, frequently rode a white crane around the Juyun mountain range during her breaks from cultivation at Silverhorn Mountain. Due to her identity as Master Lu's younger sister, the disciples of Luoxia sect respectfully called her Qingyu Immortal. When Qingyu returned, she would boast to her elder brother with great pride, leaving Lu Qingfeng both amused and bemused. But with the white crane as her companion, and under the care of Yuo Miaoyin, Qingyu interacted with many disciples of Luoxia sect, unlike Lu Qingfeng, who was solitary, which eased Lu Qingfeng's mind. His own younger sister, Lu Qingfeng, naturally did not wish for her to become a caged bird. As for Qingyu's safety, not to mention the numerous trump cards Lu Qingfeng had prepared for her, the white crane, already promoted to the foundation establishment level, was more than enough to protect Lu Qingyu completely. Hearing Qingyu mock Qingpeak, Lu Qingfeng glanced at her and teased, "Competition fosters improvement. Your second brother has left you far behind in cultivation these past 2 years. It's just that he advanced to the 3rd level of the true Qi realm a few days earlier than me. What's there to be proud of?" retorted Lu Qingyu, pouting and not convinced. Lu Qingshan had joined Luoxia sect 3 years ago, and he participated in this smaller competition. With his possession of true sect-level cultivation methods, and even super-level techniques and high-level techniques, despite only being at the 3rd level of the true Qi realm, there truly was no match for him among the disciples of Luoxia sect below the core formation. In the small Luoxia sect, the most profound cultivation method was merely the Luoxia skill at the refinement level, theoretically capable of reaching core formation stage. Among the refinement level techniques, it was the lowest rank, incomparable to the Luofu sword scripture that Lu Qingshan practiced. Furthermore, the strongest techniques in the Luoxia sect were only a few middle-level techniques. As for high-level techniques that could be considered secret techniques, there were none. Lu Qingshan, without the advantage of 100-fold time difference and with limited energy, still focused on one super-level technique and one high-level technique under the guidance of Lu Qingfeng, achieving mediocre proficiency, but still more than enough to crush the true Qi realm disciples of Luoxia sect. Even without using high-level or super-level techniques, the innate sword qi from the Luofu sword scripture alone was powerful enough not to be inferior to any middle-level techniques. The situation for Lu Qingyu was similar to that of Lu Qingshan. Part of a series hosted by My Virtual Library Empire, MVN NYR. These 3 years witnessing the capabilities of the disciples of Luoxia sect, she was extremely confident in her second brother participating in this competition. She spoke of her brother loving to show off, but deep down, she was truly looking forward to the moment when Lu Qingshan would sweep through the disciples of Luoxia sect in the competition. However, her cultivation was still a notch below that of Lu Qingshan. Just a few days early, nothing much to say. Lu Qingfeng smiled and did not further dampen Yu's spirits. He then let out a deep voice, and from the deep forests of Silverhorn Mountain, 2 birds of prey flew out. One was an iron-feathered flying eagle, the other a white crane. These were tamed by Lu Qingfeng in the Crying Swamp, previously left in the swamp, and called here only after settling down in Luoxia sect. Besides these 2 birds of prey, there were also Skylark, Redbird, Luaniao, 5-colored bird, and Divine Cathawk. The former was the earliest to follow the 3 siblings of Lu Qingfeng, and although their strength was average, they shared a bond. The latter 5 types of birds, along with the iron-feathered flying eagle and white crane, were weaker versions of the 7 birds, necessary for Lu Qingfeng to perform the 7 beasts' small divine number. After taming them in the Crying Swamp, he began feeding them feeding spirit pills. From entry-level feeding spirit pills to first rank, and then to second rank feeding spirit pills. The iron-feathered flying eagle and white crane in front of them had already exceptionally promoted from second rank to third rank, making them most suitable for transportation. White crane! Upon seeing the white crane, Lu Qingyu immediately forgot her grievances, leapt up, and landed on its back. The white crane was among the most celestial of birds, and even many immortals kept them for travel. Lu Qingyu, like an immortal, standing on the back of the white crane, appeared even more ethereal. Lu Qingfeng landed on the more ferocious iron-feathered flying eagle and directed the 2 third-rank birds of prey towards Jinyun Peak. The Luoxia sect's minor competition was held near Jinyun Peak on Lunfa Peak. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 105, Lunfa Peak, 6th update. The sun rises in the east. At Lunfa Peak of Luoxia sect, it was already bustling with people. Various deacons arrived early to maintain order, while disciples, clad in either gray or white robes, gathered in small groups, most faces flushed with excitement. The triennial minor competition is considered a grand event within Luoxia sect. It was an opportunity to witness many of the sect's experts competing in combat rules, not only splendidly, but also a chance to personally step onto the platform and compete with fellow disciples. If by chance one continuously emerged victorious, the sect and the elders would offer extremely generous rewards. Both fame and benefits were to be had. The elders and the sect master would appear last. Presently, it was only the disciples' entrance. At the summit of Lunfa Peak, a vast platform had been artificially created for the purpose of combat disputations, equipped with a prohibition spell available for disciples to measure each other's capabilities. Lu Qingshan, wearing a white robe uniform, walked shoulder to shoulder with several fellow disciples. I heard that Elder Lu will also come to watch this minor competition. I wonder what Elder Lu will provide as a reward for the competition. A young man about 20 years old next to Lu Qingshan spoke. This man, with a rugged face, was called Zhang Ye and had been in the sect for over 10 years. Zhang Ye was quite talented, having already reached the true Qi realm's 6th layer and was currently breaking through to the 7th layer. Since Lu Qingshan joined Luoxia sect for cultivation, Zhang Ye has been one of the few fellow disciples whose temperament matched his own. Aside from Zhang Ye, Qian Yunhai and Feng White present also got along well. The four of them formed a small group, often completing sect missions together with close friendships. Among them, Lu Qingshan was at the True Qi Realm 3rd layer, Zhang Ye at the 6th layer, while Qian Yunhai and Feng White had advanced to the late-stage True Qi Realm a few years earlier, one at the 7th layer, the other had reached the 9th layer realm. In this major competition, Feng White of the True Qi 9th layer was highly favored. Among the elders of the sect, originally, Elder Zhang Cheng, Mohan, and Gu Qin were the ones who were most generous. Elder Zhang Cheng is an artifact refiner, while Elder Mohan and Elder Gu Qin are alchemists, providing mostly practical rewards of elixir pills and magic artifacts. Elder Lu excels in both alchemy and artifact, and reached the 2nd rank in both 2 years ago, making a name for himself throughout the Juyun Mountain range. It is said that even the spirit birds bred at Silverhorn Mountain are fed with spirit pills. Last year, the iron-feathered flying eagle and the immortal crane under Qingyu Immortal both underwent the Foundation Establishment Thunder Tribulation and achieved the 3rd rank, drawing in many elders possessing spiritual beasts to seek elixir pills. The rewards for this minor competition will definitely not disappoint. While speaking, Qian Yunhai leaned towards Lu Qingshan and whispered sneakily, "Brother Lu, do you have any insider information to share?" Lu Qingshan, being the biological brother of guest elder Lu Qingfeng of Silverhorn Mountain, was a fact not universally known within Luoxia sect, but was also not a secret. Those who were friendly with Lu Qingshan naturally knew this information. Now talking about Lu Qingfeng, they asked Lu Qingshan for some insights. "I don't know. It's been a while since I last went to Silverhorn Mountain, but the sect master and the elders will be arriving soon, and we'll see then." Lu Qingshan shook his head. After joining Luoxia sect, except for visiting Silverhorn Mountain every 3 months to meet his elder brother and Qingyu, unless his brother summoned him, he rarely went there of his own accord. His last trip to Silverhorn Mountain was 2 months ago. Regarding what his elder brother would offer as a reward for this minor competition, he truly had no idea. "Oh, is that so?" Qian Yunhai looked somewhat disappointed and did not pursue further. The four then briefly moved on from talking about Elder Lu Qingfeng and started discussing some of the hot favorites in this minor competition. Their cultivations were not weak, and all disciples of the true Qi realm could participate in this triennial minor competition. Those who turned into deacons after 40 years old could not participate, but those who had advanced to the late-stage true Qi realm before the age of 40, there were quite a few. These disciples, though not very likely to break through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 40, were skilled in techniques and had many tricks up their sleeves, making them the strongest competitors in the minor competition. As they discussed, time slipped by. Luoxia sect disciples gathered at Lunfa Peak, whether they were new or had been members for years. None wanted to miss this grand event. Together with the deacons, over 1,000 people assembled at the peak's platform. The area at the top of Lunfa Peak was large enough that even with 1,000 people gathering, it did not seem crowded. At this moment, hiss! From the southwest direction of Lunfa Peak came the cries of eagles and cranes. Everyone looked up, only to see 2 black dots in the distance growing larger and revealing their true forms. It was none other than Lu Qingyu standing on an immortal crane and Lu Qingfeng standing on the back of an iron-feathered flying eagle. Like celestial beings, the 2 rode spiritual birds arriving swiftly, and in a moment, they landed on the high viewing platform of Lunfa Peak. This was the best spot to observe the combat below on the combat platform, arranged with more than a dozen chairs designated for the sect master and the elders of Luoxia sect to attend the ceremony. At this moment, there were no other elders on the platform, only Lu Qingfeng and Lu Qingyu. It's Elder Lu. Elder Lu from Silverhorn Mountain. It's so rare for Elder Lu to arrive this early. This is truly unusual. Beside Elder Lu, isn't that his sister, Qingyu Immortal? The fact that she arrived riding an immortal crane really puts all the female disciples of our Luoxia sect to shame. That's natural. Elder Lu is unrivaled in both alchemy and artifact, and though he hasn't been in the sect for long, his stature is considerable. Even the sect master and the 3 supreme elders hold him in high regard. Qingyu Immortal, who cultivates with Elder Lu on Silverhorn Mountain, is well provided with elixir pills and magic artifacts. The white crane she rides is a 3rd-rank spirit bird, not something ordinary people can compare to. The arrival of Lu Qingfeng and Lu Qingyu on celestial birds caused quite a stir on Lunfa Peak. In recent years, Lu Qingfeng of Silverhorn Mountain had become quite renowned. His fame spread even outside Luoxia sect, not to mention within the sect itself. 2 years ago, Lu Qingfeng intentionally demonstrated his skills as a 2nd-rank alchemist and artifact refiner, gaining even more significance within Luoxia sect. After his iron-feathered flying eagle and white crane advanced to the 3rd rank, their strength became comparable to a foundation establishment elder of Luoxia sect. Not just the 3 supreme elders, even Sectmaster Zhou Yuan regarded Lu Qingfeng almost as an equal. Disciples of Luoxia sect were very interested in both Lu Qingfeng and Lu Qingyu, though the 2 often cultivated at Silverhorn Mountain year-round. Visit my virtual library Empire, MVLYR, for more. Lu Qingyu was somewhat more visible, sometimes seen traveling between Silverhorn Mountain and Jinyun Peak on her white crane. But this Elder Lu was truly low-profile and mysterious. Aside from the elders, the number of Luoxia sect disciples who had seen Lu Qingfeng's true face could be counted on one hand. He was arguably the most mysterious elder in Luoxia sect. Seeing him now naturally ignited fiery enthusiasm. You're early. Lu Qingfeng, observing the bustling top of Lunfa Peak, glanced at Lu Qingyu with a hint of a smile. Coming early isn't a bad thing. Lu Qingyu turned her head. She had been looking forward to the Lunfa Peak contest since last night and was pressing Lu Qingfeng to leave early this morning. At this moment, the disciples had just gathered at Lunfa Peak, and the sect master and elders were supposed to arrive in about half an hour. Isn't it early? All right. I'll sit here and wait for a while. Go find your second brother. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 106, Madly Raking in Experience Value. Analyzing Enhancement. 7th update, please subscribe. Lu Qingfeng conceded to Qingyu and took the last seat on the right side. As for Lu Qingyu, she was neither a disciple nor an elder of the Luoxia sect, and by rights, she shouldn't be qualified to attend this ceremony. She must leave when the competition starts. Rituals must not be discarded. Although Lu Qingfeng doted on Qingyu, he would not force his way on such trivial matters, which could upset the other elders of the Luoxia sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu swept her gaze over the crowd below, looking for her second brother's position. Many disciples below looked up at her, but she was not intimidated. After scanning the crowd, her eyes lit up when she spotted Lu Qingshan hidden among the people, and she jumped off the viewing platform. Lu Qingfeng sat on the viewing platform, feigning sleep. The Luoxia sect disciples below had not reached the foundation establishment stage, and thus had little to do with him. It was beneficial for Lu Qingshan to mingle amongst them to foster his growth, but there was no need for him to do so. Interaction with Lu Qingyu was beneficial for nurturing her disposition, ensuring she was not isolated and misanthropic. With the buzz of voices around, Lu Qingfeng knew that the sect master and other elders of the Luoxia sect would still take some time to arrive, so he immersed himself in cultivation in Primordial. 3 years in reality was another 300 years in the game. After slaying the Hun Mountain Demon King, Lu Qingfeng obtained many valuable items, among which the lifespan extension pills and the corpse of a black-veined golden butterfly were the most precious. He analyzed both using the derivation technique. From the former, he deciphered the elixir recipe for a lifespan extension pill, which was a pleasant but expected surprise. The several magical methods deciphered from the latter were equally surprising but beyond Lu Qingfeng's expectations. Derivation technique, black vein gold butterfly. Magic Door 1, Yin Yang 9 Revolution Spirit Bright High Door Level Skill, experience value 5,200. Magic Door 2, Tie-in Calamity Crossing Robe, Divine Skill, experience value 12,000. Magic Door 3, Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light, Divine Skill, experience value 12 skill. Magic Door 4, deciphering the corpse of the black vein golden butterfly was even more challenging than deciphering the 12 Du Tian Fierce Fire Divine Flags. Lu Qingfeng spent 20 years to complete the decryption. Though time-consuming, the rewards were significant. Not to mention the side door level Yin Yang 9 Revolutions Spirit Bright Heart technique, suitable for the cultivation lineage of demon insects like the black vein golden butterfly. The two divine skills he deciphered subsequently made Lu Qingfeng ecstatic. Tie-in Calamity Crossing Robe, Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light. He had seen the Black Vein King use these two divine skills, enveloped by the Tie-in Calamity Crossing Robe, unaffected by the 10,000 laws, with the emergence of the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light annihilating all entities. Both were extraordinary, and he had long coveted them. Now that they are deciphered, even though they still required a massive amount of experience value to be exchanged, once obtained, they would be 2 innate level divine skills. Their potential for enhancement through derivation far exceeded the several divine skills Lu Qingfeng derived from super level, high level, and even middle or low level techniques. Regrettably, divine skills are hard to come by, and divine creatures are rare, especially lower-tier divine creatures such as the black vein golden butterfly. Otherwise, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but entertain the wild idea of hunting divine creatures. Hunting divine creatures is unrealistic. Thus, over these 300 years, Lu Qingfeng focused on accumulating experience value. Having previously cultivated up to the Spirit Void Fusion realm, he had an idea. After dealing with the Hun Mountain Demon King and urgently needing a vast amount of experience, he began to experiment. Firstly, he used experience value to drop directly from the Spirit Void Fusion realm to the early stage of the Spirit Void Heart movement. Just the Spirit Void Heart movement and Spirit Void Divine Silence realms could provide Lu Qingfeng with a massive 9,500,000 experience value. Adding a portion of experience value from the Spirit Void Fusion realm, Lu Qingfeng directly exchanged the divine skill Tie-in Calamity Crossing Robe. This divine skill, innate to the Black Vein Golden Butterfly clan, once executed, envelops the body with the power of Tie-in, impervious to all 10,000 laws, and stands as a top-tier defensive divine skill. It compensated for Lu Qingfeng's shortcomings in defense. By exchanging for the Tie-in Calamity Crossing Robe, his cultivation fell to the early stages of the Spirit Void Heart movement. Thus, he began to recultivate, starting from the Spirit Void Heart movement realm. Both the Spirit Void Heart movement and the Spirit Void Divine Silence focus on the cultivation of one's temperament. With sufficient resources and temperament keeping up, ensuring the stability of true yuan, it could be freely elevated. Ordinary Spirit Void practitioners find difficulty in these two stages, as their temperament cannot keep up with the growth of true yuan. Therefore, they have to restrict the growth of true yuan in various ways. However, Lu Qingfeng's recultivation surpasses these two levels in temperament, with only the growth of true yuan and divine soul restricting realm advancement. Initially, when Lu Qingfeng first cultivated, the Heart Movement realm took 36 years. The Divine Silence realm took 204 years. On his second recultivation, the Heart Movement realm took 5 years, and the Divine Silence realm took 18 years, less than a tenth of the time required for the first cultivation. Most of this time was spent because the rapid increase in true yuan was unstable, and foundational instability forced Lu Qingfeng to spend time consolidating. If he sought the quickest possible enhancement without considering consequences, This time could be halved, but it wouldn't guarantee avoidance of cultivation deviation due to true yuan explosion, which could lead to death and soul dispersion. Lu Qingfeng was unwilling to risk this for a mere decade. At this point, 23 years were sufficient for him to advance through the heart movement and divine silence realms, which translated into over 9 million experience value, with which Lu Qingfeng was very satisfied. More importantly, it validated his previous notion as indeed feasible. Content presented by MVNYR. Thus, in 300 years, Lu Qingfeng tangled back and forth, recultivating 12 times, acquiring experience value over 100 million. This not only allowed him to exchange all of the Demon Dao methods related to the Duqian Fierce Fire Divine Banner found in the White Rock Mountain cave dwelling that the Fiery Fire Wanderer had yet to comprehend, but also allowed him to exchange the 2 divine skills and 1 side door level skill derived from the corpse of the Black Vein Golden Butterfly. Then over the 300 years, Lu Qingfeng also deciphered numerous magic artifacts and elixir pills, acquiring the methods of refining magic artifacts and elixir recipes, deciphering and exchanging, enhancing, and fusing. Over 100 million experience value might seem a lot, but actually, it was far from enough. Deriving a divine skill could easily consume millions of experience value. Enhancing cultivation methods, once reaching true sect level, was similarly exaggerated. From side door level to true sect level, only 5 enhancements were needed. But to advance the true sect level Luofu Sword Scripture to the mysterious level, it took 10 enhancements, investing 32.745 million experience value. Just this one mysterious level technique consumed a quarter of the experience value Lu Qingfeng earned through repeated recultivation over 300 years. However, the Luofu Sword Scripture, when enhanced from true sect level to mysterious level, represents a qualitative improvement. The former could only be cultivated to Earth Immortal Realm, while the latter could progress to Heavenly Immortal Realm. Mysteriously Profound, the gateway to all marvels, called Mysterious. This mysterious level technique is indeed the path to reaching the Heavenly Immortal Realm. The intricate details are wondrous beyond words, far surpassing true sect level cultivation methods. As Lu Qingfeng switched to cultivating the mysterious level Luofu Sword Scripture, at the same level, his true yuan once again became more substantial by a factor of 2, with higher quality. His execution of techniques and activation of magic artifacts also far surpassed his previous capability. This greatly enhanced Lu Qingfeng's strength. Lu Qingfeng marveled at the mysterious level technique and also enhanced the 12 heavenly demon god skill to the mysterious level. This is a demon Dao method, yet it doesn't harm others for self-benefit. Rather, it's about body refinement, chi cultivation, gathering the thoughts of heavenly demon gods, and refining the 12 heavenly demon gods. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe. Share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 107, Status, 8th Update. Subscribe. This technique greatly references the traces of the 12 ancestor witches from the Primordial Witch Clan, summoning demon gods named Zhurong, Emperor Jiang, etc., each possessing correlated powers. As Lu Qingfeng actually summoned the Zhurong demon god in reality, he acquired control over the power of flames, capable of wielding the Duqian Fierce Fire and Zhurong Divine Flame with immense might. At the side door level, it is comparable to high-level techniques. At the true sect level, it compares to super techniques. Now advance to the mysterious level, when Lu Qingfeng unleashes the Zhurong demon god to incite the Zhurong divine flame, its power nearly rivals divine skills, truly considered the pinnacle of super-level techniques. Moreover, the demon god's demonic nature is stronger, its spiritual wisdom more abundant, offering Lu Qingfeng unparalleled assistance in battle, unlike during the side door level. The sole drawback is, as the grade of the cultivation technique increases, the summoned demon god's demonic nature intensifies, requiring higher mental resilience from the cultivators of this technique. A single moment of carelessness, if thoughts are infiltrated by demonic ideas or the demon god backlashes, would lead to irredeemable disaster. In the game, Lu Qingfeng repeatedly experienced spirit void heart movement and spirit void divine silence, reaching mental maturity, confident he could control the demon technique without being backlashed before reaching the Jidan level. In reality, since Lu Qingfeng remains at the true Qi realm, he isolates the demonic thoughts entirely, suppressing the Zhurong demon god tightly, with no worries of backlash. Excluding the mysterious level Luofu sword scripture and 12 heavenly demon god skill. The final iron refining body technique, originally a basic level cultivation technique, has been enhanced to true sect level, where the invested experience value is astronomical. Further enhancement is not cost-effective. Luckily, the true sect level body refining techniques are sufficient for now, so there's no rush to enhance further. Remaining experience value is used to exchange and enhance various magic gates. Achievements in the past 300 years have been remarkable. Yet Lu Qingfeng's cultivation level has stalled, constantly wavering between the early stages of heart movement and the peak of divine silence. Please read this chapter on its original platform, MVL1. Seeing that in his 8th lifetime, Lu Qingfeng has already aged 758 years, with no hope of reaching core formation in this lifetime, he can only strive anew in the next life. However, this lifetime was not wasted. Various magic gates and divine skills have significantly solidified Lu Qingfeng's foundation. Besides cultivation, he practiced various techniques and divine skills. Ordinary cultivators may master an initial or middle-level technique in 3 to 5 months and take years, even decades, to proficiently wield them. But Lu Qingfeng had more time. Continuously practicing, he accumulated and refined techniques over copious amounts of time. Even though higher-level techniques, super-level techniques, and divine skills were more challenging, he managed to master one in 10 or 20 years. Over the years, he acquired mastery over quite a few divine and super-level techniques. Once engaged in battle, his myriad techniques and divine skills would indeed catch his opponent off guard and overwhelmed. Living in the primordial, time seemed to pass unnoticed. It wasn't until Lu Qingfeng sensed a foundation establishment stage aura approaching in reality that he returned from the primordial. Half an hour had already passed in the real world. Lu Qingfeng looked up to see tunneling light and sword light flickering in the distance. Leading them was none other than the sect master of Luoxia sect, Zhou Yuan, followed closely by 3 supreme elders and a group of elders, landing on the viewing platform. Elder Lu arrived so early. Zhou Yuan landed and said with a smile to Lu Qingfeng, "Elder Lu pays respects to the sect master." Lu Qingfeng bowed in response, "Elder Lu." The elders behind Zhou Yuan also greeted Lu Qingfeng, who responded to each one. "This is Elder Lu's first time participating in the sect's minor competition. We forgot to remind you. It's our mistake." Supreme's second elder Mei Qingyan's voice was robust and loud. Lu Qingfeng looked puzzled. Upon seeing this, Supreme Elder Yue Lingxi stepped forward to explain. In the past competitions, disciples were to arrive at Lunfa Peak half an hour early, while we would arrive half an hour later to allow these disciples to calm their restless hearts. Elder Lu, residing deep in Silverhorn Mountain, forgot to notify us, causing Elder Lu to wait here in vain for half an hour, which is truly... Yulingshi shook her head. Other elders showed more or less an apologetic expression. Although this issue is not significant, it's hard to guarantee that Lu Qingfeng wouldn't harbor some grievances. Currently, not only is Lu Qingfeng a second-rank refining master and a second-rank alchemist in Luoxia sect, but he is also unique across the entire Juyun mountain range. There might be second-rank alchemists and second-rank refining masters, but it's impossible to find a second cultivator who is both a master in alchemy and artifact refining, having reached the second rank in both aspects. The elders also wished to obtain a few second-rank elixir pills from Lu Qingfeng, or gather materials and ask Lu Qingfeng to help refine a second-rank magic artifact. Certainly not to inconvenience him, nor to cause any misunderstanding. So it is. Lu Qingfeng understood and laughed. This isn't anyone's fault. It was my little sister urging to come to Lunfa Peak earlier. Unable to resist her, I accompanied her here first. So it's Qingyu Immortal. The young lady loves lively scenes. It's normal. Mei Qingyan laughed it off, and the brief episode was put behind them. After exchanging greetings, everyone took their seats. Zhou Yuan, seeing Lu Qingfeng going to the last seat, waved his hand and said, "Elder Lu, over here." "This." Lu Qingfeng was taken aback. Beside him, Yue Lingxi, with a raspy voice, chuckled. "Elder Lu, being unmatched in both alchemy and artifact refining, if outsiders know you are seated in the very last place in our Luoxia sect, we would be the laughingstock." "Indeed. Elder Lu, please do not refuse." The other elders echoed the sentiment. Lu Qingfeng, with a wry smile, found it difficult to refuse. He bowed to everyone and took the seat to the left of Zhou Yuan, at the foremost. Truly fitting for Elder Lu, what great esteem. Yes, with this he has indeed left the three supreme elders behind. With the stature of a second-rank alchemist and refining master, if it were an ordinary person, it would have caused dissatisfaction long ago. However, with Elder Lu sitting there, even the three supreme elders are convinced, not to mention Elder Zhang Cheng, Mohan, and Gu Qin. No one objects. The significance of a second-rank alchemist and refining master is indeed not light. As the sect master and all the elders arrived, the disciples at Lunfa Peak had already focused their attention on the high platform. Seeing Elder Lu from Silverhorn Mountain receiving respect from everyone, and even sitting at the most honorable seat aside from the sect master, they couldn't help but discuss. In the crowd, Lu Qingyu stood quietly, a look of pride appearing on her face. Beside her, Lu Qingshan saw this, feeling a mixture of pride and envy. His elder brother has always been indifferent to fame, yet he has always been respected and honored everywhere. Compared to his elder brother, he fell far short, unsure of when he might receive such treatment. Elder Lu is truly deserving of his reputation. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Ye spoke out, and Lu Qingyu's face showed even greater pride. Now it's time to see the contributions of the elders. Qian Yunhai was fully attentive. In fact, this was also the most anticipated moment for all the disciples in every Lunfa Peak competition. On the high platform, Zhou Yuan looked around, his gaze firstly landing on Yue Miaoyan. "Elder Yue, as you are newly appointed, what have you prepared as a reward for this competition?" Although Yue Miaoyan entered the sect early, she had the least seniority among the elders and was not very wealthy. Zhou Yuan started with her, intending to toss a figurative brick to attract jade, and also to avoid putting Yu Miaoyan in an awkward situation due to any potential financial embarrassment. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 108. Ninth update. Elder Miaoyan. Rumored that Elder Miaoyan vanished for a whole 60 years. She has only recently returned, instantly taking up the position of a Foundation establishment cultivator and elder. Seems she has a deep connection with Elder Lu. Who knows what she will bring out as a reward. Elder Miaoyan has a good relationship with Elder Lu. Moreover, she is the great niece of Elder Lingxi and the blood sister of Elder Miaofa. It is expected that she won't disappoint. There were discussions below the stage. If not for Lu Qingfeng's presence, Yue Miaoyan's return after 6 decades would have been the biggest event for the Luoxia sect in recent years, causing quite a stir. However, the appearance of Lu Qingfeng overshadowed Yue Miaoyan. Fortunately, Yue Miaoyan didn't seem to care much about it. Elder Miaoyan only just advanced to Foundation establishment stage and doesn't have many treasures on her, so please excuse my humble offering. Yue Miaoyan stood up, taking out a cold jade gemstone from her storage bag at her waist, smilingly said, "This was obtained by killing a second-rank demon beast, Cold Carp, within the Crying Swamp. It was nurtured inside the belly of the Cold Carp and can fend off the intense heat. When cultivating with it, it can clear the mind and stabilize the spirit. Cold Carp are rare. This cold jade will be of great help to postnatal cultivators. All the elders are connoisseurs and recognize the value of the cold jade." Although it's not very useful for Foundation establishment cultivators, for the postnatal realm disciples participating in the competition, it could help reduce distractions during cultivation, greatly aiding their practice. Crying Swamp. Who would have thought that Elder Miao Yin was able to enter the Crying Swamp to hunt demon beasts, and even manage to emerge successfully? Within the Luoxia sect, only a few, such as Sect Master Zhou Yuan and the 3 Supreme Elders, knew of Yue Miaoyin's whereabouts over the past 60 years. These disciples were completely in the dark, including not knowing the origins of the Lu siblings. Therefore, hearing that Elder Miaoyin's cold jade was obtained from the Crying Swamp startled them. It's just a little trinket. A deacon stepped forward, holding a tray, and Yue Miaoyin placed the cold jade on it before sitting back down. The value of this piece of cold jade wasn't high, but given her new status as an elder, such a move was appropriate. Following Yue Miaoyin's lead, the other elders made their offerings one by one. Elixir pills, talismans, rare treasures. They didn't catch Lu Qingfeng's eye, but for the disciples of the Luoxia sect, it was eye-opening. Each of them clenched their fists, yearning to perform well in the competition and win a position to obtain 1 or 2 treasures. Shortly after, the 13 elders and 3 supreme elders of the Luoxia sect had all made their statements. Among them, Zhang Cheng, Mo Han, and Elder Guqin were the most generous, presenting either top-notch talismans or first-rank elixirs, causing quite a commotion on Lunfa Peak. In comparison, the other elders were overshadowed. However, alchemists and artifact refiners are naturally well endowed. In such a grand triennial event of the sect, it wouldn't be proper to be too stingy. So, they decided to win favor by making a good impression among the many disciples of the Luoxia sect. After the 3 supreme elders, it was finally Lu Qingfeng's turn. All eyes were focused on the high platform, everyone eagerly anticipating what Elder Lu would offer as a reward for the competition. It is Lu's first time participating in the Lunfa Peak competition. I cannot afford to be stingy. Lu Qingfeng smiled and took out a black banner from his waist, declared loudly, "This banner, named the 7 Evil Banner, has taken Lu 7 months to refine. Enclosed within are 7 evil guardians, each at the peak of the true Qi realm. Due to the lack of time, the 7 evil guardians have not yet been cultivated to their peak. If a disciple acquires this and diligently cultivates it, reaching the Foundation establishment level is a significant possibility." Upon these words from Lu Qingfeng, an uproar immediately erupted on Lunfa Peak. 7 Evil Banner! Can it summon 7 protectors at the peak of the true Qi realm? My heavens! Isn't this a magic artifact? Holding a magic artifact with 7 protectors at the peak of the true Qi realm emerging, who else in the postnatal realm can contend against it? Even a Foundation establishment practitioner might take on a direct challenge. Magic artifacts like the 7 Evil Banner have an enormous effect on the enhancement of one's strength. Let's not even discuss the possibility of refining the 7 Evil Guardian up to the Foundation establishment level. Even at present, its allure to these Luoxia sect disciples is sufficiently great. Elder Lu, isn't this magic artifact a bit too precious? There was a silence over the stage, while Yue Lingqi, standing aside, gazed at the 7 Evil Banner in Lu Qingfeng's hand and voiced her hesitation. Not at all precious. Lu has refined this 7 Evil Banner specifically for this Lunfa Peak Junior competition. I had my own selfish reasons. You all need not be so courteous. Lu Qingfeng smiled, placed the 7 Evil Banner on the tray held up by a Luoxia sect deacon, and then took his seat, below the stage. Lu Qingshan looked at the 7 Evil Banner with a contemplative expression on his face. Lu Qingyu glanced at her second brother and pursed her lips without speaking. This soapy was generated from content at MV Rare. If I had known Elder Lu was going to be so generous, I would have insisted on going first no matter what. Now I'm really going to embarrass myself, Zhou Yuan spoke, abruptly awakening the crowd from their reverie, and eliciting laughter as they digested his words. Sect Master, with Elder Lu's grand gesture, you can't be too frugal now. A female elder dressed in simple elegance teased with a laugh. Lu Qingfeng looked towards her, recognizing her as one of the 2 alchemists of the Luoxia sect, Elder Guqin. They exchanged glances. Elder Guqin's face held a smile. Lu Qingfeng also smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Elder Lu, Elder Gu, both of you are really putting me on the grill. Zhou Yuan bellowed with laughter, swiped his hand on his storage bag, and a bead emitting purple light fell into his hand. Purple light pearl? Mei Qingyan saw the purple bead and her eyes lit up. Correct. It is indeed the purple light pearl. Zhou Yuan nodded and addressed the crowd. This was a magic artifact that I used to protect myself in my earlier years. Once refined, it can be suspended overhead, showering thousands of purple lights, granting an invincible position. Unless a Foundation establishment great cultivator takes action, it cannot be broken. Though it may not compare to Elder Lu's 7 Evil Banner, it just about manages to preserve the face of this sect master, right? Magic artifact, Purple Light Pearl. Annotation: the Purple Light Pearl used to protect Sectmaster Zhou Yuan in the past. A faint light flickered in Lu Qingfeng's eyes as he glanced at the Purple Light Pearl, grasping all of its attributes instantly. All in all, this is considered a decent defensive artifact among first-rank magic artifacts. Particularly for the cultivators of the Luoxia sect, it is indeed a rare treasure. Moreover, a first-rank magic artifact like the Purple Light Pearl is far more precious than a first-rank elixir pill. Even at the Foundation establishment stage, it is sufficient to serve as a basis for one's life, usable for a long time. It can even be passed down through generations. No wonder Zhou Yuan looked so distressed. Sect Master has truly made a great sacrifice this time. I have asked for the Purple Light Pearl several times before, but the Sect Master has always held it closely guarded. Now, at last, he is willing to bring it out. Mei Qingyan spoke loudly with a jovial tone. The stage immediately erupted with laughter. With the prelude over, Zhou Yuan pointed to the row of deacons standing on the stage and said, "Our esteemed elders have shown their generosity to the younger generation. No gift is too small. However, as per tradition, we still need to rank them." The treasures donated by the elders obviously couldn't all be awarded to the first place winner. Based on the value, the elders would deliberate and determine the rankings. Disciples who achieve corresponding rankings in the competition can thus receive the rewards of the matching ranks. This way, the rewards can be distributed evenly. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 109, Dark Horse. 10th, up subscribe. After some discussion, the 7 Evil Banner deservedly ranks first, with Zhou Yuan's Purple Light Pearl coming in second. As for Yomiaoyan's Cold Carp Cold Jade, it only ranks 11th. After the ranking was announced, Zhou Yuan rose again and moved to the front of the platform. The disciples were still in uproar when Zhou Yuan pressed down with both hands, bringing sudden silence upon Lunfa Peak. Before the official start of the Lunfa Peak Minor Competition, there is no need for me, the Sect Master, to reiterate the rules to everyone, yet the ranking rewards must be made clear in everyone's minds. The first place winner of this competition will receive a 7 Evil Banner, personally refined by Elder Lu. As everyone heard from Elder Lu's introduction just now, this is a magic artifact coveted by many of the elders present. With this banner, one will have no match in the postnatal realm, and even against Foundation establishment practitioners, you can still fight back a little, making survival not difficult. In addition to the 7 Evil Banner, the first place winner will also receive 3 Spirit Stones, a 4th rank Wind Control Sword, and a bottle of top-level Qi Gathering Pill as rewards from the sect. The second place winner will receive a Purple Light Pearl, 2 Spirit Stones, and a 4th rank Cloud Clearing Sword. The third place winner, including Lu Qingfeng and Sect Master Zhou Yuan, there were a total of 18 people on the platform. The number of people who would receive rewards was also 18. After the introduction, the fighting spirit of the disciples below had been whipped to its peak. The minor competition officially began. This competition gathered almost all of the elders of the Luoxia sect, an impressive assembly. Previously, only some of these elders were at Jinyun Peak, while others were in charge of the sect's important properties elsewhere. such as the 6 cities controlled by the Luoxia sect, the 3 most precious medicine gardens in the Juyun Mountain Range, a beast garden, the Soul Spirit Stone mine under the jurisdiction of the Luoxia sect, which is guarded by 2 elders, and even the Supreme Elder would occasionally visit and take turns and watch. It is only on the day of the competition, which concerns the younger generation of the Luoxia sect and the future of the sect, that such an event takes place. After the completion of this competition, any elder who has a favored disciple can take them under their wing and promote them to true disciple, a position even higher than a normal elite disciple. This matter of taking disciples, whether for the elder or for the chosen disciple, is a serious matter and cannot be taken lightly. Becoming a disciple under an elder, with guidance from a foundation establishment cultivator, these true Qi realm disciples can avoid many detours and fare better than attending the one-size-fits-all teaching from the Dharma transmission elders at Luoxia sect every day. And for an elder taking a disciple, carefully choosing and instructing a favored one, if the latter happens to advance to foundation establishment in the future, whether within or outside the sect, it will be of great assistance and not a small standing. For instance, among the sect, the 3 supreme elders had many disciples in their early years, and now many of the sect's elders were their students. Even without their current cultivation levels, their positions within the Luoxia sect, supported by these foundation establishment elders, are unshakable. In the cultivation world, the relationship between a master and a disciple can sometimes even transcend blood ties. With all the elders gathered on such an occasion, including 8 foundation establishment elders like Yomi Alpha, they all leap down to preside over the 8 directions on the combat platforms to prevent accidents from occurring during the competition. Lu Qingfeng saw that Lu Qingshan was assigned to the 3rd combat platform. Elder Lu, your younger brother, has strong skills. He is bound to stand out in this competition. With not many elders left on the platform, Zhou Yuan, who was sitting beside Lu Qingfeng, turned his head and spoke as he saw Lu Qingfeng looking towards the 3rd combat platform. This kid is ambitious and confident about taking first place in this competition. Lu Qingfeng did not hide it and smiled lightly. Oh? Zhou Yuan thought Elder Lu would be modest, but instead of downplaying, he went even further than Zhou Yuan's comment about standing out, directly aiming for first place. Could it be? Zhou Yuan recalled. Elder Lu brought out the 7 Evil banner, saying he had a personal interest. At that moment, he didn't pay attention. But now, reflecting on it, perhaps Elder Lu was very confident in his younger brother. Maybe the 7 Evil banner was prepared for Lu Qingshan. With this thought, Zhou Yuan stopped talking and couldn't help but pay more attention to Lu Qingshan on the 3rd combat platform. The competition begins. The Luoxia sect holds a junior tournament once every 3 years. The rules are simple. Disciples in the fetal-breathing realm may not participate. Disciples under 40 years old in the true Qi realm will be paired by drawing lots for the competition, and the winners will directly advance to the 2nd round. If strong competitors collide early on, leading to the loss of a strong candidate, it can only be attributed to poor luck. On the path of cultivation, luck is equally important. The 2nd round is more taxing than the 1st. This time, 302 disciples are participating in the tournament. The 1st round will narrow it down to 151 people. The 2nd round will narrow it down to 76 people. The 3rd round will narrow it down to 38 people. The 4th round will narrow it down to 19 people. The finals will then determine the top 18 and their ranking. Before the finals, 8 combat platforms will be used simultaneously for the competition. Although there are many stages, the pace is exceedingly fast. To support our work, please read on MVLMPYR. Even in the 1st round, each combat platform only hosts an average of 18 to 19 matches. A match can last as long as half an hour or end in the blink of an eye. By the end of the morning, the 1st round had already concluded. Lu Qingshan stepped up. His opponent was a true Qi realm 2nd layer disciple. With just a flick of sword Qi from Lu Qingshan, he broke through the disciple's true essence shield and won the advancement. This battle was quick and decisive. The disciples watching from the sidelines hadn't even processed what happened before it was over. Lu Qingshan attracted a small scale of attention. The second round, Lu Qingshan's opponent changed to a true Qi Realm 4th level disciple. Similarly, a clean and neat flick of sword chi broke through the opponent's wind wall skill, securing advancement. Lu Qingshan attracted a certain level of attention. The third round, the opponent was a true Qi Realm 7th layer disciple. With a flickering sword chi breaking the shield and then stepping on the Xuanji to approach, employing the wind control skill swept up the opponent and threw them off the platform. Lu Qingshan caught no small amount of attention. The fourth round, he faced Zhao Chu, a true inheritor from the true Qi 9th layer. This disciple is said to be a student of the Foundation establishment, Elder Mei Jiancheng, and has considerable mastery over various techniques. He was a hot contender for the championship in this tournament. However, when facing Lu Qingshan, amidst sword chi and wind control skill exchanges, Lu Qingshan still emerged victoriously. This brought them to the finals. As the dark horse that suddenly emerged and entered the finals, Lu Qingshan stirred immense interest. With such a solid foundation and profound techniques, no wonder Elder Lu is full of confidence. Zhou Yuan watched Lu Qingshan's 4 battles closely, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. He could see that Lu Qingshan only had 3rd level cultivation in the true Qi realm, but the techniques he used were far from simple. His sword Qi was sharp and condensed. His wind control skill was also extraordinary, with gales surging as soon as he employed it. Being caught in the midst of it, one not only faced the scraping of wind blades, but also chaos in all directions, causing dizziness and confusion. In the 3rd round, Lu Qingshan used this wind control skill to throw his opponent off the platform. He's just relying on techniques. His cultivation level is nothing special. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, having anticipated this already. Lu Qingshan, following him in cultivation, focused mainly on mastering middle-level and high-level techniques due to limitations in talent and time, perfecting only 1 or 2 methods. But in the Luoxia sect, where middle-level techniques are already the strongest, he was more than capable of sweeping through the true Qi realm. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 110, 100 Herbs Garden, 11th update. Subscribe, please. The sword Qi that Lu Qingshan previously displayed was Luofu sword Qi from the Luofu sword scripture, which can be mastered in the fetal breathing realm. Its release is commanded by the heart's intention, and its power far exceeds ordinary middle-level techniques. The wind control skill, on the other hand, was enhanced by Lu Qingfeng from low level to middle level. Its power is also exceptional, certainly not inferior to several of the Luoxia sect's top techniques. As for high-level and super-level techniques, Lu Qingshan only mastered 1 of each. Given the richness of his true Qi, there was absolutely no need to use them in this level of competition. Elder Lu is being too modest. Although this youngster Zhou Chu is lacking in his studies, he had quite a bit of confidence for this competition. I didn't expect him to be defeated so thoroughly today. This will motivate him to practice more diligently in the future. Mei here would like to thank your honorable disciple on his behalf. As Lu Qingfeng finished speaking, a middle-aged man by his side chimed in. With a square jaw, this was none other than Zhou Chu's master, Mei Jiancheng. This person is the direct grandson of the Supreme Elder Mei Qingyan and advanced to Foundation establishment at an early age due to his extraordinary talent. He is now a Foundation establishment and Essence Cultivation realm cultivator. In the entire Luoxia sect, apart from the sect master and the 3 supreme elders, his cultivation was the highest, surpassing all other elders, Elder Jiancheng. Seeing that Mei Jiancheng's face bore a smile and no dissatisfaction, Lu Qingfeng knew it was not sarcasm or mockery. The Luoxia sect's competition lasted a full 7 days. In the end, Lu Qingshan defeated a group of true Qi realm experts in the Luoxia sect and emerged as the most eye-catching dark horse, capturing first place. Consequently, Lu Qingshan's reputation soared within the Luoxia sect. Before this event, Lu Qingshan had some reputation within a small circle. It stemmed from Lu Qingfeng, the brother of Elder Lu from Silverhorn Mountain. This was the label some disciples of the Luoxia sect, who were privy to the inside story, attached to Lu Qingshan. However, after this competition, everyone had to take Lu Qingshan seriously. Even the Foundation establishment elders of the Luoxia sect looked at him with new respect and became curious about Lu Qingfeng. If the younger brother is so formidable, what about the polite and unassuming older brother? Besides alchemy and artifact refining, could he also possess exceptional skills and techniques? A single competition not only brought Lu Qingshan to everyone's attention, but also made Lu Qingfeng's capabilities outside his known identity as a second-rank alchemist and artifact refiner a topic of interest. Jinyun Peak, Bowang Platform. Note from the editor, always check MV2 for corrections. Lu Qingfeng and Zhou Yuan sat opposite each other, sipping tea and overlooking the vast sea of clouds. Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Qingfeng. Elder Lu has sought me out not solely for tea. Am I right? Ending of the competition aside, Lu Qingfeng's initiative in reaching out to Zhou Yuan was naturally not just for a leisurely chat over tea. Lu Qingfeng sipped his tea and smiled. The sect master is truly wise. Lu came for the matter concerning the 100 Herbs Garden. As expected, Zhou Yuan chuckled. Even if Elder Lu hadn't come, I would have invited you to discuss this matter. I am all ears. Lu Qingfeng listened intently. 100 Herbs Garden. This is what he heard from Yu Miaoyin and Yue Miaofa. 3 years ago, when Yu Miaoyin returned to Jinyun Peak, the first person she looked for was her father, Yue Changchun. But the 2 gray-clothed disciples guarding the mountain gate did not recognize this person. At that time, Lu Qingfeng had a suspicion that something unexpected might have happened to Yu Miaoyin's father. Later, from Yu Miaoyin, he learned that her father had fallen more than 40 years ago in a secret realm while competing for spiritual medicine. The place where he fell was none other than the 100 Herbs Garden. The origin of the 100 Herbs Garden is mysterious. It seems to have been a place specially cultivated by a predecessor for growing spiritual medicine. Various kinds of spiritual herbs grow there, hence we call it the 100 Herbs Garden. More than 300 years ago, the entrance to the 100 Herbs Garden appeared for the first time in the Juyan mountain range, attracting attention from the Juyan 4 sects. After some exploration, the 4 sects found that one must carry spirit stones to enter the 100 Herbs Garden. If one is a Foundation establishment practitioner, at least 200 spirit stones must be carried on their person, and one can only stay in the 100 Herbs Garden for 10 days. If the stay exceeds that, 1 extra spirit stone is consumed for each additional day until all 200 spirit stones are exhausted, then one would be expelled from the 100 Herbs Garden. If postnatal realm disciples enter, they only need to carry 20 spirit stones. Like Foundation establishment practitioners, after staying for 10 days, staying longer in the 100 Herbs Garden would require spirit stones. However, postnatal realm disciples consume spirit stones at a slower rate, about 1 spirit stone every 10 days. Despite only having 20 spirit stones, the time they can stay in the 100 Herbs Garden is almost the same as that of Foundation establishment cultivators. No matter how many spirit stones one carries, one can stay in the 100 Herbs Garden for up to 210 days at most. Zhou Yuan talked eloquently, recalling that past. When the 100 Herbs Garden first emerged, he was only at the true Qi realm and was selected to enter the 100 Herbs Garden. Zhou Yuan still remembers the shock he experienced upon seeing the mountains and fields full of spiritual medicine after entering. First-rank spirit medicine was everywhere. Second-rank spiritual medicine was also not scarce, and even third-rank spirit medicine was plenty. Zhou Yuan and several fellow disciples stayed in the 100 Herbs Garden for the full 210 days, harvesting countless first, second, and third-rank spirit medicine. After bringing them out of the 100 Herbs Garden, it helped the Luoxia sect to firmly establish itself in the Juyan mountain range, with Foundation establishment practitioners continuously emerging, laying a profound foundation. After that time, the 100 Herbs Garden emerged once every 12 years, becoming a feast for the Juyun for sex. After several times, they approximately figured out the patterns of the 100 Herbs Garden, such as foundation establishment stage and postnatal realm. Individuals who enter must carry at least 220 spirit stones, respectively. Such as the entrance to the 100 Herbs Garden is open for only a short 3 hours. After 3 hours, the entrance closes, allowing exit but no entry. The number of people who can pass through the entrance of the 100 Herbs Garden is also limited. Postnatal realm disciples at most 72 people. Foundation establishment practitioners at most 16 people. The interior of the 100 Herbs Garden is divided into upper and lower levels. Both foundation establishment cultivators and postnatal practitioners can enter the upper level, carrying at least 200 spirit stones. Staying one extra day would consume 1 spirit stone. The lower level can only be entered by postnatal practitioners, carrying 20 spirit stones and consuming 1 spirit stone for every extra 10 days of stay. Regardless of whether it is the upper or lower level of the 100 Herbs Garden, there are first to third rank spirit medicine. It's just that in the upper level, there is a treasure that even Spirit Void practitioners find tantalizing. This treasure is called the Returning Yang Fruit Tree. The Returning Yang Fruit Tree blossoms every 12 years, bears fruit every 12 years, and matures every 12 years. Only 12 Returning Yang fruits are obtained every 36 years. Extremely precious. Zhou Yuan mentioned the Returning Yang fruit and paused for a moment. Clearly the preciousness of this spirit fruit making him, a lofty Spirit Void practitioner and sect master, also moved. Returning Yang fruit? Lu Qingfeng's brows twitched as an elixir recipe flashed in his mind. He took note silently without interrupting Zhou Yuan, only to hear Zhou Yuan continue. If a core formation stage or lower practitioner consumes this Returning Yang fruit, it can extend one's lifespan by 10 years, and each cultivator can consume up to 3 Returning Yang fruits in their lifetime. If there is an abundance of Returning Yang fruits, one's lifespan can be extended by a full 30 years. Spirit Void, Foundation Establishment, and postnatal practitioners who obtain a Returning Yang fruit might be able to prolong their lifespan by the 10 years gained, advance their cultivation, and thereby defy fate and change their destiny. Therefore, the preciousness of the Returning Yang fruits can be imagined, as can the intensity of the competition for them. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 111. 3 Elements Demon Sect, Sky Sun 6 Veins. 12th update, please subscribe. Returning Yang Fruit, Prolonging Life. Lu Qingfeng had already guessed in his heart, but it was not until Zhou Yuan's explanation that he understood it was not a common name. The spirit fruit capable of extending one's lifespan, without the need for Zhou Yuan's detailed explanation, Lu Qingfeng already understood its preciousness. In the 100 Herbs Garden, there actually exists such a treasure like the Returning Yang fruit. No wonder it's valued so highly by the Luoxia sect, with all info tightly concealed. Lu Qingfeng thought to himself. The information he got from Yuo Miaoyin and Yuo Miaofa only mentioned that the 100 Herbs Garden is a secret realm under the control of Juyun 4 sects, where first rank, second rank, and third rank spirit medicines grow. But they did not mention the Returning Yang fruit tree and the Returning Yang fruit. Indeed. The Returning Yang fruit, for those cultivators whose lifespan is nearing its end, once they know about it, they will definitely be desperate to snatch it. It's a risk worth taking for those who are on the brink of death to fight for a chance to live another decade. Yue's siblings didn't fully disclose the details of the 100 Herbs Garden to him, especially the Returning Yang fruit tree, which Lu Qingfeng understood and did not mind. Zhou Yuan, unaware of this, continued. In the entire upper layer of the 100 Herbs Garden, there are 9 Returning Yang fruit trees in total, and every 12 years, 3 of these trees bear fruit and mature. That is to say, every 12 years when the 100 Herbs Garden opens, there are 36 returning yang fruits available. If it's only divided among the Jueyun 4 sects, it's barely enough. But there's more than one entrance to the 100 Herbs Garden, and it's not just the Jueyun 4 sects that can enter. Lu Qingfeng knew this. The Jueyun mountain range stretches for 10,000 miles, even larger than the entire territory of Upper Sun Country. But beyond the Jueyun mountain range and the Jueyun 4 sects, there are other sects, along with the presence of demons and fiends. To the north of the Jueyun mountain range, the demon sect has its stronghold. There, named 3 Elements, a group of mountains also has an entrance to the 100 Herbs Garden under the control of 3 demon sects. These 3 demon sects are collectively known as the 3 Elements Demon Sect. And in the eastern part of the Jueyun mountain range, there is a place called Sky Sun Waters, a rampant territory of the Demon Clan. This area too has an entrance to the 100 Herbs Garden occupied by the 6 clans of the Sky Sun Waters. Jueyun 4 sects, 3 Elements Demon Sect, Sky Sun 6 Veins. These are the 3 forces competing for the spirit medicines and returning yang fruits in the 100 Herbs Garden. Whether it is the Jueyun 4 sects, the 3 Elements Demon Sect, or the Sky Sun 6 Veins, none of them are united. Each sect, gathered in one place, naturally has countless conflicts of interest. Forming a united front is simply impossible. Inside the 100 Herbs Garden, it is more about each sect fighting individually, making the situation even more complex. Upon entering, one must guard against the Demon Sect, the Demon Clan, and also be wary of cultivators from the other 3 sects. As for disciples from our own sect, because a fixed portion of the gains in the 100 Herbs Garden must be handed over to the sect, trust can be maintained among each other. Jueyun 4 sects collectively have 72 spots for True Qi Realm and 16 spots for Foundation Establishment Stage. Divided equally, our Luoxia sect has 18 True Qi Realm disciples eligible to enter the 100 Herbs Garden. These 18 must be the strongest among those in the True Qi Realm. Traditionally, they are the top 3 from each year's minor competition, along with the top 3 from several past years. Zhou Yuan paused here and then continued. Your junior brother won the top spot in this minor competition, securing a spot for himself in the 100 Herbs Garden. Elder Lu is highly confident in his abilities, having brought out the 7 Evil banner prior to the competition, presumably in preparation for this trial in the 100 Herbs Garden. Lu Qingfeng, merely being a guest elder of the Luoxia sect, taking out such a precious magic artifact as the 7 Evil banner in the minor competition was already odd. Combined with Lu Qingshan winning the championship and obtaining the 7 Evil banner, Zhou Yuan and other elders of the Luoxia sect were keenly aware. However, Lu Qingfeng acted openly, having already declared his personal interest before unveiling the 7 Evil banner, and no one minded much. Only Zhou Yuan suffered, being pushed by Lu Qingfeng to such an extent that he even took out his long-cherished purple light pearl. Fortunately, both treasures ended up in the hands of their own people. The 7 Evils banner was originally meant to be given to Qingshan. Lu Qingfeng was even more at ease about it. Although Zhou Yuan felt somewhat pained, at least the purple light pearl was still in the hands of Luoxia sect disciples, so it was not a loss. However, mentioning this matter, Zhou Yuan's face inevitably showed some helplessness. The sect master guessed correctly. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Upon hearing the news of the 100 Herbs Garden trial, I was worried about Qingshan's safety. Although his strength is passable, the 100 Herbs Garden contains Demon Clan and Demon Sect cultivators, and fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. Therefore, I refined the 7 Evils banner, but as Qingshan is independent, giving it directly to him would be less beneficial than offering it during this minor sect contest. With the 7 Evils banner by his side, entering the 100 Herbs Garden would also give him more ability to protect himself. Unlike Qingyu's dependency, Qingshan is more independent, always thinking about escaping the overshadowing influence of his elder brother. In recent years, Lu Qingshan rarely visited Silverhorn Mountain. He crazily completed sect missions outside, earning cultivation resources. That was his way of proving himself. Lu Qingfeng held a supportive stance towards this. Lu Qingshan being independent and autonomous, his achievements in the future would surely surpass those who always rely under the protection of their elder brother. The path of cultivation should indeed be like this. Thus, besides providing him and Qingyu with elixir pills and spirit stones each month, Lu Qingfeng did not interfere in other aspects. When the Seven Evils banner was refined, it was not forced upon him, but rather offered through a Luoxia sect contest. For this younger brother, Lu Qingfeng had indeed put in great effort. Elder Lu has put in great thought. Does this mean you do not object to your younger brother entering the 100 Herbs Garden? Zhou Yuan stroked his silver-white beard and asked aloud, "That's the rule of Luoxia sect. How could I oppose it?" laughed Lu Qingfeng. The original source is MVL5MYR. However, the fact was, even if he opposed, Lu Qingshan might not listen. Elder Lu understands the bigger picture. I admire that, Zhou Yuan said cheerfully upon hearing this. With Lu Qingshan holding the Seven Evils banner in this venture to the 100 Herbs Garden, our Luoxia sect will definitely be able to sweep away the decline and suppress the Demon and Demon Clan factions. With Lu Qingshan possessing the Seven Evils banner, refined by Lu Qingfeng, going into the 100 Herbs Garden will greatly assist the Luoxia sect disciples in competing for spiritual medicine in the lower layers of the garden. It boosts the overall strength by more than 30%. Zhou Yuan, as the sect master of Luoxia sect, was naturally pleased. Qingshan is still inexperienced. He'll need more care from fellow sect members. Sect master, please don't set too high expectations for him. Lu Qingfeng smiled at Zhou Yuan and raised his cup to drink. Your younger brother has profound true qi, and his techniques are even more superior. Based on his performance in the minor contest, combined with the Seven Evils banner for protection, he won't have a match in the 100 Herbs Garden. This isn't setting high expectations. Zhou Yuan praised while also probing. Lu Qingfeng savored his tea and did not comment. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan did not press further. He quickly changed the subject and curiously asked, I originally thought Elder Lu came here for your younger brother's matter. Now it seems I was mistaken. May I know what matter concerning the 100 Herbs Garden brought Elder Lu here? Originally, it was assumed that Lu Qingfeng came for Lu Qingshan. After all, the 100 Herbs Garden is perilous, and if Lu Qingfeng continuously put his younger brother in danger, he might likely want him to withdraw from this venture into the 100 Herbs Garden. But after conversing, it turned out that not only did Lu Qingfeng not oppose his younger brother's participation in the 100 Herbs Garden, he actually held an extremely supportive attitude. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio, like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 112, Desiring to Enter 100 Herbs Garden, 13th update, please subscribe. Zhou Yuan was naturally curious. Aside from Lu Qingshan, what other matters concerning the 100 Herbs Garden did Elder Lu seek to discuss with him? Could it be that Elder Lu has come for the spiritual medicines in the 100 Herbs Garden? A light flashed through Zhou Yuan's mind as he spoke out his question. That's exactly it. I've heard that the 100 Herbs Garden is rich in spiritual medicines and even contains treasures like the returning yang fruit. I'd like to ask the sect master for a chance to go in and broaden my horizons, said Lu Qingfeng, not one to beat around the bush. The returning yang fruit could increase one's lifespan by 10 years. Although it was only 10 years, it might prove useful in the future. Even if not for the future, an important ingredient in the elixir recipe for the lifespan extension pill is this returning yang fruit. The 100 Herbs Garden opens once every 12 years, and the returning yang fruit matures only once every 36 years. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 12 years, so rather than taking risks later, it's better to secure it now for peace of mind. Elder Lu, rest assured the spiritual medicines. Zhou Yuan thought he had guessed correctly from the previous statement by Lu Qingfeng, and was about to promise that the spiritual medicines harvested from the 100 Herbs Garden would be given priority for him to choose freely. But hearing what followed, his expression couldn't help but turn serious. "Is Elder Lu jesting with me?" "Of course not." Lu Qingfeng said, "The 100 Herbs Garden is mysterious, abundant with spiritual medicines, and I truly wish to go in and see for myself." In truth, with his disposition, if it weren't for the presence of the returning yang fruit and the second rank and third rank spiritual medicines needed for refining the foundation establishment pill in the 100 Herbs Garden, and if the people of the Luoxia sect had no certainty of harvesting or seizing the spiritual medicines and returning yang fruit that Lu Qingfeng needed, he would rather stay at Silverhorn Mountain to cultivate and amuse himself and not bother to explore any secret realms. It's not that he wants to, but out of necessity. According to what he knows, there are indeed numerous second-rank and third-rank spiritual medicines in the 100 Herbs Garden. However, the spiritual medicines that Luoxia sect obtained in previous years were randomly harvested without any specific purpose. Even if Lu Qingfeng asked them to collect the specific herbs needed to refine the foundation establishment pill, in the complicated situation of the 100 Herbs Garden, they might not necessarily be able to collect them. As for the returning yang fruit, the Luoxia sect will certainly prioritize cultivators whose lifespans are nearing their end. Being relatively young, it would be inappropriate for Lu Qingfeng to openly ask for it, so Lu Qingfeng decided to enter the 100 Herbs Garden himself. He was initially ignorant of the returning yang fruit, solely focusing on the spiritual medicines for refining the foundation establishment pill. Now that he knows about the existence of the returning yang fruit, it's even more imperative for him to go in. The 100 Herbs Garden is full of heavy restrictions and dangerous arrays, with foundation establishment experts from both the demon and the magic factions entering, posing extreme dangers. Zhou Yuan sat up straight, his face solemn as he spoke. Elder Lu is deeply accomplished in both alchemy and artifact refining, and none of the cultivators in the entire Juyan Mountain range can compare to him. However, the 100 Herbs Garden values proficiency in array formations and actual combat much more. Forgive my directness, but Elder Lu may still be lacking in these areas. In the 100 Herbs Garden, all the precious spiritual medicines are guarded by array formations and restrictions. Therefore, those who enter must be cultivators proficient in these arts. Moreover, every cultivator entering the 100 Herbs Garden must carry a certain amount of spirit stones, especially foundation establishment cultivators, who must have at least 200 spirit stones upon entering. Even if they spend one per day, the amount of spirit stones they carry initially is not small. As for the later stages, the number of spiritual medicines they possess is also substantial. Wealth can tempt the heart. This is all the more true for spirit stones and spiritual medicines. In the 100 Herbs Garden, conflicts arising over spirit stones and spiritual medicines are far too common. Conflicts and deadly skirmishes amongst the Juyan Four sects have occurred in the past, but when encountering the Demon Clan or Demon Sect, battles are inevitable. Over 40 years ago, Yuo Miaoyan's father, Yue Changchun, was killed in the 100 Herbs Garden by a master of the Foundation Establishment stage from the Three Elements Demon Sect. In these past 300 years, too many Foundation Establishment cultivators and true Qi Realm disciples of the Luoxia sect and Juyan Four sects have died within the 100 Herbs Garden. Every time the 100 Herbs Garden opens, the Luoxia sect would send 10 to 20 cultivators, and in the extremely lucky scenario, there would only be few casualties. But there have been 2 occasions when tragedy struck, and none returned. In the Luoxia sect, Lu Qingfeng's identity was that of an alchemist and an artifact refiner. As a cultivator's energy is limited, achieving success in both alchemy and artifact refining is truly no easy feat. Lu Qingfeng was still so young that Zhou Yuan naturally assumed Lu Qingfeng's actual combat capability would be unsatisfactory. If Elder Lu wishes for spiritual medicines from the 100 Herbs Garden for alchemy, you could simply have the sect's elders keep an eye out. In our Luoxia sect, Elder Gu Qin and Elder Mohan are both merely first-rank alchemists. If there are any rare spiritual medicines, we would certainly have to trouble Elder Lu to personally refine them. Why must Elder Lu personally venture into the 100 Herbs Garden? Zhou Yuan earnestly advised with great concern. Lu Qingfeng, going in there would be tantamount to seeking death. This Luoxia sect master nearly blurted out these very words, and Lu Qingfeng also understood what Zhou Yuan meant. However, Lu Qingfeng had confidence in his own strength, as well as compelling reasons for entering. The returning yang fruit was just a secondary concern. The spiritual medicines required for refining the Foundation Establishment pill were difficult to find in the Juyan Mountain Range. Even if available, they were scarce and insufficient for Lu Qingfeng's advancement to the Foundation Establishment stage, not to mention for Lu Qingshan and Qingyu. Only the 100 Herbs Garden presented a turning point. Rather than pinning his hopes on the sect's elders and disciples, if they failed to find the required spiritual medicines, one would have to wait another 12 years or search beyond the Juyan Mountain Range. Both options were unacceptable to Lu Qingfeng. In the end, Lu Qingfeng's entrance into the 100 Herbs Garden, seemingly troublesome, was actually to avoid an even greater hassle or wasted 12 years. Read ahead and get updates at MVLR. Sectmaster, rest assured, Lu values his life more than anyone else. My entry into the 100 Herbs Garden this time is merely to gain some experience, and I will certainly not drag the elders down, Lu Qingfeng contended earnestly. The strongest within the 100 Herbs Garden were only at the Foundation Establishment stage. With Lu Qingfeng's current strength, there was absolutely no threat. It would be a pity not to go. But, just as Zhou Yuan was about to dissuade him further, he saw Lu Qingfeng's unwavering determination and stopped mid-sentence, pondering. After a moment, Zhou Yuan's eyes fell on Lu Qingfeng, filled with puzzlement. I regard my own discernment as superior to others, and even without using the Heavenly Eye skill, I can usually see the cultivation levels of Foundation Establishment cultivators with considerable accuracy. Yet, Elder Lu seems shrouded in mist, your cultivation deeply hidden, giving away not the slightest hint. Forgive my audacity, but what is Elder Lu's true cultivation level? Zhou Yuan's confusion is not unwarranted. Lu Qingfeng practiced the concealing technique, which is a supportive, low-level technique capable of opposing the Heavenly Eye skill, designed to conceal the fluctuations of the inner breath, true qi, and true yuan, thus hiding one's true cultivation level. Even a low-level concealing technique could counter the Heavenly Eye skill of cultivators of the same level. Lu Qingfeng, in his obsession, had strengthened it to a super level. Now, even without actively using it, his cultivation level was enshrouded like mist, imperceptible to Spirit Void practitioners. If a core formation true man were present, and Lu Qingfeng intended to use the concealing technique, he could still achieve the purpose of hiding his cultivation level. It even had a nuance of concealing heaven's secrets, able to shield against others' prying and predictions, mysterious and unfathomable. Being at the Spirit Void stage, Zhou Yuan naturally couldn't see through Lu Qingfeng's cultivation level. I'm merely at the Foundation Establishment condensing liquid realm. Concealing my cultivation level is simply because the cultivation technique I practice is special. During the phase when True Yuan turns to liquid, it presents a misty appearance, rendering the cultivation level fuzzy and obscure. Moreover, during the operation process. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 113, The Intractable Root Bone, Concerns of Cultivation, 14th Update. Lu Qingfeng, in order to dispel Zhou Yuan's doubts, spoke at length. He deliberately mentioned some details about the Foundation Establishment condensing liquid realm that could only be known by Foundation Establishment cultivators who had personally experienced it. These insights of the levels of cultivation in the Foundation Establishment condensing liquid realm were repeatedly pondered by Lu Qingfeng in the game. His explanations were so detailed that they could not be articulated this coherently if he had not experienced it himself. Even if Zhou Yuan had doubts, he would only suspect that Lu Qingfeng's cultivation level was higher, not anything else. He would never have guessed that Lu Qingfeng sitting in front of him had only achieved the true Qi realm. Foundation establishment condensing liquid. Zhou Yuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly before he looked up at Lu Qingfeng and said, I need to discuss this matter with the 3 supreme elders first. I will give Elder Lu a reply in 3 days. All right. Then I will await the sect master's favorable news. Lu Qingfeng stood up to bow and then took his leave. Bursting from the clouds, an iron-feathered flying eagle carried Lu Qingfeng towards Silverhorn Mountain. 3rd rank iron-feathered flying eagle. Zhou Yuan, sitting cross-legged, watched Lu Qingfeng disappear into the sea of clouds, his face bearing a contemplative expression. Silverhorn Mountain. Lu Qingfeng leaped off the back of the iron-feathered flying eagle and returned to his cave dwelling. Lu Qingyu was cultivating in her own cave dwelling. In the 3 years since they joined the Luoxia sect, the siblings mostly cultivated in Silverhorn Mountain, especially Lu Qingfeng, who was described as hardly ever leaving his room. Lu Qingyu, however, would occasionally go out, riding a white crane around the Juyun mountain range. 3 months ago, Lu Qingyu advanced to the True Qi Realm 3rd level. Lu Qingshan had achieved this 2 months earlier than her. Therefore, during this period, Lu Qingyu cultivated extremely diligently, aiming to catch up with or even surpass her second brother. But Lu Qingshan had a better root bone than Qingyu, and had undergone various trial experiences over the past 2 years, gaining insights and improving his cultivation rapidly. Lu Qingyu, despite often receiving guidance from her elder brother, realized that cultivation largely depended on one's own efforts. Her diligent cultivation was accompanied by less experiential learning, and with the current trend, her cultivation level would continue to fall further behind Lu Qingshan. Reaching the foundation establishment level would not be an issue. Lu Qingfeng's concern was about the time Qingyu needed to reach the foundation establishment stage and the pace of cultivation after reaching foundation establishment. Simply reaching foundation establishment conveys a lifespan of about 300 years. With Qingyu's root bone and pace of cultivation, the journey through the foundation establishment stage would certainly be tougher. Qingyu. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling, pondering Qingyu's cultivation progress, yet unable to come up with a solution. He could only try to find methods in the game to quickly increase his cultivation level and gather various cultivation resources and life-extending spiritual objects in reality. Sitting quietly, Lu Qingfeng focused his thoughts. 3 years ago, when he emerged from the Crying Swamp, he had just advanced to the True Qi Realm's 6th layer. With 3 years of relentless cultivation and collecting herbs through the Luoxia sect, top-level elixir pills were abundant, and his cultivation progressed swiftly, now reaching the late stages of the True Qi Realm 8th layer. Once he crossed the True Qi 9th layer, he would be able to advance to the foundation establishment stage. At that time, with a lifespan of 300 years, his cultivation journey would also feel a lot steadier. Ordinary cultivators reaching foundation establishment, if they have excellent root bone, do not need foundation establishment pills and can break through directly. Even if their root bone is slightly poorer, with persistent efforts over time, and if the opportunity arises, they also have the chance to advance. However, Qingyu, Qingshan, and I all have extremely poor root bone. To rely solely on our own power to reach foundation establishment, bound by our root bone, is exceedingly difficult. This chapter is from the collection at MMORPG. He decided to enter the 100 Herbs Garden this time. One reason was for Qingshan's safety. Although with Qingshan's strength, and with the 7 Evil Banner in hand, he was unmatched by true Qi Realm cultivators in the lower levels of the 100 Herbs Garden. There was no guarantee that no accidents would occur. Secondly, Lu Qingfeng was on the verge of reaching foundation establishment and urgently needed foundation establishment pills. Root bone. Lu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Thinking of the foundation establishment pill, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but think of root bone. The limitation of root bone makes cultivation arduous, and to enhance the root bone is even harder than reaching the skies. He had searched for many years in the game, and besides some extremely rare and magnificent spiritual treasures, which were beyond his cultivation level and touch, There was no other way. But even those spiritual treasures were unreachable in the game, not to mention in reality. Root bone is innate, tied to one's fate. To change it postnatally, one must possess abilities against the heavens, as mere medicinal stones wouldn't suffice. In reality, enhancing one's root bone is impractical. The 100 Herbs Garden opens in a month. Let's not even talk about not having the Foundation Establishment pill. Even if we had one, advancing to Foundation Establishment before then is impossible. However, this is good too, as being in the true Qi realm allows one to freely move between the upper and lower levels of the 100 Herbs Garden and also take care of Qing Mountain. Shaking his head, Lu Qingfeng temporarily set aside his worries about root bone and pondered the preparations before entering the 100 Herbs Garden. Actually, there wasn't much to prepare. The entry fee of 200 spirit stones for the 100 Herbs Garden would be provided by the Luoxia sect, and Lu Qingfeng only needed to organize the magic artifacts he had refined over the years and sort out the various techniques and divine skills he was proficient in the game and mastered in reality. Reality or game, he was diligently cultivating. Lu Qingfeng's cultivation had reached the true Qi realm 8th layer late stage. Cultivating 2 mysterious level techniques, his true Qi was extremely dense. He also possesses a true sect level body refinement technique, making his physical body strong enough to match or even surpass demon beasts. Combined with several divine skills, he would have no rivals in the 100 Herbs Garden. Whether it's the Demon Clan, Demon Sect, or the other 3 sects among the Juyin 4 sects, the threat towards Lu Qingfeng was minimal. Now, what Lu Qingfeng needed to prepare for was the array formation restriction. The spiritual medicines in the 100 Herbs Garden were guarded by array formation prohibitions, and to increase the efficiency of obtaining them, one must have some expertise in this area. The way of array formation prohibition is broad and profound, no less than alchemy or artifact refining. 8 years in the game, equivalent to 1 month in reality, is far from enough for me to achieve proficiency in this field. However, the prohibitions in the 100 Herbs Garden are only aimed at postnatal and foundation establishment cultivators. Not hard to handle. Lu Qingfeng chuckled lightly and entered Primordial. What? This is nonsense. On Bowang platform, Mei Qingyan shook his head continuously. No way. Absolutely not. Sitting beside Mei Qingyan were Zhou Yuan, Sui Hanshan, and Yue Lingxi as prohibitions rose around them, preventing their voices from leaking out, ensuring their conversation was not overheard. They were discussing Lu Qingfeng's entry to the 100 Herbs Garden. As soon as Zhou Yuan mentioned it, Mei Qingyan shook his head in opposition. Among the 3 supreme elders of the Luoxia sect, each matched their reputation. Sui Hanshan was colder by nature, usually taciturn. He focused solely on cultivation and didn't particularly care about many things. Yue Lingxi was astute and handled matters smoothly and skillfully. The last one, Mei Qingyan, was known for his explosive temper, being the most irascible. Lu Qingfeng, having never met them, was due to his dual status as an alchemist and artifact refiner valued by the Luoxia sect. Even Mei Qingyan had to maintain good relations with him. But from the Foundation Establishment elders to the deacons and disciples of the Luoxia sect, none didn't fear this supreme elder. Junior brother Mei, calm down for a moment. Zhou Yuan spoke to soothe, knowing Mei Qingyan's explosive temper, then turned to Yue Lingxi. Senior sister Yue, what do you think? Is Elder Lu's attitude firm? Instead of directly expressing her views, Yue Lingxi asked. Yes, and he is very confident in his own strength. Zhou Yuan stroked his silver beard and sighed. From the looks of it, except letting him join, we have no other choice, Yue Lingxi said directly. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 114, Crying Swamp Trial, 15th Update. Senior Sister Yue's view happens to coincide with mine. Zhou Yuan stroked his grizzled beard and nodded as he spoke. Hearing this, Mei Qingyan widened his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, "Do the sect master and senior sister Yue worry that Elder Lu will be so resolute that if he cannot secure a spot in the 100 Herbs Garden within our Luoxia sect, he might switch his allegiance to one of the other 3 factions?" Although Mei Qingyan is fiery in temper, with over 200 years of cultivation, he is no fool. With a little thought, he understood the implications of Yue Lingxi and Zhou Yuan's words. "I have also heard a bit about this Elder Lu's character from Miao Yin," Yue Lingxi's voice, hoarse, slowly continued. "Given Elder Lu's character, it's unlikely for him to defect to other factions. But if he really is determined, I fear he won't give up easily. Rather than jeopardizing our relationship later, it's better to agree now. Furthermore, Miao Yin once mentioned that Elder Lu has always been cautious and exceedingly mysterious. Since he actively seeks entry into the 100 Herbs Garden, he must be confident in his ability to protect himself. Even if Elder Lu is just an ordinary condensed liquid realm practitioner, as long as I am by his side, neither the demon clans nor the demon sect's offspring would dare hurt a single hair on him. If this can completely keep him within the Luoxia sect, what would I regret giving up this life for?" At the end, Yue Lingxi's words revealed a determination to lay down her life. "Senior Sister Yue, you're being too serious," Mei Qingyan said in succession. Zhou Yuan and Sui Hanshan looked toward Yue Lingxi, understanding her intention. Senior Sister Yue was the earliest among them to be initiated. She had been in the sect for 306 years, from the age of 12. The lifespan limit for a foundation establishment stage practitioner is around 300 years. Yu Lingxi had once consumed a returning yang fruit, but now she had long had a premonition that her life's limit was approaching. Considering that she had no hope of ascending to the spirit void, Yu Lingxi did not wish to waste the sect's treasured returning yang fruits and might pass away at any moment. That was the reason for her words. If she could gain the favor of Lu Qingfeng by defending him in the 100 Herbs Garden with her dying body, and thus secure a promising second-rank alchemist for the Luoxia sect, it would be her final contribution before death. Upon mentioning this, no matter it was Zhou Yuan, Sui Hanshan, or Mei Qingyan, all felt a heavy emotion for a while. In the current Luoxia sect, only the 4 of them came from the era of the Luoxia ancestor, and Yue Lingxi was the oldest among them. Seeing this noble and virtuous senior sister could pass away at any moment, their hearts could not help but grieve. In the silence, the matter of Lu Qingfeng entering the 100 Herbs Garden was settled. On the same day, Lu Qingfeng received the news from Jinyuan Peak. Although he had expected it, he still felt relieved. Being able to settle the spot in the 100 Herbs Garden through the Luoxia sect saved him the trouble of looking elsewhere. Upper Sun Country, Fujian Cliff. A decade had passed since Lu Qingfeng, Lu Qingshen, and Lu Qingyu, the 3 Qing's ancestors of the Qingyuan Sword Sect, left the Qingyuan Sword Sect. The Qingyuan Sword Sect was thriving, growing increasingly powerful within the Upper Sun Country. With Fujian Cliff and Dangyang County as their foundation, they expanded across 3 counties. In a blink, it had become the strongest force in the Upper Sun Country. With branches in 1 country and 3 counties, Fujian Cliff was revered as a holy land. Having been established for over a decade, the Sword Sect had more than 10,000 disciples. Among them, those excellent in root bone and temperament had already advanced to the True Qi realm, numbering over 100. Among these 100-plus True Qi realm disciples, Zhang Bo, Ma Wenju, Xie Tian, Xie Di, and Han Baiyun are the ones who have advanced the fastest, leading the way with a cultivation at the True Qi realm 4th level. Surprisingly, they have surpassed elders Lu Qingshan and Qingyu, claiming higher positions successively. However, this was an inevitable trend. Jiang Ma and the others have superior root bones and are diligent and ambitious. Even if they cultivate step by step, their advancement would not be slow. Beyond that, this chapter is from the collection at MMPYR. Before leaving the Upper Sun Country, Lu Qingfeng continuously sent elixir pills through his puppets from Fujian Cliff, and the cultivation chamber he arranged with spirit stones played a significant role. The combination of innate factors and external elements, such as the cultivation environment and resources, explains why these 5 have achieved such heights without surprise. True Qi Realm 4th level, the middle phase of the True Qi Realm. Reaching this level, it would take a vast amount of time to make further progress within the Upper Sun Country. Being senior members of the Qingyuan Sword Sect, which is unrivaled in the Upper Sun Country, they can hardly find any competitors. Their only option for self-improvement is to enter the perilous mountains on the South Shore, fighting fierce beasts. The South Shore is dangerous, and few choose to do this. That day, Zhang Bo and the rest emerged from the Ancestor Master Hall, their expressions tinged with excitement as they gathered in the conference hall. Zhang Bo, a few years the senior among them, was the first to enter the True Qi Realm and True Qi Realm 4th level. He was calm by nature, but excitement and light flickered in his eyes, clearly struggling to contain his emotions. He glanced at the other four and took the lead, saying, "The Three Qing's ancestor has already opened a path in the Crying Swamp, leading to the cultivation world at Biyang Lake. Disciples of the Qingyuan Sword Sect who have reached the True Qi Realm 4th level may apply to partake in the Crying Swamp trial. If they pass, they may cross the Crying Swamp and reach Biyang Lake, from which their future is boundless. If not, they will be returned to the Upper Sun Country, only getting a second trial opportunity upon reaching the True Qi 9th layer. And without passing, they will have no more chances in the cultivation world." "What do you four junior brothers think?" Ma Wenju, Shui Tian, and the other three exchanged glances, all showing eagerness. Today, the black-clothed guardian of the Qingyuan Sword Sect suddenly summoned them, informing them of the Three Qing's ancestors' intentions. The Crying Swamp trial. Success means leaving the barren cultivation lands of the Upper Sun Country, advancing into the cultivation world of Biyang Lake. Failure means a lifetime of stagnation within the Upper Sun Country. For the disciples of the Qingyuan Sword Sect, this is undoubtedly a trial that concerns their fate. The five are eager to try, yet they worry about the trial's difficulties. Should they fail, setting aside the inconceivable time it would take to cultivate to the True Qi 9th layer for a second trial, that would be their only chance, pushed into a corner. And if they fail again, then their remaining years would be hopeless. Upon suddenly hearing that they could enter the cultivation world, their hearts were ecstatic. But as they stepped out of the Ancestor Master Hall and calmed down to think it over, they realized that hurrying into the trial might not be wise. "I believe we should not rush into the trial," said Ma Wenju, genteel and correcting his expression. "Reaching the True Qi Realm 4th level grants us one trial chance, but with that level of cultivation, the chances of success are undoubtedly slim. If we can cultivate to the True Qi 5th level or 6th level, the odds would be much better." At these words, Shadi, a burly figure with a dark complexion, nodded continuously. Brother Ma is right. Before leaving the Upper Sun Country, the Ancestor Master left behind many techniques. Plus, he has sent over the methods of alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman making through the black-clothed guardian. Increasing our cultivation levels and mastering a few techniques will surely give us a better chance to complete the trial. But Shadi had barely finished speaking when Han Baiyun, fair and delicate as a lady, frowned and said, "The Ancestor Master has bestowed upon us the methods of alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman making, indicating that in the future, elixir pills, artifacts, and talismans will rarely be granted. Without the aid of elixir pills, how easy could it be to raise our cultivation within the Upper Sun Country? To learn the way of alchemy and artifacts now, who knows when we will achieve anything?" At that remark, the four others in the hall sunk into silence. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 115 Thoughts, Seat Update. Please subscribe. Silverhorn Mountain. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in his cave abode with a scene unfolding before him in the air. It was the site of the assembly hall of the Qingyu Sword Sect at Fujian Cliff, featuring 5 individuals, the 5 sons of Zhang Bo. The words and expressions of the five figures within the scene were all clearly observed by Lu Qingfeng. The peeping heaven and earth great method is indeed useful, Lu Qingfeng said with a smile as he watched Zhang Bo and the others discuss ideas about the Crying Swamp trial. Magic technique, peeping heaven and earth method. Grade, Servation technique, 5 times enhancement, 3-fold fusion. Description, the 1,000-mile shadow projection technique. The peeping heaven and earth great method can observe the 9 heavens above and the 9 nether below, a supreme technique for spying in the human realm. From the cave abode of the Hun Mountain Demon King, besides acquiring the corpse of the black-veined golden butterfly and lifespan extension pills, Lu Qingfeng also obtained several magic techniques. One of them, known as the 1,000-mile shadow projection technique, piqued Lu Qingfeng's interest. Once this technique is employed, it remains active without dissipating. The Hun Mountain Demon King sent the Black Vein King to breach the White Rock Mountain Immortal Mansion and monitored Zhou Yuan Mountain using this technique. Lu Qingfeng enhanced it to the super level, and over the course of several hundred years, sought out 3 other scrying and investigating techniques to fuse with it, eventually creating the Peeping Heaven and Earth Great Method. By employing this method, scenes from tens of thousands of miles away could be brought before his eyes. However, the cultivation level of the targets being surveyed must not greatly exceed that of Lu Qingfeng. With Lu Qingfeng's current cultivation, using the super-level Peeping Heaven and Earth Great Method to spy on those above the spirit void could potentially lead to detection. Yet observing a few true Qi Realm disciples, he surely would not be discovered. Qingyuan Sword Sect. Lu Qingfeng watched with a smile in his eyes as the 5 discussed. Regarding the Qingyuan Sword Sect, Lu Qingfeng had some immature ideas. When he was in the Upper Sun Country, there were 3 reasons for establishing the Qingyuan Sword Sect. Firstly, to create his own power base, facilitating the collection of various resources. Secondly, to harvest the incense fire beliefs of millions of Upper Sun Country citizens, securing a continuous supply of heavenly silver for cultivation. Thirdly, it was an aspiration of Lu Qingshan. After arriving in the Biyang Lake cultivation world, the importance of the Qingyuan Sword Sect to Lu Qingfeng was reduced to just the incense fire. After all, Upper Sun Country is far from the Juyan mountain range, with a great distance to travel and long waters to cross, making the transportation of medicinal materials and ores difficult. Moreover, low-level materials abundant in Juyan mountain range are easily found, with the citizens of the 6 cities mining the mountains. There is no shortage of such materials. It would be more trouble than it's worth to transport them, so it is better to purchase them in the 6 cities controlled by the Luoxia sect. The value of the Qingyuan Sword Sect seemed to be limited to Upper Sun Country, acting as a tool for gathering incense fire. But after learning about the existence of the 100 Herbs Garden, Lu Qingfeng's thoughts on the Qingyuan Sword Sect changed again. Had I not joined the Luoxia sect and stayed in the Juyan mountain range for a long time, where would I have learned about the existence of such a treasure as the 100 Herbs Garden? Across the vast expanse of the Juyan mountain range, which spans 10,000 miles, there is the 100 Herbs Garden. Within the entire Biyang Lake territory, and even the whole cultivation world of the 3 mountains and 9 waters, how many other precious places like, or even more valuable than, the 100 Herbs Garden are out there? With Lu Qingfeng's limited talent, to improve his cultivation level, he must consume a vast amount of resources. Coupled with the needs of Qingshan and Qingyu, the consumption of resources triples. The single 100 Herbs Garden is far from sufficient, and he alone cannot possibly wander about finding such deeply hidden treasures and secret places like the 100 Herbs Garden, which without spending time to investigate, their details would remain unknown. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng thought of Qingyuan Sword Sect. Qingyuan Sword Sect is located in the Upper Sun Country and has been able to stand out in such a spirit-extinguishing land. Its disciples' aptitudes and mentalities must be exceptional. It's just that they are trapped by the Crying Swamp, unable to enter the cultivation world, unable to advance to foundation establishment, and can only waste their lives away. If a path towards longevity could be carved out for them within the Crying Swamp, and they were dispersed into the 3 mountains and 9 waters cultivation world, it could serve as assistance on their journeys of cultivation. It would not only serve as help along their cultivation paths, but as they settle down to cultivate in various places, they could uncover secrets and act as our eyes and ears. Should they discover treasures like the 100 Herbs Garden or various precious and spiritual objects, whether we dispatch disciples or I personally make haste there, it would be better than one person blindly searching. From the 100 Herbs Garden, Lu Qingfeng thought of many things. Without Primordial, once the role of the 100 Herbs Garden has been fully exploited and his cultivation has reached a certain bottleneck, Lu Qingfeng could actually leave the Juyan mountain range and wander in search of opportunities. This process is also a trial. But he has Primordial, lifetime after lifetime, realm after realm. The trials in the game are enough to save the effort of actual wandering and experiencing trials in reality. In this case, he should make the most of this strength, focusing all the time on what matters most. It's better to lock onto a location and then move out than to randomly search and trust to luck. The Crying Swamp stretches endlessly from north to south, extending between the Biyang Lake territory and the Upper Sun Country, narrow and countless miles long. To select those from Qingyuan Sword Sect who have exceptional talent, character, and mindset, and scatter them along the Crying Swamp into the cultivation world would be like sparks starting a fire. Qingyuan Sword Sect is the overlord of the Upper Sun Country, and the entire Upper Sun Country is the talent base of Qingyuan Sword Sect in the cultivation world. Lu Qingfeng pondered. Find the translation on MVNL. Previously, due to the 3 regions of Upper Sun Country, each being ruled by their lords, with different powers within the counties restraining each other and fighting incessantly, the country's expansion was very slow and sometimes even regressed. Now that Qingyuan Sword Sect dominates within the Upper Sun Country, with many disciples, instead of letting them simply cultivate in seclusion or engage in internal strife, it's better to expand the borders. On one hand, expand Upper Sun Country around, developing more suitable earth realms for habitation, and on the other hand, grow the population. With the rise in the population of Upper Sun Country, it will aid in the collection of incense fire and the cultivation of Qingyuan Sword Sect disciples. With such a strategy, multiple benefits can be gained, and it can even be used to temper the Qingyuan Sword Sect disciples and examine their character. After careful consideration, Lu Qingfeng sent elixir pills, artifact crafting tools, and talismans and other refining methods to Fujian Cliff through a puppet. From now on, Qingyuan Sword Sect disciples can focus on mastering magic or delve into alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman making. Lu Qingfeng will not provide elixir pills directly anymore. In this way, the difficulty of Qingyuan Sword Sect disciples' cultivation will inevitably rise. Yet there are many young people in Upper Sun Country yearning to join Qingyuan Sword Sect. Even if only 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000 is selected, there will be no shortage. The arduous path of cultivation will allow us to sieve out the most outstanding batch and inject them into the cultivation world. As for the issue of loyalty, when Qingyuan Sword Sect recruits people, it places utmost importance on the heart and mind. During their cultivation in Upper Sun Country, there is a specialized file recording their deeds, which serves as a level of assessment. If they forget loyalty upon seeing profit or behave ignobly, they won't even have the chance to be tested. In the process of the Crying Swamp trial, there are also tests in this aspect. After these assessments, while we can't guarantee that every disciple insufficiently loyal will be eliminated, at least we can ensure the loyalty of the majority. Qingyuan Sword Sect recruits them, teaches them magic, alchemy, and artifact skills, and rescues them from the desolate land of Upper Sun Country, thus giving them hope for a long life. As long as their characters are not poor and they know gratitude, their loyalty to Qingyuan Sword Sect should not be doubted. Moreover, staying with Qingyuan Sword Sect with Lu Qingfeng's support is far more advantageous than struggling alone in the cultivation world. Affection, interest. When these intertwine, loyalty comes naturally. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 116, Main God Space? 17 up, please. Silverhorn Mountain. Lu Qingfeng dispelled the peeping heaven and earth great method and entered Primordial. There are returning yang fruits in the 100 Herbs Garden, including first to third rank spirit medicines. It opens once every 12 years, so before I reach the spirit void stage, there's no need to seek other places for cultivation. With a sufficient supply of elixir pills, even after foundation establishment, it would take at least 70 to 80 years to reach the peak of the foundation establishment level. Lu Qingfeng entered the red smoke realm and sat cross-legged in a cave deep in the mountains, still pondering over the affairs of reality. He had the experience from the game, which allowed him to roughly estimate the progress of his future cultivation stages in reality. According to his experience in the game, it would take at least 70 to 80 years to reach the peak of the foundation establishment. Nearly 100 years, enough for him to manage the Qingyuan sword sect in reality and complete his own layout. By the time in the Juyun mountain range, with the difficulty of rapidly increasing one's cultivation through the spiritual medicines of the 100 Herbs Garden, the disciples of the Qingyuan sword sect entering the cultivation world would have likely settled in. Having discovered many treasure locations even superior to the 100 Herbs Garden, Lu Qingfeng could plan to directly relocate based on the intelligence gathered by the disciples. Apart from the journey itself, not a moment would be wasted. However, how to maintain contact with each of the Qingyuan sword sect's scattered branches in the cultivation world remained an issue. Puppets with a sensing range of 22 million miles could only communicate in a broad sense. To truly unite these branches and numerous disciples, a crucial element was still missing. The cultivation at the Upper Sun Country stage and the favor granted by elevating them into the cultivation world, beyond the spirit-extinguishing land of the Upper Sun Country, can sustain loyalty for 10 or 50 years. But from time immemorial, human hearts are prone to change. If their role continues to be merely as tools, commanding them to search for all kinds of information, only taking without giving, this will eventually lead to depletion. Lu Qingfeng held a fairly conservative attitude towards human nature and the human heart. Even ordinary good people, faced with various encounters, have their moments of turning dark, not to mention the cultivators with their extensive lifespans. To string these branches and disciples together, to consolidate them into a single rope, there needs to be concrete benefits, tangible interests. The model of the Luoxia sect is worth learning from. The disciples of the Qingyuan sword sect in Upper Sun Country practice the refined-level Qingyuan sword techniques, which consist of various low-level techniques, low-tier alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman refining magic gates. I possess the Yellow Court scripture with countless higher-level methods. Magic gates can be one of the benefits. Lu Qingfeng pondered. The techniques he passed down in the Qingyuan sword sect were only suitable for Upper Sun Country. They were comprehensive in comparison to the Luoxia sect's techniques, but when it came to grade, they were slightly inferior, such as the Qingyuan sword techniques, which are only refined level and still an incomplete version containing only parts of the postnatal stage. The he NTEVRs, IONs, is on M, V, and PYR. In the future, the disciples who pass the Crying Swamp trial and enter the 3 Mountains and 9 Waters cultivation world would definitely be granted cultivation techniques at the foundation establishment level by Lu Qingfeng. But the subsequent techniques, or even higher-graded Qingyuan sword techniques, would be held tightly in Lu Qingfeng's hands, keeping these disciples under control. If they reached the corresponding level, Lu Qingfeng would not set barriers and would not be stingy in conferring methods. Only if they leave midway, they would have to seek other techniques or gropingly find their own way. Normal cultivators would not do such a thing. Moreover, as long as they do not leave the Qingyuan sword sect, those who establish meritorious deeds later on, can also obtain middle-level and high-level techniques, various elixir recipes, alchemy books, and methods for artifact refining and talisman refining. It will not be easy to get these methods, but it is much better than being a loose cultivator with no way to seek methods. Besides, with 100 times the time difference in the game, Lu Qingfeng's skills in alchemy and artifact refining would far surpass those of the disciples of the Qingyuan sword sect. The spirit pills and magic artifacts he refined could also serve as the second of various benefits beyond the magic gates. Magic gates, spirit pills, magic artifacts. A faint gleam flashed in Lu Qingfeng's eyes, suddenly thinking that this model was somewhat similar to the main god space from novels of his previous life. Completing various tasks could be exchanged for various rewards. That's it! Lu Qingfeng clapped his hands and laughed, his mind suddenly clear. The main god space utilizes various wondrous methods and miraculous elixirs to recruit countless superlatively intelligent and resolute geniuses for its own purposes. This space sends the reincarnators into various realms and dimensions. However, Lu Qingfeng has his Qingyuan sword sect disciples enter into the various locations across 3 mountains and 9 waters. Moreover, the main god space is cold and devoid of human emotions. For the sake of missions, there are even struggles and deadly fights between individuals. But the Qingyuan sword sect envisioned by Lu Qingfeng, on the other hand, binds with warmth under the sect and combines interests in a double ensnarement, achieving a solidarity that the main god space cannot compare with. To realize a model like the main god space, a comprehensive reward and punishment system must be established. How to confiscate spiritual medicines and spiritual objects, etc., collected by the Qingyuan sword sect disciples. And how, after the disciples complete their missions, the rewards such as magic techniques, spirit pills, and magical artifacts exchanged for merits can be distributed quickly, is a big problem. This is also what Lu Qingfeng is concerned about. Adopting the main god space model is the most difficult part of laying out the Qingyuan sword sect in the cultivation world of 3 mountains and 9 waters. It seems that to achieve this, we can only rely on array formation restrictions. Teleportation array? Lu Qingfeng noted this while he continued to cultivate in the game and sought a solution. Unconsciously. 8 years have passed in the game. In reality, a month flashed by. Jinyun Peak, Bowang Platform. Elder Lu, greetings to Elder Lu, Qingyu Immortal. Lu Qingfeng, riding on an iron-feathered flying eagle, landed together with Lu Qingyu on Bowang Platform. Disciples of Luoxia sect who arrived earlier saluted Lu Qingfeng, and a group of elders greeted Lu Qingfeng with clasped fists. Lu Qingfeng responded with a smile to each. Looking over Bowang Platform, there were more than 10 elders like Yue Miaoyin, Yue Miaofa, and about 10 disciples dressed in yellow robes, including Lu Qingshan and Feng White. Lu Qingshan also stood among them. Big brother, seeing Lu Qingfeng arrive, Lu Qingshan came forward to greet him. Is the 7 evil banner refined yet? Lu Qingfeng asked, looking at Qingshan. I have refined the 4 layers restriction. Lu Qingshan replied. The 7 evil banner is a first-rank magic artifact with 9 layers of restrictions. Lu Qingfeng had strengthened it, and its power was comparable to a second-rank magic artifact with 18 restrictions. Lu Qingshan was only at the 3rd level of the true Qi realm, and refining magical artifacts was naturally difficult. Being able to refine 4 layers of restrictions in just 1 month was already quite an achievement. Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly after hearing this and pointed at Qingyu as he said to Qingshan, This time, Qingyu will also enter the 100 Herbs Garden. You two should arrange a meeting place. Inside the 100 Herbs Garden, the methods of the demon clan and demon sect are insidious. One cannot be too careful. Once one enters the 100 Herbs Garden, the location where they appear is random. A group of individuals entering together would also scatter. However, the Luoxia sect and the other 3 sects have been exploring the 100 Herbs Garden for over 300 years and have compiled a relatively complete map. Even if they scatter, they can pin down a meeting place. However, before meeting up, when one is alone, they must be extremely vigilant against the demon clan, demon sect, and even the other 3 factions of Juyun. Got it, big brother. Lu Qingshan nodded in agreement. On the side, Lu Qingyu also nodded, her face showing quite a bit of excitement. Big brother, I heard that everyone who enters the 100 Herbs Garden has at least 20 spirit stones on them. Lu Qingfeng looked at Qingyu and saw her eyes shining. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Mind your limits." "Understood." Lu Qingyu clenched her fist, eager to try. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 117, Curled Feather Pelican. Update, subscribe, please. As the three siblings were talking, Sectmaster Zhou Yuan and the three Supreme Elders hurriedly arrived. "Greetings, Sectmaster, Supreme Elders." The disciples paid their respects, and Lu Qingfeng also accompanied the elders in greeting them. "Sorry to keep Elder Lu waiting." Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Qingfeng and greeted him with a clasped fist. "Elder Lu has just arrived as well." Lu Qingfeng responded with a smile. Beside Zhou Yuan, Mei Qingyan approached Lu Qingfeng and said, "The 100 Herbs Garden is extremely dangerous. If Elder Lu is not fully prepared, perhaps it would be better to enter next time." Mei Qingyan was ultimately still worried, concerned about risking a second-rank alchemist and a second-rank refining master, which the Luoxia sect had only recently won over, in the 100 Herbs Garden. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Qingyan. Although I may not be an expert in combat, my skills in self-preservation are second to none. Please rest assured." Lu Qingfeng thanked him with a clasped fist and shook his head in refusal. "No need to persuade further, Junior Mei. Elder Lu and I will be together, and if anyone attempts mischief, they must get past me first." Yue Lingxi stepped forward, holding a dragon-headed cane. 1 month ago, after the minor competition of the Luoxia sect ended, the spots for entering the 100 Herbs Garden were decided. Lu Qingfeng secured one of the 4 Foundation Establishment slots, entering the upper layer of the 100 Herbs Garden with Supreme Elder Yue Lingxi and Foundation Establishment Elders Mei Jiancheng and Yue Miaoyin. Competing with the 3 Juyin sects, the Demon Clan, and the Demon Sect for spiritual medicine and returning Yang Fruit. Among the 4, Yue Lingxi had the highest cultivation, a master of the Foundation Establishment and Body Tempering Realm, leading this expedition. Mei Qingyan and Han Shan, both Supreme Elders and Masters of the Body Tempering Realm, were left outside the 100 Herbs Garden due to their potential to advance to the Spirit Void in their lifetime, avoiding risk. Mei Jiancheng is a senior elder within the Luoxia sect, already at the Foundation Establishment Cultivation Realm. Below the sect master and the 3 Supreme Elders, his strength was the strongest. Every 12 years, when the 100 Herbs Garden opens, the 3 elders of the Nourishing Yuan realm from the Luoxia sect take turns. Last time it was Elder Zhang Qingyuan, the time before the Elder Sui Jufeng, and this time it was Mei Jiancheng's turn. As for the 3rd and 4th slots, based on past experience, they were respectively for the Foundation Establishment Condensing Liquid Realm and the Foundation Establishment Qi Introduction Realm. This arrangement allowed the Foundation Establishment Elders to gain experience and also avoided sending all the high-level experts from the Luoxia sect into the garden at once, which could lead to a complete disaster and a gap in the sect's upper-level cultivators. But this time, the one entering the 100 Herbs Garden with the Foundation Establishment Condensing Liquid Realm cultivation was Lu Qingfeng, a second-rank alchemist. And the one entering with the Foundation Establishment Qi Introduction Realm cultivation turned out to be Yue Miaoyin, a newly promoted elder who had returned just 3 years ago and had been promoted to Foundation Establishment only a few years prior. These 2 selections surprised many in the Luoxia sect. Lu Qingfeng had volunteered and insisted strongly on going. As for how Yue Miaoyin got the slot as a newly promoted elder, Lu Qingfeng was not sure. Besides the 4 Foundation Establishment Masters, there were also 18 true Qi Realm disciples, including Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu. Initially, Lu Qingyu was not among them. However, seeing her eldest and second brothers entering the 100 Herbs Garden, she refused to stay outside alone. Lu Qingfeng also took this opportunity to let Qingyu gain some experience, so he prepared a robust set of trump cards for her and secured a slot from the Luoxia sect. Lu Qingyu's cultivation was on par with Lu Qingshan's, and her combat skills had been honed in the Crying Swamp. Although she might not be a match for Lu Qingshan, there were definitely few within the true Qi realm who could pose a threat to her. With both Lu Qingfeng and Lu Qingshan looking after her, there would be no significant danger. The self-endangering 100 Herbs Garden was not considered particularly hazardous for Lu Qingyu. On the Bo Wang platform, besides the elders and disciples preparing to enter the 100 Herbs Garden, there was also the sect master and half of the Luoxia sect's elders. As Lu Qingfeng and others fought and gathered spiritual medicine in the 100 Herbs Garden, Zhou Yuan and the other elders were on standby outside. Otherwise, the gathered spiritual medicines might be stolen the moment they were brought out. It's not just Zhou Yuan and the elders. The elite disciples of the sect and even the strong soldiers in the 6 cities controlled by the Luoxia sect are ready for battle during the opening period of the 100 Herbs Garden. They are prepared to deal with the possibility of the other 3 sects of the Juyan Mountain Range turning against them to snatch the opportunity. In fact, not only the Luoxia sect, but the other 3 sects are also doing the same. People's hearts are separated by their stomachs. The 4 sects came together only because they are situated in the Juyan Mountain Range and because no one could monopolize the 100 Herbs Garden. In reality, they are not united at heart. It's always right to be vigilant. So be it. I won't say more. Seeing Yue Lingxi stand up, Mei Qingyan sighed and stopped talking. With Clan Master Zhou Yuan and the 3 Supreme Elders hurrying over, everyone was present, and they set off. The entrance to the 100 Herbs Garden is located in the middle section of the Juyan Mountain Range, close to the southeast, about 2,300 miles from Jinyun Peak. It takes ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators about 2 to 3 days on foot. True Qi realm cultivators are even slower. Moreover, the journey includes deep mountains, and if relying solely on oneself, it might take 10 days to half a month to arrive. Fortunately, the Luoxia sect has domesticated curled feather pelicans, which are large and extremely gentle spiritual beasts. They are fast and have excellent stamina, making them good creatures for transport. They're just a bit ugly. Ga-ga-ga! Check for the latest updates on my virtual library empire, MEMPYR. The curled feather pelican flew out of the clouds and landed on the Bo Wang platform. Lu Qingfeng looked over. There were 9 curled feather pelicans in total, each large in size with a flat back, easily accommodating 3 to 5 people. Their body feathers were gray-white, their eyes pale yellow, and their throat sacs orange or yellow, with curled crest feathers on their neck and back. At first glance, they resembled somewhat silly geese. Each was ridden by a person responsible for feeding and navigating the curled feather pelican from the Luoxia sect. So ugly! Lu Qingyu couldn't help but click her tongue after taking a look. These curled feather pelicans were truly incomparable to her white crane. Let's go! Zhou Yuan leapt up and landed on the back of one of the curled feather pelicans. The deacon navigated, and they soared into the sky. 18 disciples in groups of 6 squeezed onto the back of a curled feather pelican, their faces filled with curiosity. Although this spirit bird was somewhat unsightly, it was also a treasure of the Luoxia sect. It wasn't strong in combat, but it was fast and suitable for transport, usually reserved for the elders' travels. For true Qi realm disciples, being able to be this close to a curled feather pelican and soar in the sky was undoubtedly a novel experience. Everyone, hold on tight! The deacon navigating the curled feather pelican shouted, bringing immediate silence to the disciples. Including Lu Qingshan, the 18 disciples occupied 3 curled feather pelicans. Clan Master Zhao Yuan occupied 1. Each of the 3 supreme elders occupied 1. Of the remaining 9 elders, Yu Miaoyin and Yu Miaofa rode a double-headed duck, while the remaining 7 shared the last 2. For Lu Qingfeng and Lu Qingyu, there were iron-feathered flying eagles and white cranes for transport. Both ugly and slow, Lu Qingyu stood on the back of her white crane, seeing the awkward posture of the curled feather pelican in the sky and its speed far inferior to the white crane. She couldn't help communicating to her elder brother. It's difficult to tame spiritual beasts, and even more so for spirit birds. The Luoxia sect's ability to acquire such spirit birds as curled feather pelicans and breed them generation after generation is something many sects envy. What harm is there if they are a bit ugly or slow? Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 118, Windroar Cliff, Julian 4 Sex, 19th update, subscription requested. Qingyu thought that beast taming skills and taming spiritual birds were as easy as it was for his elder brother. Actually, in the cultivation world of 3 mountains and 9 waters, methods such as beast taming, alchemy, artifact refining, refining corpse, and so on are not something ordinary cultivators or ordinary sects can master. The Luoxia sect only mastered the surface of the beast taming method, able to tame the curled feather pelican, which is unique in the Juyun mountain range. The other 3 sects cannot compare. Casual conversations along the way. Arriving at Windroar Cliff, vertiginous cliffs, the gale howls. Even the white clouds are scattered by the gale, only the cliff standing 3,000 jiang tall remains. This is the entrance to the 100 Herbs Garden. The people of the Luoxia sect set out early in the morning and arrived at Windroar Cliff by evening. The setting sun dyed half of the sky red. There were already people waiting at the top of Windroar Cliff. Brother Zhou, as always, you're leisurely. We have been here since noon. Just as the people of the Luoxia sect landed on the cliff top, a hearty and loud voice rang out. Lu Qingfeng landed the iron-feathered flying eagle and looked over, only to see a red-faced old man who spoke out. The old man wore a jade crown and a bright red robe. Behind him, more than 20 people wore red robes that shimmered darkly and brightly, not resembling the attire of an immortal sect, but rather that of a demon sect. Qiyun Peak's Red Rainbow Sect. Sect leader Yang Bufan. Lu Qingfeng scanned over and recognized the group and the red-robed elder at their front. Wearing red robes among the Juyun 4 sects, it was undoubtedly the Red Rainbow Sect. The elder at the front, his cultivation reaching spirit void. Only sect leader Yang Bufan in the entire Red Rainbow Sect possessed such cultivation. With the Red Rainbow Sect here, Lu Qingfeng turned to look at the other 2 groups. One group mostly wore white robes, with a middle-aged man in a blue robe leading them, his face stern with an inherent commanding presence, clearly a man of few words and austere demeanor. Taoyuan Peak's Golden Wave Sect. Sect leader Jinju Xiao. Next, he looked towards the last group, Luyan Peak's Demon Extermination Castle. Castle Master Feng Yun. The people of the Demon Extermination Castle wore variously colored robes, their faces mostly bearing a cold expression with a mix of killing and chilling intent. This was a temperament forged from years fighting the demon clan, not something ordinary cultivators could easily face. The leader of Demon Extermination Castle, an old woman with a frail and somewhat hunched figure, remained silent and expressionless. At a glance, she sent a chill down the spine. Jinyun Peak's Luoxia Sect, Qiyun Peak's Red Rainbow Sect, Taoyuan Peak's Golden Wave Sect, Liuyun Peak's Demon Extermination Castle. These are the 4 great sects of the Juyun mountain range, known as the Juyun 4 sects. The 4 sects reside within the Juyun mountain range, with their disciples, cities, resources, etc., intertwined, and conflicts frequently arise, with disputes over interests and battles not uncommon, only maintaining a superficial harmony. It is rare for the 4 sects to gather together because of the opening of the 100 Herbs Garden. Brother Yang. Zhou Yuan stepped forward, exchanging pleasantries with Yang Bufan, the sect leader of the Red Rainbow Sect. As for Jinju Xiao, sect leader of the Golden Wave Sect, and Feng Yun, castle master of Demon Extermination Castle, they did not stir. It's not that the Luoxia sect had a particularly good relationship with the Red Rainbow Sect, but rather that Jinju Xiao and Feng Yun were domineeringly indifferent and coldly reticent, respectively. Difference is that Yang Bufan, despite his outward magnanimity, had plenty of cunning and used countless underhanded tactics. Zhou Yuan was slow-tempered, soft as cotton, with transparent thoughts and preferences hidden deep in his heart. The two of them huddled together, hearts not in accord, yet their faces showed harmony. Just within the 10,000 miles gathering cloud mountain range, there are so many intrigues and conflicts of interest. Looking at the entire cultivation world, I'm afraid there's not a single place of tranquility. Lu Qingfeng, who has lived through many lives in the game, sees through worldly affairs. A mere glance, combined with the situation of the Juyan mountain range understood over the past few years, allowed him to grasp the relationships between the four sects, and further sparked his contemplation. Cultivators need to practice, and that consumes resources. Although the Juyan mountain range spans 10,000 miles, with thousands of cultivators from the four sects, coupled with varying numbers of loose cultivators and small sects, resources are still stretched thin. Being in the same Juyan mountain range, the struggle for interests is inevitable. Looking from the Juyan mountain range to the entire cultivation world, everywhere one must contend. Even the great immortal sects have to compete with the demon clan, the demon sect, and even fellow practitioners for various resources. Even if one joins a great immortal sect, there will be internal factional struggles. Cultivation. In the end, one cannot escape the word struggle. Lu Qingfeng had this realization early on. His heart hardened through more than 1,000 years of experience in the game, disliking conflict, yet not fearing it. This suppy was generated from content at MVM Rare. The Red Rainbow sect is crafty, the Golden Wave sect is domineering, and the Demon Extermination Castle is cold-blooded. In recent years, these three sects have increasingly targeted our Luoxia sect. During this entry into the 100 Herbs Garden, Elder Lu must stick close to me. Otherwise, if we encounter cultivators from the three sects, being alone could spell disaster. Lu Qingfeng was assessing the four sects, a subtle light flickering in his eyes. He keenly grasped the basic attributes, strengths, and weaknesses of the cultivators from the three sects, and noted them, identifying those who could be a threat to him or to Qingpeak and Qingyu, and he attended to it and reminded the two. Just then, he heard someone's psychic transmission. Lu Qingfeng turned his head, meeting Yue Lingxi's gaze. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder Lingxi. Lu has taken note." Lu Qingfeng reciprocated with a psychic transmission. In truth, even without Yue Lingxi's reminder, except for Qingpeak and Qingyu, he kept his guard up against everyone else. Even for Yue Miaoyan, who has shared hardship with him and also hails from Upper Sun Country, he had many reservations. His wariness towards the three Juyan sects was even greater. However, since Yue Lingxi meant well, Lu Qingfeng naturally appreciated it. Moreover, this supreme elder had lived for 318 years and had a profound understanding of the experts among the three Juyan sects. Lu Qingfeng seized the opportunity to further inquire from Yue Lingxi, combining the information probed with the divine skills, Daluo Cave Temple, gaining insights anew. The Luoxia sect was the last to arrive, and its disciples sized up the three sects, who were also observing the Luoxia sect. Red Rainbow sect's sect leader Yang Bufan exchanged warm words with Zhou Yuan and then turned his gaze towards where the people from Luoxia sect were. "This elder looks unfamiliar. I take it this is the renowned master Lu Qingfeng of our Juyan mountain range." Yang Bufan approached, his voice resonant and his words filled with flattery. "Master is too grand a title. Lu has seen sect leader Yang." Lu Qingfeng gave a fist salute. One does not strike a smiling face. With no current conflict of interest, Yang Bufan took the initiative to offer a friendly gesture, and there was no reason for Lu Qingfeng to offend him for no good reason. "Ha ha! Long have I heard that Master Lu is unmatched in both alchemy and artifact refining, a leading figure in the Juyan mountain range. I have longed for such an acquaintance without success. Seeing you today, you truly are a picture of vigor and a portrait of a master." Yang Bufan repeatedly praised him. Anyone ordinary would have been floating on air by now. Lu Qingfeng smiled faintly. "Sect leader Yang overpraises me." He privately acknowledged that his appearance was indeed not lacking, and no one in the Juyan mountain range could match his achievements in alchemy and artifact refining. However, Yang Bufan's praise from the start was not well-intentioned. In contrast, Yang Bufan professed admiration while his eyes coolly scrutinized Lu Qingfeng. He saw that the newly recruited guest elder of Luoxia sect, dressed in a simple green robe, possessed a certain indescribable air of quality. With his cultivation and status, he should far surpass this younger man before him. Yet somehow, Yang Bufan felt that the man in front of him, with whom he had only exchanged a few words, seemed to reverse their cultivation and status, leaving Yang Bufan with a peculiar feeling in his heart, which he could only attribute to Lu Qingfeng's dedication to alchemy and artifact refining, and his indifference to worldly affairs, giving him a unique demeanor. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 119, Red Smoke Realm Karma. 20th update. Lu Qingfeng is impressive indeed. This young man is extraordinary. Given time, his achievements will surely be boundless. The Luoxia sect having such an individual. Yang Bufan suppressed his astonishment and anxiety. His face did not betray his thoughts, and he cheerfully said, "Master Lu, if you find yourself at leisure, please come visit the Red Rainbow sect. Elder Yue Ming holds you in high regard and has long wished to seek instruction in artifact refining skill from you." Yang Bufan was indeed no ordinary man. Right in front of so many people from the Luoxia sect, he attempted to entice talent on the spot. Elder Yue Ming? Lu Qingfeng was nonchalant inside. He knew of this person, a second-rank refining master in the Red Rainbow sect, rather well known across the Juyun mountain range. However, the second-rank magic artifacts refined by Elder Yue Ming didn't catch Lu Qingfeng's eye. He was already a fourth-rank artifact refiner. He was merely showing second-rank abilities to avoid causing a sensation. In gaming, even 4th and 5th rank artifact refiners had exchanges. A guest of honor. How could Elder Yue Ming, a mere mediocre second-rank artifact refiner, possibly discuss the art of refining with Lu Qingfeng? Very well, very well. Lu Qingfeng brushed it off with a chuckle, not engaging further. Seeing Yang Bufan persisted, Zhou Yuan stepped up and said with a loud laugh, "Brother Yang, you're being unfair, trying to poach in front of me. That's too much. Brother Zhou worries too much." Yang Bufan's expression didn't change. He turned to Lu Qingfeng and said, "However, if Master Lu ever feels uncomfortable at the Luoxia sect, feel free to spend some time at our Red Rainbow sect." Lu Qingfeng just smiled and didn't reply. Seeing this, Yang Bufan turned back to continue his conversation with Zhou Yuan. There were still 2 days before the 100 Herbs Garden opened. Lu Qingfeng wasn't in a hurry, entering the cave dwelling that the Luoxia sect had established at Windroar Cliff. Sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, he actually entered the game to cultivate. 3 years and 1 month had passed in the real world, while 308 years had passed in the game. Lu Qingfeng, needing to analyze and exchange divine skills, constantly enhanced various magical methods, thus remained in the Spirit Void stage. Now at 766 years old, he was not far from his life's limit. Considering the current situation, in the next life this red smoke realm surely cannot be stayed in. Lu Qingfeng sat at the mountain peak with the 7 birds beside him, continually calculating. Hidden traces of all worldly affairs linger. By finding threads through divining, one could clarify connections and directly discern origins. With advanced skills in divination, leveraging calculated connections could reveal a glimpse into the future. Observe the past, inspect the present, foresee the future. The causes and effects, fortunes and misfortunes of various affairs are right at one's fingertips. Having cultivated the 7 birds' small divine number for hundreds of years, Lu Qingfeng didn't dare claim he could see past and future, but at least about matters concerning himself, he could predict with 70 to 80% accuracy. Years ago, on a whim, Lu Qingfeng divined a hexagram and discovered an invisible giant web in the universe, contracting and enveloping him. Within the net, there were auras of divine Dao and immortal Dao, with several immortal mountains faintly visible floating in the sea of clouds. One of which was quite familiar. Luofu Mountain. Though Lu Qingfeng had never visited, he knew that it was Luofu Mountain. This life, I started from Fufeng Mountain, went through East Prosperity Country, and lingered at the border of Yuanwu Country and Mountain Country. Deploying divine skills, I slew the Hun Mountain Demon King. I also engaged in alchemy and artifact refining, leaving behind traces. In the Red Smoke realm, where deities are 3 feet above, it's not impossible for the Luofu Sword Sect and other immortal sects to find out. Lu Qingfeng's fingers flew rapidly. Strands of blood mist shrouded his fingertips. This was due to the excessive consumption of heart power, forcibly divining the outcome. However, after such calculations, Lu Qingfeng saw the Great Net, the immortal mountain within the net, and several other immortal sects. Suddenly, the Red Sand River appeared, and 12 Dutian fierce fire god flags fluttered in the wind, shrouding Zhouyun Mountain. The crux of the matter lies here. Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes and waved his hand, placing the Dutian fierce fire god flags in front of him. As soon as the 12 flags appeared, a strong sense of being watched descended upon him. Immortal Dao methods are truly indefensible. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh. He had possessed the Dutian fierce fire god flags for over 900 years, and until now, had only used them once 300 years ago against the Hun Mountain Demon King, ultimately exposing himself. The Dutian fierce fire god flags were 8th rank magical artifacts. All 12 together were comparable to an immortal artifact. Such a precious treasure was enough to suppress an immortal sect. This content was first released on MVL. Not only did the 2 top immortal sects of Yuanwu Country not give up their search, even the immortal sects of Mountain Country and the Luofu Sword Sect of East Prosperity Country were investigating. From this investigation, Lu Qingfeng found that he had a deep connection with the Luofu Sword Sect. Following the causal lines and pushing the derivation, the Luofu Sword Sect was the fastest to progress, only 1 step away from uncovering Lu Qingfeng's roots. Even following this line, the details of Lu Qingfeng's several lifetimes of reincarnations could be thoroughly investigated. As expected, one should not reincarnate frequently in one realm. Feeling the intense gaze, Lu Qingfeng shook his head. It was also his oversight. The Dutian Fierce Fire God flags, being 8th rank magical artifacts, were top-notch among mortals. The 12 flags combined into the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array could even unleash the power of a Heavenly Gang immortal device. Wouldn't all the top immortal sects in the Red Smoke realm be tempted if they knew of this magical artifact's existence? It was only a matter of time before he would be discovered. Although the concealing technique has some ability to conceal heaven's secrets, it is fundamentally just an initial level technique for concealing one's cultivation. Even pushed to a super level by me, it's hard to block the investigations of top immortal sects. Top immortal sects have Mahayana true immortals in place. If a Mahayana true immortal were to use super level or even divine power level techniques for derivation, Lu Qingfeng would indeed have nowhere to hide. Be it as it may. The Red Smoke realm teems with immortal sects, and although there are many opportunities for fate and fortune, most already have masters. As a mere loose cultivator who has left many traces here, reincarnating 5 times in just over 1,000 years, even if the immortal sects have deep foundations, they would not easily overlook such great secrets once they learn of them. Better to leave early. Lu Qingfeng stood up, looking at the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags with a trace of regret in his eyes. 8th rank magical artifacts were rare in this world. Had it not been for a stroke of fortune, Lu Qingfeng would not have possessed them at this moment. It was a pity that he had decided to reincarnate outside the Red Smoke realm and thus could not take the Dutian Fierce Fire God flags with him. If I go to join the Luofu Sword Sect revealing my identity from the 4th life, there might not be any calamity, but it ultimately feels improper. These 12 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags. With a wave of his large sleeves, the flags fell into a storage bag. Lu Qingfeng took off from the ground, and alongside him, a 7th Order iron-feathered flying eagle soared into the sky, disappearing with Lu Qingfeng. Luofu Mountain. This is a transcendent immortal mountain where the gates of the Luofu Sword Sect are located. On this day, on the returning Truth Peak, the newly appointed Peak Master was cultivating. Suddenly, a tunneling light swept by, revealing a figure on the mountain's waist, holding a storage bag. Walking to the summit. Reporting to Master, there is a cultivator outside the sect who claims to have previously received Master's kindness and has brought a treasure to repay the favor of that year. The newcomer was a Jidan true man guarding the mountain gate. Upon seeing the middle-aged Daoist dressed in white robes and with a face as beautiful as jade, he unexpectedly called him Master. The Jidan true man's master, being a peak master, was indeed one of the few in the primordial spirit realm. Repaying a favor? The Daoist opened his eyes and took the storage bag. The bag was crudely protected with a restriction to prevent it from being opened. The Daoist stretched his hand and wiped it, breaking the restriction, and as his divine sense entered, his brows suddenly furrowed. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 120, The End of Red Smoke Realm, Secret Meeting at Red Rainbow Sect, 20th Update. Master Shushan was taken aback by what he saw. The sect leader always remained indifferent. Even during his advancement to the primordial spirit realm, he showed no change of expression. Yet today, merely receiving a sleeve storage bag caused such a reaction? What on earth is stored in this sleeve storage bag? Filled with curiosity, Master Shushan dared not ask. Where is the person who delivered this? After inserting the storage bag into his sleeve, the Daoist looked towards Master Shushan and inquired. He has left. However, according to the disciples guarding the mountain, the person's cultivation is limited. He might not have gone far. Master Shushan promptly responded. Before he finished his sentence, he saw the Daoist transform into a swordlight, soaring into the sky. Why would the sect leader? Standing in place, Master Shushan looked on, perplexed. If Lu Qingfeng were here, he would recognize that this person was none other than Wang Pan, the sect brother he had met on Fufeng Mountain, who later became a close friend. In my fourth life, I joined the Luofu Sword sect and was accepted as a disciple by Iron Feather Daoist. Although we spent little time together, the Luofu Sword scripture and the secret technique flower walking were benevolences bestowed upon me, alongside the sect's protection that allowed me safety. Since the 12 Duchian Fierce Fire God flags cannot be taken away, I should leave them to my master Iron Feather Daoist as gratitude for his kindness back then. Leaving Luofu Mountain, Lu Qingfeng's aura gradually declined. Spirit Void Stage. Foundation Establishment Stage. Until he plummeted to the Foundation Establishment Chi Introduction, emitting a decayed aura, entangled with the presence of death, his end was imminent. Feeling the chilling sword chi approaching from behind, Lu Qingfeng turned and bowed in the direction of Luofu Mountain and the incoming sword chi. When he looked up again, his body had turned to ash and scattered. His divine soul disappeared without a trace. Too late! Not long after Lu Qingfeng vanished, a swordlight descended, revealing the Daoist with a slight frown. This was the Daoist from Returning Truth Peak, Lu Qingfeng's fourth life master, Iron Feather Daoist. It had been over 1,200 years since Lu Qingfeng was accepted by Iron Feather Daoist, who was extraordinarily talented and wholly devoted to cultivation, having ascended to the primordial spirit realm as a peak master more than 300 years ago. Luofu Sword Sect, master of Returning Truth Peak. The reputation of Iron Feather Daoist spread throughout the North Wilderness. Lu Qingfeng, while in East Prosper, Yuanwu, and the UA3 countries, had heard stories as well. His visit to Luofu Mountain was to present the invaluable 12 Duchian Fierce Fire God flags to Iron Feather Daoist before leaving the Red Smoke Realm. 1. To repay the mentorship. 2. To repay the protection rendered by the Luofu Sword Sect in his fourth life. After the deed was done, he would wander alone, disappearing into the wind, awaiting an unknown, mysterious, and anticipated new world. And for Iron Feather Daoist, Luofu Sword Sect. Being an emerging top immortal sect with shallow foundations, devoid of divine skills inheritance, and lacking immortal artifacts for defense, they were weaker compared to other immortal and demon sects of the North Wilderness, merely ranking at the bottom. with the 12 Dutian fierce fire god flags merely having the 12 primordial spirit true ones from the sect to refine and deploy the Dutian fierce fire immortal formation could change their fate. Even a Mahayana true immortal without an immortal artifact would need to steer clear by miles. Should a Mahayana true immortal lead the formation, it could dominate the contemporaries. With these god flags, the Luofu sword sect could elevate from the lowest ranks to join the top echelons of immortal sects. Iron Feather Daoist understood the significance of the 12 flags stored in the sleeve storage bag. With a wave of his large sleeve, the void rippled, yet no divine soul chi mechanism was seen. Fufeng Mountain God. Looking towards the void and sensing that familiar yet strange fleeting aura, Iron Feather Daoist turned and headed back to Luofu Mountain. The importance of the Dutian fierce fire god flag was immense. He must report swiftly to the few true immortal ancestors in the sect. Name, Lu Qingfeng. Race, human. Sect, Luoxia Sect, Julian Mountain Range. Title, Master Lu of Dan and Artifact Double Extreme. Scope, Julian Mountain Range. Cultivation, True Chi Realm 8th Layer Level 88, 765 780. True Chi, 24 and 8 have 2480. Cultivation Technique. Luofu Sword Scripture, Quality, Mysterious Level. 496 Cultivation Technique, 12 Heavenly Demon God Skill. Quality, Mysterious Level. 1240 1240 Cultivation Technique, Iron Refining Body, Quality, True Sect Level. Lifespan, 31,100. Root Bone Merit, Unknown. Karma, Unknown. Cultivation Techniques, Yellow Court Scripture 2nd Layer, features Derivation Techniques, 2nd Layer, Command All Techniques, 2nd Layer, Karma Removal, 2nd Layer, Luofu Sword Scripture, 85th Layer, 12 Heavenly Demon God Skill, 85th Layer, Iron Refining Body, 85th Layer, Magic Techniques, Low Level, Skipped, Middle Level, Skipped, High Level, Blood Transformation and Soul Splitting Technique, Golden Saber Soul Slaughter Method, Primordial Magnetic Destruction Sword Chi, Ice Sealing Water Technique, Water Dragon Technique. Super Level, Vajra Spell, Concealing Technique, Hand Heart Thunder, Cloud Summit Step, Poison Punishment. Bone Locking Heart Piercing Little Ashura Technique, 9 Heavens Talisman, Inverting Heaven and Earth Technique, Peeping Heaven and Earth Great Method, Duchian Divine Slaughter, Duchian Demon Flames, Duchian Demon God Blood Transformation, Flying Body Technique, Divine Skills, Light Splitting and Shadow Transformation, Void Condensing Sword Walking, Demon Evil Entangling Silk Divine Spell, Daluo Cave Temple, 7 Beasts, Small Divine Number, Tie-in Calamity Crossing Robe, Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light Equipment, Skip Profession Alchemist, 4th rank, Artifact Refiner, 4th rank, Talisman Refining Skipped, Tame Beast, Lark Bird, Red Bird, Luaniao, Iron Feathered Flying Eagle, 5-Colored Bird, White Crane, Swan, Divine Cat Hawk, Julian Mountain Range, Wind Roar Cliff. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lu Qingfeng awoke from the game. 2 days in reality, nearly 7 months in the game. Lu Qingfeng, already in East Prosper Country, was not far from Luofu Mountain. It took him only half a year to reach Luofu Mountain and bestowed the 12 Duchian Fierce Fire God flags. Then, employing Derivation Technique drained his experience value, and he went through reincarnation. Although he still had 30 to 40 years left in his lifespan, not reincarnating meant not escaping the investigation of the Northern Immortal sects and the inevitability of leaving. This time, Lu Qingfeng chose random reincarnation, not staying in the Red Smoke realm. 2 months later, in reality, the 9th life of Primordial officially began. Lu Qingfeng looked forward to what world he would descend into this time. Ah! While pondering, Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of irritation. Reaching to his waist, he manifested the 7 birds' feather. Entering the 100 Herbs Garden this time, it was inconvenient to carry the 7 birds, but with the feathers plucked, Lu Qingfeng could still exercise 3 to 5 points of his derivation abilities. The feather floated in front of him. Lu Qingfeng's fingertips danced, ceaselessly divining. His eyes followed countless threads in the void, unraveling complexities, and soon a red face appeared before him. Boom! Lu Qingfeng's fingers suffered a strong force, suddenly flung back, interrupting the derivation. The 7 feathers in the domain spontaneously combusted, turning to dust. Humph! Peeping heaven and earth, great method. Lu Qingfeng's true chi surged, and with a wave in the air, an image appeared. It was a cave dwelling, with fierce gales howling outside, undoubtedly Windroar Cliff. Inside the cave, there was an old man with a red face, none other than Yang Bufan, the sect leader of Red Rainbow Sect. Lu Qingfeng and senior sister Yue of Luoxia Sect are bound by life and death. Recently, I tested and saw no intention of him leaving Luoxia Sect. Given that, keep a close watch on him in the 100 Herbs Garden. If you encounter him alone or during the chaotic seizing of the returning Yang fruit, do not hesitate. Just kill him. In recent years, Luoxia Sect's momentum has been strong, and their fortunes have flourished. Lu Qingfeng is a Dan and Artifact double extreme, young and already a second rank in both Dan and Artifact paths. The newly promoted Foundation establishment Yomiaoyan has obtained an Elder's heritage unknown to others, highly confidential within Luoxia Sect. Yang Bufan's face showed a vicious look. If not suppressed, how will Red Rainbow Sect have a standing in Juyan Mountain Range? Being a sect leader of a powerful sect, Yang Bufan could benefit more. Luoxia Sect showed signs of rising, aiming to dominate Juyan Mountain Range alone. Yang Bufan, realizing that Red Rainbow Sect could not catch up, resorted to underhanded methods. Over the years, it's been remarkably effective. Do not worry, sect leader. Besides Lu Qingfeng, even that Yomiaoyan, if we get the chance, won't be spared. Maivi, Art, Libi, Erprapak Pahar. Luoxia Sect really doesn't learn. In the past, they sent Yue Changchun, a man with boundless prospects, to the 100 Herbs Garden to die, and today they send in their treasure, Lu Qingfeng. Sun Fang and the other 3 elders of Red Rainbow Sect revealed mocking expressions. Lu Qingfeng with high talent in alchemy and artifact refining. Yu Miaoyan with good fate in opportunities. Yet their cultivations were merely at condensing liquid and energy introduction stages, respectively. With their strength, surprising and eradicating the 2 in the 100 Herbs Garden would indeed be easy. Afterwards, the demon sects and the demon clan would take the blame. Just like the death of Yue Changchun of Luoxia Sect years ago. An array shield enveloped the outside, blocking internal and external investigations. Eavesdropping, Yang Bufan and the 5 others spoke recklessly, unknowingly exposed. Lu Qingfeng was in the cave, capturing every word and expression of Yang Bufan and others. Although Yang Bufan was a spirit void practitioner, his shallow cultivation technique couldn't detect Lu Qingfeng's spying. Senior Sister Yue's father, it turns out, died at the hands of Red Rainbow Sect cultivators. Lu Qingfeng, studying the 7 beasts' small divine number and feeling restless about his own life matters, divined and then used Peeping Heaven and Earth Great Method for investigation, unexpectedly uncovering this decade-old incident. If not for this episode, I would have been unaware. Unfortunately, Red Rainbow Sect actually targeting him was really a mistake. It seems Elder Lingxi was right all along. Red Rainbow Sect is treacherous. Over the years, they must have persecuted countless talents from Luoxia Sect. Seeing my talent in alchemy and artifact refining, they just can't sit still. A cold glint flashed in Lu Qingfeng's eyes. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want us to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 121, Entering the 22 Updates. Big Brother. Lu Qingfeng was cultivating with his eyes closed when he heard Qingyu's voice beside his ears. Opening his eyes, he saw the ceaseless roaring winds in front of the cliff, with turbulent airwaves rolling about. Finally, they're here! Lu Qingfeng stood up and walked out of his cave abode. People were already bustling atop the Windroar Cliff. The 4 major sects had gathered. As Lu Qingfeng appeared, he headed towards Zhou Yuan and the others. While walking, he glanced in the direction of the Red Rainbow Sect and saw Yang Bufan also looking his way, his face revealing a smile and nodding in acknowledgement. Without having already witnessed the face behind his back, Lu Qingfeng would almost have been deceived by this facade. Such an old-timer who has cultivated for hundreds of years has depths of cunning that Lu Qingfeng has come to understand well. Gathering his thoughts. Lu Qingfeng saw that the cultivators of the 4 major sects on Windroar Cliff were all beginning to move. He looked down from the cliff. Winds and clouds were sweeping over, with spiritual energy surging. Layers of restrictions appeared and disappeared, gradually transforming in the sky into 2 pillars, as if they were gateways to the immortal court. The 100 Herbs Garden was opening. Be very careful with everything. Do not lightly trust the disciples from the 3 sects of Red Rainbow Sect, or those from Luoxia Sect. Lu Qingfeng looked at the entrance to the 100 Herbs Garden, and then turned to Lu Qingyu beside him, speaking through a sound transmission. I understand, big brother. Lu Qingyu nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation and twinkling light. Still, Lu Qingfeng was somewhat worried. Although he had already used his divine skills to thoroughly understand the details of the true Qi realm disciples from the 3 sects, and had recorded them into a jade scroll given to Qingshan and Qingyu to study, the 100 Herbs Garden posed even greater dangers with the presence of the Demon Clan and Demon Sect cultivators. Lu Qingyu lacked experience in combat. Even though he possessed a powerful cultivation technique, extraordinary skills, and carried many aces up his sleeve. Can't be helped after all. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, seeing the excited anticipation on Qingyu's face, and let out a self-deprecating smile. Elder Lu, once you enter the upper layer of the 100 Herbs Garden, you must quickly find me to regroup. Ensure that you always have at least 1 spirit stone on you. Otherwise, in less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, you will be expelled from the 100 Herbs Garden. If something unexpected happens, you can immediately put the spirit stone in your spatial bag. This way, you will be able to last through half an incense stick's time and escape. Yue Lingxi approached Lu Qingfeng and gave her final instruction. Elder Lu understands. Lu Qingfeng nodded in response. The basic information about the 100 Herbs Garden was well documented in the Luoxia Sect's Jade Scroll given to him. It contained detailed rules about the 100 Herbs Garden, as well as the maps of both the upper and lower layers explored by the Luoxia Sect. This is part of a series from my virtual library empire, ML1R. Yue Lingxi's reminder at this moment was due to her worry that Lu Qingfeng hadn't studied the Jade Scroll closely, which is why she emphasized the most important points separately. No more idle chatter. Cultivators from the 4 sects arrived at the edge of Windroar Cliff, and like dumplings being dropped into a pot, jumped down one after another. The true Qi realm disciples went first. Big brother. Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu looked toward him, and Lu Qingfeng nodded with an encouraging look in his eyes. The 2 leapt and entered the 100 Herbs Garden. The cultivators from the 4 sects took their turns entering, and the lower half of the 100 Herbs Garden's gateway, originally transparent, gradually became solid. By the time the last true Qi realm disciple entered, the doorway was sealed shut, allowing exit but not entry. Next, it would be the turn of the Foundation Establishment cultivators. Elder Lu, be careful in everything. Zhou Yuan, Mei Qingyan, and others were still worried and stepped forward to remind him. Both of you, rest assured. Lu Qingfeng nodded in response and leaped down from Windroar Cliff. Looking around, 3 groups of Foundation Establishment cultivators leapt down alongside Lu Qingyu, all nodding towards him as a sign of acknowledgement. Lu Qingyu also saw the 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Red Rainbow Sect, each wearing a smile, their eyes revealing nothing extraordinary, as if they were not just conspiring to take Lu Qingyu's life moments before. Lu Qingyu kept his expression unchanged, his eyes sweeping across the waists of the cultivators. At their waists, each had an ordinary cloth bag, which did not isolate spiritual energy, showing traces of spiritual charm. These were spirit stones. To enter the 100 Herbs Garden, spirit stones are the key. True Qi realm cultivators only need to carry 20 spirit stones to enter. For Foundation Establishment cultivators, 200 spirit stones are required. In the upper layer of the 100 Herbs Garden, from the 11th day onward, 1 spirit stone is consumed every day. In the lower layer of the 100 Herbs Garden, from the 11th day onward, 1 spirit stone is consumed every 10 days. In other words, after entering the 100 Herbs Garden, Foundation Establishment cultivators must ensure that the value of spiritual medicine collected each time averages no less than 1 spirit stone, and true Qi realm cultivators must ensure that the value of spiritual medicine collected every 10 days is no less than 1 spirit stone in order not to suffer a loss. The value of spirit stones is astonishing. Even for a large sect like the Luoxia sect, the annual surplus of spirit stones does not exceed 50. Calculated based on the opening cycle of the 100 Herbs Garden, the Luoxia sect can save up to a maximum of 600 spirit stones every 12 years. Yet the 4 Foundation Establishment elders and 18 true Qi realm disciples entering the 100 Herbs Garden carried a total of 1,160 spirit stones. This was a massive investment. If too little spiritual medicine was harvested and too many spirit stones were consumed, there might not be enough spirit stones for the next entry into the 100 Herbs Garden, leading to the awkward situation of having a spot but not enough spirit stones to enter. The balance of considerations lies with the cultivators who enter the 100 Herbs Garden. Lu Qingyu retracted his gaze and barged through the gate. Outside the 100 Herbs Garden, Windroar Cliff. Such boldness from Sect Master Zhao Yuan even dares to send the immensely potential Dan, an artifact double extreme Master Lu, into such a perilous place like the 100 Herbs Garden. Lord Feng, the master of the Demon Extermination Castle, looked towards the closed gates of the 100 Herbs Garden and spoke with a rusted voice. Zhou Yuan replied with a smile, "Lord Feng flatters me too much. With senior sister Yue protecting him, the 100 Herbs Garden is not a dangerous place for Elder Lu." Ch-ch. With such a character like Master Lu, if there was even a slight chance of him coming to harm in the 100 Herbs Garden, our Red Rainbow sect would not allow him to take this risk. "The courage of the Luoxia sect is admirable," said Yang Bufen on the side with an interjection that left much to be pondered, rather intriguing. Upon hearing that, Zhou Yuan continued to smile, but when he looked back towards the gates of the 100 Herbs Garden, a trace of unease arose in his heart. Lu Qingyu crashed through the gate, feeling as though he had passed through a barrier, and after a spell of dizziness, he found himself in a place with overlapping peaks and lush vegetation. It was the 100 Herbs Garden. The 100 Herbs Garden has mountain ranges lined up, with heavy restrictions. Each mountain is teeming with spiritual medicine. Lu Qingyu landed and steadied himself, feeling as if carrying a weight of thousands of pounds. This was the unique pressure of the 100 Herbs Garden, forcing these high and mighty cultivators to walk on foot, unable to fly or escape. This 100 Herbs Garden. Lu Qingyu looked around at the heavens and the mountains, his curiosity about the origins of the 100 Herbs Garden growing stronger. Such a spirit land, even a Jiden true man might not be able to create it. The entrance appeared in the Juyun mountain range, and aside from the 9 revitalizing fruit trees, the most precious spiritual medicine found here was merely third-rank spirit medicine. Truly peculiar. The 100 Herbs Garden has been in the mortal world for over 300 years since its emergence in the Juyun mountain range, without any anomalies. Perhaps it was the playful creation of a predecessor. Lu Qingyu shook his head to dispel these stray thoughts. He took out 2 spirit stones from the cloth bag on his waist to keep on his person, and the remaining spirit stones were placed into his storage bag. After spending the first 10 days in the upper level, each additional day required the consumption of a spirit stone. Let's try some divine skills. Feeling the pressure on him and circulating his true Qi, Lu Qingyu executed a divine skill, light splitting and shadow transformation, Sword of the Void condensation. Whoosh! Sword light flickered. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 122, Divine Skills, Daluo Cave Temple. Lu Qingfeng transformed into a sword light and appeared 8 miles away in the blink of an eye, then suddenly stopped and frowned slightly. Speed is suppressed. True Qi consumption increased tenfold. Seems like I can only honestly walk. Lu Qingfeng, after all, was merely at the 8th layer of the true qi realm. Although his true qi was tens of times thicker than others at the same level, it couldn't withstand such consumption. Holding the jade scroll, he checked the map of the 100 Herbs Garden. Lu Qingfeng determined the direction, and while heading towards Sky Sun Mountain, as shown on the map, he explored the nearest mountain. Sky Sun Mountain is one of the locations where a returning yang fruit tree grows, and according to over 300 years of Luoxia sect experience, it's the first to mature during this opening of the 100 Herbs Garden. In the upper layer of the 100 Herbs Garden, there are 9 returning yang fruit trees. Each returning yang fruit tree blooms, bears fruit, and matures every 12 years, yielding 12 returning yang fruits every 36 years. With the 100 Herbs Garden opening every 12 years, 3 of the returning yang fruit trees' fruits mature. The total number of matured returning yang fruits is thus 36. Based on past experiences, the returning yang fruit tree on Sky Sun Mountain is the first to mature, with the fruits ripening 3 months after the opening of the 100 Herbs Garden. Thus, Lu Qingfeng is not in a hurry. The 100 Herbs Garden is full of spiritual medicines, and gathering them quickly is the rightful path. The hill nearest Lu Qingfeng is gently sloped, only about 30 to 50 jiang high. But from the base to the summit, layered prohibitions are tightly packed. From the outside, it appears unremarkable, but stepping into it is sure to bring calamity. The shorter the mountain, the fewer the spiritual medicines, the weaker the prohibitions. Lu Qingfeng entered the mountain, and wind gathered while thunder and fire surged, all swooping towards him. This is the prohibition. Set by great mana, once triggered, it activates. Daluo Cave Temple! Lu Qingfeng's eyes twinkled with spirit light, illuminating all directions. In an instant, the wind and clouds disappeared, the thunder and fire ceased, and in the void, only patterns of twinkling spirit light appeared in Lu Qingfeng's sight. The nature's spiritual energy within, constantly circulating, supported the operation of the prohibition. Immortal Dao prohibitions, fundamentally similar. With Daluo Cave Temple, I can shatter illusions and gain insights, easily breaking them. Lu Qingfeng smiled slightly, stepped forward, and a sword qi burst forth from his fingertips, landing on a weak spot of the prohibition. Bang! With a loud bang, the prohibition shattered instantly, clearing the path ahead. Lu Qingfeng marched up the mountain, with each sword qi that fell, breaking through the layers of prohibitions. His pace was no different from normal walking. Divine Power? Temple. Derivation Technique, enhanced 20 times, fused 5 times. Description, gains insight into the essence and traces the origin of all things and events. Passive effects, insight, breaking illusion. Daluo Cave Temple. This divine power was enhanced from the Heavenly Eye skill by Lu Qingfeng, enhanced 20 times, consuming 1,048,750 experience value before deriving it from a low-level technique to the level of divine power. Originally, the Heavenly Eye skill was an investigation technique. Lu Qingfeng then found 5 other investigation techniques, ranging from low to middle level, and fused them with it, eventually achieving divine power, Daluo Cave Temple. Divine powers are precious, containing the essence of the great Dao. Lu Qingfeng, possessing Daluo Cave Temple, can effortlessly probe the cultivation of cultivators, and the attributes of breaking illusion and gaining insight bring about earth-shattering changes. If he can cultivate the Daluo Cave Temple to its utmost, all illusions will be unable to confound Lu Qingfeng, and the essence of all things will manifest before his eyes. In the game, when he slew the Hun Mountain Demon King, it was this divine power that allowed him to discern the true location of the Demon King while escaping. Divine skills are mysterious. Lu Qingfeng has studied at Daluo Cave Temple in the game for hundreds of years, yet he is far from mastering it completely. Enjoying the story? Discover more on MVLem 6PYR. However, he is able to insightfully break through the cultivation of Jidan True Man, ordinary array barriers, and techniques of illusion. Even unknown spiritual medicines and minerals, he can discern their essence and discover their applications. The barrier on this mountain couldn't trap Lu Qingfeng. It couldn't block the probing essence of Daluo Cave Temple. Effortlessly shattered. On the way up the mountain, Lu Qingfeng saw a spiritual medicine on the mountain. Spiritual medicine Earth Pear Frank. Description, the favorite food of the dual pupil rat, has the effect of replenishing true yuan, can be refined into elixirs for restoring true yuan, earth pear fruit. Lu Qingfeng saw in a medicine garden near the mountaintop numerous earth pear fruits shaped like small calabashes, the lower part buried in the soil and the upper half exposed, adorned with 2 green leaves. This is the earth pear fruit, the favorite food of the 7th order demon beast dual pupil rat. Direct consumption can recover a small amount of true yuan, and it can be used to refine true yuan recovery elixirs. A fully matured earth pear fruit can be sold for about 10 to 20 spirit stone fragments each. There are 13 earth pear fruits here in total, worth at least over 1 spirit stone. If they can be refined into elixirs, their value could increase several folds. And the barrier on this mountain, a normal foundation establishment cultivator coming here, could break it in half a day to a day at most. It's indeed lucrative. Lu Qingfeng, being an alchemist, is very clear about the value of various spiritual medicines. The Jade Scroll bestowed by the Luoxia sect also contains information on gathering and valuing various spiritual medicines in the 100 Herbs Garden. According to Lu Qingfeng's calculations, a normal foundation establishment cultivator would need at least half a day to break through the barrier methodically. In half a day, 13 earth pear fruits, a bit more than 1 spirit stone. If able to break through 2 such mountains in a day, despite the consumption of 1 spirit stone, at least double the value of spiritual medicines can be gathered. These spiritual medicines are hard to find in the outside world, unavailable even for purchase with spirit stones. Entering the 100 Herbs Garden, even if the total value of the gathered spiritual medicines is not up to the consumed spirit stones, as long as the difference is not too substantial, it still constitutes a huge profit and benefits the sect greatly. Refining these spiritual medicines into elixirs can enhance the sect's strength and foundation. Truly a good deal. No wonder the Julian 4 sects tightly control the 100 Herbs Garden. Even amid significant risks, they are unwilling to let loose cultivators enter. Lu Qingfeng thought inwardly. He had previously inquired Yu Lingxi. Since the 100 Herbs Garden is so dangerous, and the Julian 4 sects can secure the entrance, why not select strong, loose cultivators to enter the 100 Herbs Garden? This could avoid the loss of sect disciples and still secure the spiritual medicines in the garden, only requiring some remuneration to be paid to these loose cultivators. The explanation given by Yue Lingxi was, attempts had been made before, but there were many issues, such as how much compensation to give, whether loose cultivators meticulously gather spiritual medicines, whether they consume them privately in the garden, or due to likely only being able to enter once, loose cultivators might destroy not yet matured spiritual medicines during collection. Due to potential or past issues, the Julian 4 sects reached an agreement to prohibit loose cultivators from entering the 100 Herbs Garden. This continues up to today. Today, having entered personally, Lu Qingfeng could understand. The 100 Herbs Garden had spiritual medicines covering the ground. A small hill alone could yield 2 to 3 times the profit. With so much profit, if shared with those loose cultivators, how could they be satisfied with just a small portion? If given more, how could the Julian 4 sects bear it? Might as well exclude loose cultivators and employ only their own sect members, also serving as a form of cultivation exercise. In the 100 Herbs Garden, aside from the returning yang fruit tree, the 3rd-rank spirit medicine is the most precious. The Julian 4 sects, 3 Elements Demon Sect, and the Sky Sun Demon Clan vying most fiercely in the garden are for returning yang fruit and 3rd-rank spirit medicines. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 123. Zhurong Demon God 20 more updates. The restrictions on the mountain peaks where 3rd-rank spirit medicine is found are extremely strong. Without a master proficient in removing restrictions or the combined force of many masters, it could take 10 days to half a month just to reach the peak and gather the spiritual medicine. Lu Qingfeng held the Jade Scroll and examined the map. The map, made by the Luoxia sect, used 9 revitalizing fruit trees in the upper layer of the 100 Herbs Garden as reference points, marking various mountain sizes and the spiritual medicine growing there. However, the 100 Herbs Garden spans 1,000 miles and can only be traversed on foot. Even though the Luoxia sect discovered the entrance to the 100 Herbs Garden over 300 years ago, they have only entered about 30 times to date, having limited understanding. For instance, about spiritual medicines. Several main and auxiliary ingredients for refining foundation establishment pills, as well as many auxiliary ingredients for lifespan extension pills, are not marked on the map in the Jade Scroll. This is also one of the reasons why Lu Qingfeng insisted on entering the 100 Herbs Garden himself. The higher the mountain peak, the stronger the restriction, and the higher the grade of the spiritual medicine. Lu Qingfeng descended from Earth Pearfruit Mountain and continued forward. This time, he bypassed a small mountain and chose a larger one. It was still Daluo Cave Temple's breaking of restrictions. Stronger restrictions could not stop Divine Skill's insight. Step by step, Lu Qingfeng broke through the restrictions to reach the mountaintop. Spiritual medicine, cold tobacco. Description contains cold yuan qi. When placed at the dantian during cultivation, it prevents external demons from invading. Can be used to refine cold origin pill, Mingxian pill, and other healing and cultivation-supporting elixir pills. This chapter was first seen on MVYR. Second-rank spiritual medicine, cold tobacco. Not bad. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward and harvested the cold tobacco. This cold tobacco was a white fluffy grass with 1 stem and 5 leaves, all white. There were 5 strands of cold tobacco on the mountain, valued at just over 4 spirit stones. From Earth Pear Fruit Mountain to harvesting cold tobacco and storing it in a storage bag, it took Lu Qingfeng less than half an hour. Including the time spent gathering Earth Pear Fruit, it all added up to just half an hour. In half an hour, he acquired spiritual medicines worth nearly 6 spirit stones. There was no easier way to make money in the world than in the 100 Herbs Garden. Continue! Lu Qingfeng felt excited, his feet not stopping as he crossed one mountain after another, collecting various spiritual medicines into his bag. In the 100 Herbs Garden, first-rank spiritual medicine was most common, found all over the low hills. Second-rank spiritual medicine was less common, about 2 to 3/10 of the first rank. Third-rank spirit medicine was even rarer, only about 1/10 to 2/10 of the second rank. Different spiritual medicines grew in different environments, in different mountains. Unlike other foundation establishment stage cultivators, their speed of collecting spiritual medicine was equivalent to their speed of breaking through restrictions. Normally, it would take half a day to a day to break through the restrictions on a first-rank medicine mountain. For a second-rank medicine mountain, it takes 3 to 6 days, and sometimes even a tricky one might take about 10 days. For a third-rank medicine mountain, 10 days to half a month to even a couple of months are quite normal. Although the difficulty increased, the higher the proficiency in overcoming restrictions, the greater the benefits. If one does not understand the art of restrictions, then the cost-effectiveness is highest at a first-rank medicine mountain. For Lu Qingfeng, the speed of collecting spiritual medicine depended on his speed of travel and climbing. Restrictions completely failed to hinder his steps. Thus, collecting first-rank spiritual medicine from a first-rank medicine mountain was faster, whereas collecting third-level spirit medicine from a third-rank medicine mountain was slower because of the mountain's height and larger area. All things considered, perhaps collecting first-rank spiritual medicine might still be more valuable. But even outside the 100 Herbs Garden, easily collectible first-rank spiritual medicine is available as long as one has spirit stones. On the other hand, third-rank spirit medicine is rare in the Juyan Mountain range. Lu Qingfeng was well aware of what to prioritize. Focusing on third-rank medicine mountains, within just a few days, Lu Qingfeng had gathered quite a few third-rank spirit medicines. A third-rank medicine mountain housed about 2 to 5 strands of third-rank spirit medicine. Based on an average value, it was worth about 15 spirit stones. If a cultivator from the 100 Herbs Garden could break the restriction of a third-rank medicine mountain and collect the spiritual medicine within half a month, it would just break even. The sooner it was done, the more spirit stones could be netted. By the same token, for every day delayed, compensation of an equal number of spirit stones is required. Qingfeng could ascend a third-rank medicine mountain in half an hour. However, considering the collection of spiritual medicine and the travel between mountain peaks, given the scarcity of third-rank medicine mountains, excluding the time spent on cultivation and rest, one could traverse 1 or 2 third-rank medicine mountains, 2 to 3 second-rank medicine mountains, and 3 to 5 first-rank medicine mountains in a day. The assortment of spiritual medicines from various ranks quickly accumulated on his person. This day, Qingfeng descended from a second-rank medicine mountain and hurried toward another second-rank medicine mountain in front. Before long, yin wind howled through the forest, and Qingfeng heard a rustling sound echoing between the trees, suddenly engulfed by an eerie atmosphere. "Which demon dares approach?" Qingfeng stood still and bellowed sternly. There was no response from the forest, but suddenly a presence rapidly approached. A flash of green, and Qingfeng saw a green-backed centipede, over 3 meters long, darting out from the thorns in the forest. Demon Clan, 5th Order. Description: capable of exhaling a poison fog, has sharp fangs, and a hard shell. Primordial heaven and earth is just like the 3 mountains and 9 waters. There is the human clan, and outside of it are beings with spiritual wisdom roughly categorized as the demon clan. The designation of demon clan is an overarching term and not a homogeneous unity. It is divided into classes such as feathered, furry, scaly, plant, and so forth. The term demon beast refers only to those from the demon clan who have not undergone transformation or retained their demon bodies without shifting into human form, which are technically also part of the demon clan category. The green-backed centipede in front clearly belonged to those retaining demon bodies. Green-backed centipede. As Qingfeng saw a green shadow striking, emitting a large cloud of poison fog, he immediately retreated. As he moved back, a figure remained in his original spot. A beast-headed human body, clad in red scales, ears adorned with fire snakes, feet mounted on fire dragons. Demon flames engulfed the sky. This was none other than the Zhurong demon god, forged from the thoughts of the all-heavens demon gods, refined through the 12 heavenly demon god skill by Qingfeng, a fire demon god. Upon Zhurong demon god's appearance, the greenback centipede was startled. A whelp from the 3 elements demon sect? With fierce demonic flames and pure demonic chi, Zhurong was undeniably a genuine practitioner of the demon Dao. 3 elements demon sect? Qingfeng, standing behind, understood that the greenback centipede mistook him as a cultivator from the 3 elements demon sect due to Zhurong demon god. Yet he did not clarify, silently standing behind Zhurong, allowing the demon god to perform. The greenback centipede spoke human language, but its attacks did not cease. The poison fog enveloped Zhurong demon god, who then closed in for a direct attack. Demon clan cultivators, if they transform, refine their demon bodies into highly formidable and inscrutably mysterious life-bound magical artifacts. If they retain their demon bodies, they strengthen their physical bodies to a great extent, turning their bodies into their magical artifacts. No reliance on external forces. The greenback centipede clearly did the same. Roar! Feeling the poison fog, Zhurong demon god roared in rage. The fire snakes by his ears and the fire dragon under his feet suddenly spat out Duqian fierce fire, instantly burning the poison fog completely clean. Such powerful flames! Red Essence Demon Sect? The greenback centipede's words were probing, its attack relentless. As the poison fog dissipated, enduring the Duqian fierce fire, it closed in on Zhurong demon god. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 124, Murder and Arson, a Golden Belt, 25 updates. Lu Qingfeng watched as the Zhurong demon god slammed his hands down, capturing the green-backed centipede. The centipede's carapace was tough, and its strength formidable. Even with the demon god exerting force, he couldn't stop the green-backed centipede from struggling. Zhurong Divine Flame. The Zhurong demon god glared, spewing divine flames from his nose and mouth. This was the Zhurong Divine Flame, far more ferocious than the Duqian Fierce Fire and the Duqian Demon Flames, a super-level technique Lu Qingfeng had deduced from the 12 Duqian Fierce Fire god flags. The greenback centipede could withstand the Duqian Fierce Fire, but faced with the Zhurong Divine Flame, its carapace quickly became red-hot, turning it into a red centipede. Ah! Pain, pain, pain! The greenback centipede screamed in pain, constantly struggling and coiling its body around the Zhurong demon god. With all 100 legs attacking, the two were locked in a stalemate. Using the refined level 12 Heavenly Demon God skill, Lu Qingfeng had refined the Zhurong demon god at the postnatal stage, using incense fire collected from Upper Sun Country to refine into heavenly silver, rapidly enhancing the Zhurong demon god's strength. Although the time for refinement was short, it had already reached its limit. Possessing an extremely strong body, capable of wielding Duqian Fierce Fire and Zhurong Divine Flame, his true chi volume was comparable to the devil technique true chi within Lu Qingfeng's body. Though lacking other divine skills, it was still extraordinary. However, the greenback centipede was also exceptional, a 5th Order Demon Clan member, comparable to a human clan expert at the Foundation Establishment and Essence Cultivation realm. Its demonic power was profound, and its body was as if cast from steel. The two were in a deadlock, the Zhurong demon god's cultivation on par with Lu Qingfeng. True Qi at the 8th layer of the True Qi realm, although of refined level quality, its volume was more than 8 times that of ordinary refined level magic gates, but it was still only at the True Qi realm 8th layer. Compared to the Peiyuan realm, there was a vast gap, spanning several levels. Deploying the Zhurong Divine Flame, though no less powerful than the greenback centipede, consumed a great deal of true chi. The Zhurong demon god gradually began to falter. Demon sect brat, you're dead for sure. The greenback centipede gradually gained the upper hand, laughing jeeringly as it found an opening. About time. Since strengthening the 12 Heavenly Demon God skill to the mysterious level, this was Lu Qingfeng's first time summoning the Zhurong demon god at the True Qi realm stage. After the contest, Lu Qingfeng gained a better understanding of the Zhurong demon god's strength. At this stage, the Zhurong demon god could battle a 5th Order Demon Clan member at the Foundation Establishment and Essence Cultivation realm, but would quickly fall into a disadvantage. If facing a 4th Order Demon race at the Foundation Establishment Condensing Liquid realm, it might dominate and win. Against the Foundation Establishment and Body Tempering realm, it was no match. With this knowledge, Lu Qingfeng stopped watching idly. His inner true chi surged, his hands forming seals and suddenly spreading apart, a dazzling white light flickering. What? The greenback centipede felt a great terror descending, its body uncontrollably trembling, its 100 legs loosening. It erupted with demonic power, trying to break free from the Zhurong demon god's grasp and dodge the attack. But even though the Zhurong demon god was in a weak position, entangling it for a moment or two was not a problem. How could the greenback centipede break free? No, the greenback centipede, speaking human language, let out a frightened scream. Unfortunately, Lu Qingfeng made his move without mercy. Boom! The dazzling white light instantly activated, striking across the sky and landing on the greenback centipede's head. Its carapace, as tough as a magic artifact, had a hole the size of a head blasted into it. First sane on MV4 LYR. Roar! Zhurong demon god seized the moment to stimulate the Zhurong divine flame, spreading into the hole. Crackle! The greenback centipede was instantly burned into several sections, a charred mass falling from the Zhurong demon god's body to the ground. One life, gone in a flash. Divine skills. Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light. Explanation. a natural divine skill of the Black Vein Golden Butterfly clan, containing the annihilating power of the sun. Nothing can withstand it. Divine skills are truly divine. The power of divine skills is immense, but so is the consumption. Just with this one strike, more than half of the true qi cultivated in Lu Qingfeng's iron refining body was depleted. Even if all the true qi in his body was exhausted, the number of times he could use it was limited. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward, flicked a few drops of heavenly silver, and the Zhurong demon god swallowed it to recover true qi. As they faced each other, the demon god merged with Lu Qingfeng, disappearing into his body. In reality, the first time using the demon god and divine skills against an enemy, the outcome was similar to what Lu Qingfeng had practiced in the Red Smoke realm. The demon god entangled the enemy, while Lu Qingfeng, from the side, annihilated them with divine skills. Even opponents several levels higher could be easily annihilated. Lu Qingfeng estimated that with his current cultivation level, he would only find it difficult to deal with body refining realm experts. Below the body refining realm, like green-backed centipedes in the Peiyuan realm, none could withstand a single strike. Once his cultivation broke through to the foundation establishment stage and he refined a second demon god, he would be invincible in foundation establishment. It was only when facing spirit void true cultivators, who could fully mobilize the power of heaven and earth and merge with them, that he would show a slight sign of timidity. Cultivation level. The cultivation level is the key. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, waving his hand. A storage bag flew out from the charred corpse of the greenback centipede, landing in Lu Qingfeng's hand. With the greenback centipede dead, the storage bag had no owner, and Lu Qingfeng easily refined it, reaching into the storage bag. The space in the storage bag was not large, and it stored various trivial items. Most of the spiritual medicine were first rank, second rank was rare, and there wasn't a single third rank. Roughly calculating, these spiritual medicines were worth about 7 or 8 spirit stones. The 100 Herbs Garden had been open for just under 5 days without consuming any spirit stones. All these spiritual medicines were pure profit. The greenback centipede's methods and luck were obviously not bad. Unfortunately, it encountered Lu Qingfeng. However, in the storage bag, the spiritual medicine was just a small part. The bulk was the spirit stones sparkling with spirit light in the corner. Murder and arson, golden belt. In the cultivation world where conflicts and killings abound, it's the same in the 100 Herbs Garden, and there are reasons for that. Entering the upper levels of the 100 Herbs Garden, one must carry at least 200 spirit stones. In the greenback centipede storage bag, there were precisely 198 spirit stones. Lu Qingfeng waved his sleeve, collecting the carapace of the greenback centipede, and indeed found 2 more spirit stones buried in the dust. A total of 200 spirit stones. Great profit. Sudden gain of 200 spirit stones, even Lu Qingfeng was somewhat delighted. He had been quite low profile in Silverhorn Mountain for 3 years, apart from the spider puppet, searching and mining spirit stones in the Crying Swamp. The earned spirit stones were not many, and they were mostly used to exchange for spiritual medicine, refining elixir pills, magic artifacts, etc. He didn't have many spirit stones on him. This time, entering the 100 Herbs Garden, it was the Luoxia sect that provided the spirit stones. Now that he had gained 200 spirit stones, he was no longer strapped for cash. If one talks about earning spirit stones alone, hunting demon clan and demon sect cultivators is faster than mountain climbing and gathering herbs. Lu Qingfeng labored all day, traversing one peak after another. The value of the gathered spiritual medicine was also only about 30 or 40 spirit stones. The battle with the green-backed centipede just now, in less than the time it takes for a cup of tea to brew, earned him more than 200 spirit stones. The difference was clear. The 100 Herbs Garden is only so big. Continuing forward, there's always the possibility of encountering demon clan or demon sect cultivators. Focusing solely on searching could delay time, resulting in inferiority. Lu Qingfeng reaffirmed his thoughts and continued forward according to the original plan. Just as Lu Qingfeng expected, in the following days, he successively encountered a Demon Dao cultivator and a Sky Sun Demon Clan cultivator. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 125, Kill. Updates. Lu Qingfeng feigned weakness to deceive the enemy. The demon cultivator and the demon clan cultivator could not contain themselves any longer and made a move against Lu Qingfeng. Both of them were not as powerful as the previously encountered greenback centipede and were easily killed by Lu Qingfeng. 400 spirit stones were gained. Lu Qingfeng continued to ascend the mountain and break the prohibitions. Before long, it was the 14th day. Spiritual medicine, spirit candle fruit, grade 3rd rank. Description: non-transplantable. If there is no method of preservation, the medicinal properties of the fruit quickly dissipate after picking. It is the main ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills, and direct consumption can also enhance cultivation. Lu Qingfeng looked at the bright green spirit grass that was several feet tall in front of him, his face showing a look of surprise. The bright green spirit grass had thumb-sized oval leaves. The fruit was fiery red, finer at the top and wider at the bottom, looking much like a red candle. It was the main ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills, also the most rare 3rd-rank spiritual medicine, spirit candle fruit. On this spirit candle grass, there were 3 spirit candle fruits, all of them ripe, enough to refine a batch of foundation establishment pills. A batch of foundation establishment pills, 12 in total, is more than enough for my own foundation establishment. Qing Mountain and Qingyu still have some time before their foundation establishment. They can wait until the next opening of the 100 Herbs Garden or slowly search in the Juyun Mountain Range. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward and took out a specially made jade box from his storage bag, carefully picked the 3 spirit candle fruits, and placed them into the jade box for preservation. Although this method could not completely prevent the loss of the medicinal properties, it could significantly slow it down. With the spirit candle fruits secured, Lu Qingfeng's mission in the 100 Herbs Garden was nearly complete. Now, only 2 kinds of 2nd-rank spiritual medicines were left to be found. It shouldn't be difficult to locate these 2 types of spiritual medicine before the closure of the 100 Herbs Garden. Next, Lu Qingfeng had just finished picking the spirit candle fruits and stood up to look down the mountain, showing a hint of a smile. At the foot of Spirit Candle Mountain, a red-robed cultivator was running frantically. Behind him were the sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. 4 figures shrouded in black smoke were sweeping towards him. Red Rainbow Sect. To report errors, please visit the original post on MM. Sen Yuan Demon Sect. Lu Qingfeng descended the mountain, just in time to see the Red Rainbow Sect cultivator escaping ahead, with 4 Sen Yuan Demon Sect cultivators pursuing him. The red-robed cultivator pushed his true yuan to the extreme, and upon seeing Lu Qingfeng descend the mountain, he was overjoyed. "Master Lu, save me!" The red-robed cultivator turned direction while crying out for help and running towards Lu Qingfeng. "Elder Sun Fang?" Lu Qingfeng looked shocked and flustered, saying, "How could Elder Sun Fang be in such a situation?" The red-robed cultivator, also the foundation establishment, Elder Sun Fang of the Red Rainbow Sect, now very close to Lu Qingfeng, showed an expression of apology on his face and said, "Master Lu's great kindness and virtue, Sun will never forget in his lifetime." Saying this, his speed increased sharply, and without saying more, he swept past Lu Qingfeng, and with a wave of his sleeve, he brought a strong wind smashing towards Lu Qingfeng, intending to block his retreat. Dan an artifact double extreme? Big fool. Sun Fang swept past Lu Qingfeng, feeling as if he survived a great calamity. With Master Lu here to slightly hold them off, he wouldn't need to waste the rare chance to enter the 100 Herbs Garden by leaving early to escape. Indeed, he had been acting alone to seek Lu Qingfeng, aiming to monopolize the benefits from him. But who expected to encounter 4 foundation establishment cultivators of the already assembled Sen Yuan Demon Sect? The moment they met, Sun Fang immediately fled. Never did he imagine, in his panic and not watching his path, that he would run into Lu Qingfeng. The sect leader ordered, if encountering Lu Qingfeng alone, kill without mercy, using the Sen Yuan demon sect's hands, though it's a pity to lose the spirit stones. Given the situation, it seems to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Sun Fang felt pleased inside, his feet stepping swiftly, bearing the weight of 1,000 jin, yet blurring into afterimages. But just as a smile began to bloom on his face, he suddenly realized there was no battle happening behind him. No waves of true yuan or magical techniques. What's happening? Confounded, he turned back to look, but there was no sign of Lu Qingfeng, the 4 demon heads still relentlessly pursuing. If not for Sun Fang's clear recollection, he might even think he had been deluded by imagination and hallucinations. Turning back to store the spirit stones on his body into the storage bag and flee from the 100 Herbs garden, he suddenly saw a figure flicker in front of his eyes. Squinting, he noticed, "Master Lu!" Just as the voice emerged, Lu Qingfeng, who somehow appeared before him, clasped his hands in the Vajra seal, his face instantly filled with a sacred aura. Then chanting in a low voice echoed, and Lu Qingfeng was enveloped by a sweep of golden light, rapidly expanding and transforming into an invincible Vajra. The Vajra, fuming, pushed forward with both palms, blocking Sun Fang's path. "What are you doing, Master Lu?" Startled, Sun Fang brought his fingers together, and from behind him, a flying sword shot forth towards the Vajra. The Vajra remained immovable, with the golden light flickering, and the flying sword failed to break through. Sun Fang was stopped in his tracks. Technique Vajra Super Level. Derivation Technique 10 times Enhancement, 3 times Fusion. Description: the middle level technique, Golden Light Spell, has been enhanced 10 times and fused with Golden Light Skill, Protective Gangchi, and Golden Bell Skill to create the Vajra spell. With Raging Eyes, it can defend against all laws and dispel all evil. As the super level Vajra spell is unleashed, Lu Qingfeng seemed to be guarded by a Vajra, impenetrable by all techniques and easily dispelling all evil. For someone like Sun Fang to break the Vajra spell, it would take at least dozens of rounds. "Why do you harm me, Master Lu?" After Sun Fang's attack failed, he halted in place, urgently speaking. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng gave a cold smile. This man, on orders from Yang Bufan, intended to take his life. Now trying to divert the blame, he still had the audacity to question him back. Truly laughable. Lu Qingfeng said no more and stood his ground. Behind Sun Fang, 4 cultivators from the Sen Yuan demon sect arrived. The 4 encircled him, with Lu Qingfeng also within the circle. "Lu Qingfeng, this is your doing!" Seeing this, Sun Fang was furious. Lu Qingfeng's palms opened flat, with sparks of electric light and fire snakes flickering, as if brewing a terrifying attack. "What are you doing?" Startled, Sun Fang shouted angrily. Lu Qingfeng's lips curved slightly. Crackle! Following a crackling sound, the electric light and fire snakes in the palm finished gathering, and a brilliant thunderbolt struck straight down from the void, targeting the heavenly spirit acupoint on the top of Sun Fang's head. "How dare you!" Sun Fang hadn't expected that amidst the presence of demon cultivators, Lu Qingfeng would strike first. The thunderbolt came swiftly. He couldn't dodge in time. Thinking rapidly, iron pieces around him flew together, instantly forming a shield above his head to block the thunderbolt. A first-rank magic artifact, 12 flying locust shield. Thunder roared from within Lu Qingfeng's palm, thunderbolts striking out one after another. Boom, boom, boom! The magic artifact above Sun Fang's head could only withstand 3 thunderbolts. Upon the 4th strike, the 12 flying locust shield shattered. Quick! Unwilling to sit still and await doom, Sun Fang controlled his sword technique, and a flying sword again swept toward Lu Qingfeng. Primordial Magnetic Destruction Sword Qi! Lu Qingfeng formed a sword with his fingers, the 5 elements circulating and sword Qi bursting forth. Clashing with the flying sword, it immediately wobbled and uncontrollably shot aside. Technique, Primordial Magnetic Destruction Sword. Grade High Level. Derivation Technique, 5 times Enhancement, 4 times Fusion. Description, Fusion and Enhancement of 5 elements Sword Qi derive the primordial magnetic power, mastering all 5 elements. As Sun Fang controlled the flying sword, inherently of the metal element, encountering the primordial magnetic destruction sword Qi, it instantly lost control. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 126, Techniques Emerge. This, not good. Sun Fang was terribly alarmed and hurriedly sensed his flying sword. The flying sword swayed unsteadily, almost being recalled. At that moment, boom, boom. The fifth thunderbolt struck, scattering the true yuan all over Sun Fang's body. The sixth thunderbolt burst his skin open and flesh exploded. Technique, Hand-Heart Thunder Aid, super level, derivation technique, 10 times strengthened, 4 times fused. Description, the Five Thunders true method, utterly firm and masculine, notwithstanding a single hit. Lu Qingfeng smirked. Hand-Heart Thunder, like majestic heavenly might, a super-level technique even surpassing secret techniques. A mere first-rank magic tool, a mere foundation establishment, condensed liquid cultivator. How could it resist? Master Lu, spare my life. Under the Hand-Heart Thunder, Sun Fang's body was charred beyond human likeness, begging for mercy. Didn't your family master instruct you to take Lu's life no matter what? How come you beg for mercy? Lu Qingfeng sneered. How? Sun Fang's eyes bulged wide. His mind churned with shock. Such confidential matters, even within the Red Rainbow sect, were only known by 5 people, including Yang Bufan. How would Lu Qingfeng know? Could there be spies from the Luoxia sect among those 3? Sun Fang's thoughts rapidly spun, completely disturbed by Lu Qingfeng's words. Lu Qingfeng chuckled lightly. His hands rubbed together, and sword chi burst forth, piercing directly through Sun Fang's throat. Lu, Sun Fang's voice abruptly stopped. He fell to the ground lifelessly. A gale swept up, collecting the storage bag and spirit stones from Sun Fang's body, before Lu Qingfeng finally turned to look at the demon sect cultivators surrounding him. What a skillful method! Among the 4, the leading stooped old man clapped his hands in praise, his voice eerily low. Lu Qingfeng's gaze swept over the 4, not uttering a word, directly transformed into myriad sword chi, bursting in all directions, light splitting and shadow transforming, void condensing sword technique. Transforming into a sharp sword, splitting light and shadow, sword chi woven thinly to kill enemies, traveling invisibly for thousands of miles. The 4 demon Dao cultivators were stunned, not expecting Lu Qingfeng to flee without a word. Holding their breath, concentrating intently, they tried to feel Lu Qingfeng's position, but could only see thousands of sword shadows, utterly unable to discern where Lu Qingfeng's true body actually hid. Don't let him escape! The stooped old man bellowed deeply. Stretching out a hand, a blood flame fork appeared in his grasp. Swinging it in the air, it shattered dozens of sword shadows. The other 3 demons each deployed their tricks. Ghost banner out, fierce ghosts wailing. Bloodlight ascended. Flying swords shattered the sky. Cold light flashed, a verdant pearl soared through the air. All 4 demon cultivators were Foundation Establishment Stage Great Cultivators, each move enveloping an area, attempting to block all escaping sword shadows. Escape? I never thought to escape. Lu Qingfeng turned into a beam of sword light, flickering and not breaking through the encircling quartet, instead charging towards the leading stooped old man. Daluo Cave Temple. Sparks of spirit light flickered in his eyes, discerning everything about the old man and the attributes of the blood flame fork in his hand. Stooped old man, Foundation Establishment Body Tempering Realm. Grade, 2nd rank. Description: the demon cultivator uses the mother and child yin soul and the placenta blood filth to refine, capable of contaminating the flying sword magic artifact. Demons are undutiful sons. Mother and child yin soul means that a child born during yin time is tortured to death by the demon Dao during childbirth. With resentment reaching the heavens at the time of death, this resentment is sealed within the souls of the mother and child and is refined by burning with yin fire every day. Even more malicious is the placenta blood filth, which is made by taking out the baby along with the placenta while still in the womb through secret techniques. Whether it's the mother and child yin soul or the placenta blood filth, both are regarded as the utmost evils among men. The blood flame fork, refined by this method, contemptuously taints a person's flying sword magic artifact. However, this refining technique is so dark and evil that its sins are endless. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but become furious upon seeing it. Chapter source, My Virtual Library Empire, MVEL 4. Die! Lu Qingfeng, enveloped in sword chi, shot out in all directions. Light splitting and shadow transformation in the void condenses the sword. This is a method of sword escape, also an attack and defense divine power. However, this technique excels in escaping rather than attacking, even inferior to the super-level technique, Hand Heart Thunder. It could not pose a threat to the hunched old man at the Foundation Establishment Body Tempering Realm, and another middle-aged man in the Yin Shadow at the Foundation Establishment and Essence Cultivation Realm, but it caused the remaining 2 demon cultivators to panic. The sword light concealed him, and Lu Qingfeng unexpectedly appeared in front of the old man. 7 evil banner! Zhurong Demon God! As he passed by, the Zhurong Demon God emerged from his body, landed in the air, and held back the middle-aged Yin Shadow at Cultivation Realm. Holding the 7 evil banner, Lu Qingfeng shook it, and 7 evil spirits appeared, entangling the other 2 demon cultivators at the energy introduction and condensing liquid realms. He had refined 3 7 evil banners during his 3 years on Silverhorn Mountain. He declared externally that it took 7 months to refine each banner, but that wasn't the case. The 7 evil banners given to Lu Qingshan by the Luoxia sect during a minor competition, containing 7 evil spirits at the peak of True Qi realm, were convenient for Lu Qingshan to use in the lower levels of the 100 Herbs Garden. But Lu Qingfeng's banners were stronger. All 7 spirits were at the energy introduction realm. Sword Light, Demon God, evil spirits. All these unfolded in a flash. Having done this, Lu Qingfeng then mobilized his true qi, preparing for a lethal strike. Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light. Inside and outside his body, runes flickered, and texts that looked like erosion text but were not twisted and flickered with mysterious light. As the true qi circulated, a great sun appeared between Lu Qingfeng's hands. The silent annihilation divine light flickered and burst forth, targeting the hunched old man. The old man's blood flame fork, known as the nemesis to any flying sword magic tool, struggled against divine techniques. What a formidable technique! The hunched old man did not recognize the divine power, only feeling that Lu Qingfeng's technique was extremely potent, and he dared not underestimate it. He reached into his robes, pinched out a talisman. Without hesitating or sparing any expense, he stimulated it with true yuan and threw it. 3 Mountains Talisman. Suppress. Control. With divine power at hand, Lu Qingfeng saw the hunched old man throw a talisman. Amidst the turmoil of spiritual energy, 3 mountain-sized palaces manifested, serving both as defense and pressing down towards him. 3rd-rank talisman. Lu Qingfeng wielded his divine power, crashing into the virtual shadow of the 3 mountains. The shadow did not even waver, swallowing the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light entirely. The Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light could pose a threat even to cultivators in the body tempering realm, but the 3 Mountains Talisman, being a 3rd-rank talisman, was comparable to a technique employed by a spirit void true cultivator, far beyond what Lu Qingfeng could contend with. Cloud Summit Step. With his divine power ineffective, Lu Qingfeng's feet flickered, stepping as if on cloud summits, his figure ghostly, breaking free from the oppressive force of the 3 mountains. Skill, Cloud Summit, Grade, Derivation Technique, 10 times strengthened, 3 times fused. Description, roaming the netherworld, stepping through the heavens, drifting unpredictably, free between heaven and earth. How could this be? The hunched old man was profoundly shocked. This young cultivator before him seemed young, but his combat skills were already proficient, and that could be overlooked. But the number of techniques he mastered was surely too many? Ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators have limited energy. Most only master 1 or 2 signature techniques and refine 1 or 2 effective magic artifacts. By combining these with talismans and other methods skillfully employed, they can also show off their power among peers. Like the hunched old man himself, he spent a lifetime refining a blood flame fork, defeating all flying sword magic artifacts. Adding to that, mastering 1 offensive and 1 defensive technique, he may not be invincible in the body tempering realm, but he could at least stand undefeated. But compared to the young cultivator in front of him, he was truly nothing. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 127, The Three Mountains Talisman, Updates. From the start, when the young cultivator annihilated the disciple of the Red Rainbow sect, he had consecutively used the Vajra defense, Thunder skill, and Sword Chi, all of which were quite powerful. Then he confronted the four of them. The technique that transformed his body into myriad sword chi was so remarkable that, had he not revealed himself, even I couldn't have detected his position. It's arguably the best method for escaping. With a black banner in hand, he summoned 7 evil ghosts that all had the presence of Energy Introduction Realm, and by some unknown method, he split off a flame demon god. Finally, when we faced each other, the divine light he incited sent chills down my back as I felt death drawing near. The stooped old man didn't even have the confidence that his own middle-level defense technique, which he had researched for over 100 years, could withstand it. Instead, he directly threw out a third-rank talisman. His intent was not only to block the divine light, but also to suppress this cultivator. Unexpectedly, this cultivator's steps were erratic and hard to predict, allowing him to dodge the suppression of the Three Mountains Talisman. Carefully considering it, the techniques this cultivator possessed were not limited to a mere handful. Where did this freak come from? The stooped old man was astoundingly surprised. But little did he know that Lu Qingfeng had cultivated for more than 1,000 years in Primordial, having gone through countless battles. Being skilled in combat and mastering over a dozen techniques was not surprising. What an impressive Three Mountains talisman. The stooped old man was shocked by the numerous techniques Lu Qingfeng possessed, while Lu Qingfeng was also shocked by the formidable power of the Three Mountains talisman. When the Three Mountains descended, they were unable to suppress him, but the moment they fell, the earth instantly sunk 3 zhang, and within the 100 Herbs Garden, which had a stable space, the ground shook 3 times within a radius of dozens of miles. A third-rank talisman indeed, profoundly extraordinary. Unfortunately, such a talisman can only be drawn by a talisman refining master of the Spirit Void level. Even if Lu Qingfeng had mastered this art in the game, his cultivation limitations in reality meant he could only refine talismans at the energy introduction and condensing liquid levels at most. Not to mention the time it wasted, it didn't significantly enhance Lu Qingfeng's strength. Lu Qingfeng glanced at the Zhurong demon god and the 7 evil ghosts. He saw them fighting back and forth against the 3 demon cultivators, entangling the 3 tightly, rendering them unable to escape. Heavenly Silver. Lu Qingfeng flicked 2 drops of Heavenly Silver with his fingers. 1 drop of Heavenly Silver entered the mouth of Zhurong demon god, replenishing its true chi consumption. The other drop split into 7, each falling into the mouths of the 7 evil ghost guardians, turning into pure strength. This 1 drop of Heavenly Silver was worth 100 spirit stones. Lu Qingfeng was literally burning money. However, the effect was also evident. As the Zhurong demon god fought, it refined the Heavenly Silver, providing an endless and inexhaustible supply of true chi. The same went for the 7 evil ghosts. The Heavenly Silver replenished what they had expended, and a chilling, ghostly aura enveloped the 2 demon cultivators. Demon God! Evil Spirit! Compared with these 4 cultivators, the techniques that Lu Qingfeng displayed made him seem more like a cultivator from the Demon Dao. Lu Qingfeng dodged the suppression of the Three Mountains talisman, using Cloud Summit steps and landed aside, hastily ingesting a handful of elixir pills. Boom, boom, boom. 3 cultivation techniques operated at the same time, replenishing the expended true chi. He had executed numerous techniques in succession and also activated magic artifacts, which resulted in enormous consumption. Most of these techniques were high-level, super-level, and even divine skills, which naturally drained a lot of true chi. Even if Lu Qingfeng's total true qi was dozens of times that of other cultivators at the same rank, he was close to running out now. Luckily, Lu Qingfeng had anticipated this and had plenty of elixir pills for restoring true qi. Downing them in one go, his cultivation techniques refined them, and his true qi constantly recovered. This person is not weak and possesses a 3 Mountains talisman. It seems it'll be difficult to defeat him in a short time. Lu Qingfeng's gaze swept across the 3 Mountains talisman in the hands of the stooped old man. A third-rank talisman contains spiritual power, which, if used correctly, could be utilized 3 to 5 times without a problem. It's said that even higher-level talismans can absorb spiritual energy from the environment to replenish what they've expended following the loss of spiritual power. As long as they aren't damaged, they can be reused indefinitely. Invaluable. Of course, a cultivator at the Foundation establishment level like the hunchbacked old man would never be able to acquire such talismans. Talismans are ultimately consumables. I want to see how many times you can use that 3 Mountains talisman. Lu Qingfeng's gaze flashed and landed on the 3 practitioners entangled nearby. By dealing with these 3 first, and then gathering the Zhurong demon god and the 7-headed evil spirit, he would surely be able to swiftly slay the hunchbacked elder. The hunchbacked elder, holding the 3 Mountains talisman, saw where Lu Qingfeng's gaze was directed, and also thought of the key to breaking the situation. The two exchanged a glance, and both made their move at the same time. Lu Qingfeng reached towards his storage bag at his waist, and with a flash of light, a puppet shimmering with a metallic luster suddenly appeared. This puppet had 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm wielding a magic artifact. As soon as it appeared, it charged towards the hunchbacked elder. A puppet? A Foundation establishment puppet? The hunchbacked elder was planning to support his 3 sect members and join forces to attack Lu Qingfeng. Little did he expect that Lu Qingfeng would directly release a puppet. Feeling the fluctuations of spiritual power, it was comparable to a slightly weaker body-tempering practitioner. The hunchbacked elder dared not take it lightly, his blood-flame fork trembling in his hand as he engaged in combat. This was indeed a Dharma image puppet. Lu Qingfeng had spent 3 years in the Juyan Mountain Range, gathering materials through the Luoxia sect and the spider puppet collecting in the Crying Swamp, and had finally amassed enough to refine a Dharma image puppet. He had always carried it with him. Now it was time to use it. Although the Dharma image puppet was a level 6 puppet, it was still clumsy and less agile than cultivators, and could only hold off the hunchbacked elder for a moment. But that's enough. Lu Qingfeng stepped on the Cloud Summit walk, his figure flickering and arriving directly behind the Zhurong demon god. The mist cultivator was fending off the Zhurong divine flame. He did not have the hard exoskeleton of the greenback centipede and could only resist with the true yuan motivating his magic artifact. He was only able to defend, incapable of counterattacking. Seeing Lu Qingfeng rushing over, the mist cultivator's face drastically changed, and he cried out towards the hunchbacked elder, "Elder Yun, save me!" The hunchbacked elder and the mist cultivator referred to as Elder Yun, seeing Lu Qingfeng's movements, couldn't afford to entangle with the Dharma image puppet. If Lu Qingfeng got the upper hand and clipped their wings, with him alone, there was no chance of victory. All out. Elder Yun gritted his teeth, painfully sacrificed the 3 Mountains talisman again, and suppressed the Dharma image puppet. Lacking Lu Qingfeng's super-level evasive steps, the puppet could only be suppressed under the 3 Mountains, immobilized on the spot. Elder Yun took advantage of this to bypass the Dharma image puppet and charged towards the mist cultivator. This chapter's true source is my virtual library empire, MVLMYR. In his hand, he held the 3 Mountains talisman, which now glowed dimly. After activating it twice, it was nearing its limit, and at most, it could be used 1 more time before becoming useless. But the situation was urgent, and Elder Yun could not care about that. Die! Elder Yun, incredibly pained yet decisively, charged at Lu Qingfeng while sacrificing the 3 Mountains talisman for the last time. Boom, boom, boom! With the activation of the talisman, the 3 Mountains descended. Following this sacrifice, the 3 Mountains talisman in Elder Yun's hand completely dimmed, turning into powder and dispersing into the air. Three Mountains Talisman. Elder Yun's face twitched. This third-rank talisman was something he had obtained with great difficulty and was always his life-saving trump card. To be able to activate it 3 times was to have 3 chances at life. Yet now, all used on Lu Qingfeng. I must capture him, flay his skin, extract his tendons, and interrogate the secret techniques. Only then can I quell the hatred in my heart. Elder Yun's eyes were filled with vicious determination, having put everything on the line. However, you've exhausted all your tricks. Seeing the Three Mountains talisman in Elder Yun's hand dissipate, Lu Qingfeng could not help but laugh heartily. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 128, Annihilating the 4 Demons, 29 updates. Lu Qingfeng, using the Dharma image puppet to stall for time, had already gained the upper hand. Taking the extremely rapid Cloud Summit steps, he crossed the distance to the Mist Cultivator in a couple of steps. Rubbing his hands together, he directly unleashed the strongest divine power attack, Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light. Elder Yun, this is bad. A supreme divine power inherited from the Black Vein Golden Butterfly clan of the Red Smoke realm illuminated the Mist Cultivator's terrified expression. Under Elder Yun's despairing gaze, the Mist Cultivator's head, who was pinned down by the Zhu Rong demon god and rendered immobile, was blasted to pieces. An unnamed cultivator dead. Three Mountains Talisman. Having succeeded with 1 strike, Lu Qingfeng did not need to look back to feel the immense pressure bearing down from behind. The 3 mountains descended, intent on suppressing him. Cloud Summit Steps. Lu Qingfeng repeated his technique, executing Cloud Summit Steps. With a shake of his shoulders, he broke free from the lock of the 3 mountains and dodged the attack. The Zhurong demon god, slower in speed, failed to dodge and could only let out an angry roar, bracing himself against it. Roar! Boom! The roar echoed. Lu Qingfeng was far away as the Zhurong demon god was smashed deep into the ground by the 3 mountains, his aura growing increasingly weak. This will do. Seeing this, Elder Yun breathed a slight sigh of relief. Failing to suppress Lu Qingfeng, but managing to subdue this flame demon god was still good. In this way, the balance was maintained for the short term. However, considering Lu Qingfeng's eerie and unpredictable techniques, Elder Yun grew inclined to retreat, yet reluctant, thinking if he could capture Lu Qingfeng. Determined, what happened next caused Elder Yun's heart to sink sharply. He saw Lu Qingfeng form a spell with his hands. The Zhurong demon god, shifting between solid and ethereal, disappeared from beneath the 3 mountains. Then Lu Qingfeng himself became illusory, and out stepped another demon god. It was the Zhurong demon god. Although his body appeared somewhat weak at first, with a few strides, it became solidified. This was because the heavenly silver devoured by the Zhurong demon god had yet to be fully refined and was compensating for his expended energy. The Zhurong demon god's aura climbed step by step, and at this rate, he would reach his peak in less than half an incense stick's time. The demon god had no physical form. Ethereal to solid, it was all a matter of intention. Merely the 3 mountains talisman, incapable of suppression. This child's methods are too unpredictable. We must not entangle with him. The death of the Mist Cultivist and the reemergence of the demon god made Elder Yun realize there was no hope for a turnaround. Not bothering with the remaining 2 cultivators, he turned around and left immediately. Elder Yun? The 2 cultivators cried out, their expressions changing drastically. Knowing they were abandoned, they promptly discarded their spirit stones. Unfortunately, they had trusted Elder Yun to emerge victorious in battle earlier. Otherwise, they would have discarded their spirit stones long ago and escaped with ease, despite Lu Qingfeng having the upper hand at the moment. But now, in just a mere half an incense stick's time, their fates were decided. Haha! Where do you think you're going? Lu Qingfeng laughed out loud, transforming into myriad sword lights. He cut off Elder Yun's path from behind, not bothering with the 2 cultivators at the condensed liquid realm and energy introduction realm. The Zhurong demon god followed behind, inhaling and exhaling the Duchen fiery flames and Zhurong divine flame. In coordination with the seven-headed evil spirit, they turned the two demon Dao cultivators abandoned by Elder Yun into ashes. One of the evil spirits turned around, collecting the storage bags of the two cultivators, along with those from the mist cultivator who had earlier perished at the hands of Lu Qingfeng. Then it followed the pursuit towards Lu Qingfeng and Elder Yun. As for the Dharma image puppet, at this moment it was still pinned down by the three mountains, unable to move. Old man Yun Changshui of Sen Yuan Demon Sect, may I know how this fellow Daoist refers to himself? Elder Yun, ahead in the escape, saw Lu Qingfeng demonstrating astonishing escape skill, and knew escape was hopeless. Without changing his expression, he discarded the spirit stones on his body and stepped 2 paces away, speaking out to divert Lu Qingfeng's attention. Zhurong Demon God! 7 Evil's Guardian. Lu Qingfeng remained silent, waiting until Zhurong Demon God and the 7-headed evil spirit arrived. His thoughts moved, and he ordered them to encircle Elder Yun Changshui. Fellow Daoist, why must you be so resolute in your actions? Leave a thread in all matters so that in the future, Elder Yun, seeing that Lu Qingfeng wasn't taking the bait, cut his words short and leaped up in an attempt to flee. But he saw the Zhurong demon god flash before him, opening his mouth to spew out a sky full of flames, blocking Elder Yun's path. Elder Yun's figure fell down, trying to break through on another side, but cursed as the 7-headed evil spirit joined together, blocking his way again. Do you really intend to take this to the extreme, fellow Daoist? Be aware, if I can last just half an incense stick's time, I can leave the 100 Herbs Garden. If Elder Yun persisted, but Lu Qingfeng wouldn't listen. If he were to let him escape, the techniques he had revealed today would all be leaked out, and then he would never have peace. This man must die. Tie-in Calamity Crossing Robe. Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light. Lu Qingfeng took several steps forward, the tie-in Calamity Crossing robe covering his body, impervious to all spells. Facing the attacks of Elder Yun, he pressed forward, and the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light, brewing inside him, burst forth with a roar. 5 Kings Magic! Elder Yun formed the spell with his hands, 5 heads of demon flame encircling his body, enveloping him. The Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light descended. Boom! The demon flame instantly dissipated, and Elder Yun's entire body was sent flying backward, his chest charred black. Lu Qingfeng's cultivation was limited, and the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light had been somewhat blocked by the spell, failing to directly slay Elder Yun. But with a single blow, Elder Yun was still gravely injured. Elder Yun spat blood midair. The Zhurong demon god seized the opportunity to advance, capturing Elder Yun's ankles with both hands and violently tearing. No, Elder Yun screamed in terror and rage. However, uploaded by the MVLwire team, RIP! With the sound of tearing, the Grand Body Tempering Realm expert was ripped in half by the Zhurong demon god, with flesh and blood flying in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh! The Zhurong demon god breathed out flames from his nose and mouth, burning all the flesh and blood to ashes. The 2 halves of the body also vanished in the flames. The 7-headed evil spirit approached and devoured something in the void, chewing with satisfaction. Elder Yun, dead. From then on, in the 3 Elements Demon Sect, all 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators from Sen Yuan Demon Sect had perished at the hands of Lu Qingfeng. Reversing true Qi against Foundation Establishment is indeed no easy feat. Lu Qingfeng moved forward to collect Elder Yun's left storage pouch, reflecting on the battle, and couldn't help shaking his head. Cultivators contending with each other, it's the overwhelming force of higher realms that reigns supreme. Such transcending battles, not only laborious and arduous, but also fraught with danger. If he had the cultivation of Foundation Establishment today, slaying these 4 demon cultivators would be like slaughtering chickens and dogs. After this battle, I shall not leave Silverhorn Mountain until my cultivation reaches Foundation Establishment. The experiences of fighting to the death I shall acquire within the game. Compared to life and death battles, Lu Qingfeng was more immersed in cultivation, alchemy, and artifact refining, etc. If not necessary, he didn't even wish to take half a step out of Silverhorn Mountain. only because foundation establishment pills were urgently needed, and with the safety of Qing Peak in mind, did he come here. Now that the main ingredients for the foundation establishment pills are collected, he could attempt to break through to foundation establishment, and in the short term, he wouldn't venture out. Once foundation establishment is achieved, he could cultivate steadily in the Juyan mountain range for nearly 100 years. Although such was his thought upon seeing the 5 storage pouches before him, Lu Qingfeng's eyes couldn't hide a smile. 5 foundation establishment cultivators, no less than 1,000 spirit stones, is comparable to the Luoxia sect's 20 years of net income, plus the 3 members of the demon clan and cultivators from the demon sect he had killed before. Lu Qingfeng, in the short time he entered the 100 Herbs Garden, had already gained 1,600 spirit stones. Even for Lu Qingfeng, earning so many spirit stones was not an easy feat. About to step into the foundation establishment realm, I have a greater need for spirit stones. These come just at the right time. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio Like. Subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 129, The Ninth Life, Chang Realm. Lu Qingfeng consolidated the spirit stones and miscellaneous items from 5 storage bags into his own, then wielded the Tuyan demon flames to destroy the storage bags. He also destroyed the corpses of Sun Fang and the 4 demon cultivators. Then he hurriedly left. The combat had been intense, and the constant use of spells had drained him significantly. Lu Qingfeng needed to find a quiet place to peacefully recover his true qi. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed since Lu Qingfeng entered the 100 Herbs Garden. During the first half-month, Lu Qingfeng successively killed a greenback centipede of the demon clan, a demon sect cultivator, a demon clan cultivator, and then Sun Fang of the Red Rainbow sect, as well as 4 foundation establishment cultivators from the Sen Yuan demon sect. During the next 1.5 months, Lu Qingfeng encountered 4 more demon clan members, clashed, and killed them. 2 more demon sect cultivators, clashed, and killed. He also found the remaining 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Red Rainbow sect, was besieged, and directly fought back and killed them. Later, he encountered cultivators from the Demon Extermination Castle and the Golden Wave sect. But fortunately, neither faction targeted Lu Qingfeng. They went their separate ways without incident. As for the Luoxia sect, Lu Qingfeng possessed the Daluo Cave Temple, and if he were to join forces with them, he would inevitably be restricted. He sent a lark bird to show that he was safe, and then continued to operate alone. In these 2 months, the number of Demon Clan members, demon cultivators, and Red Rainbow sect cultivators that died at the hands of Lu Qingfeng totaled 17. The 3 Elements demon sect had originally 16 people enter the 100 Herbs Garden, yet more than 1/3 were killed by Lu Qingfeng, losing 7 demon cultivators. Similarly, of the 16 members of the Sky Sun 6 Veins of the Demon Clan, 6 were slain by Lu Qingfeng. As for the Red Rainbow sect, they were completely wiped out by Lu Qingfeng. By killing 17 cultivators, Lu Qingfeng obtained a total of 3,372 spirit stones and over 100 various ranks of spiritual medicines. Among them, there were also many materials for refining foundation establishment pills. He was indeed brimming with wealth. Nichang Mountain. This mountain is home to a spirit grass known as Nichang grass. Its other name is demon luring grass, which has 13 coiled tubular leaves that unfurl one every 100 years. This spirit grass cannot be used in alchemy or consumed directly. It emits a peculiar scent that attracts demon beasts below the 6th rank and promotes the breeding of demon beasts. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in a hidden spot, eyes closed, motionless. Enjoying the story? Find more at MVL. In the blink of an eye, 16 years in the game passed, and the 9th life quietly arrived. Inside the rebirth pool, Lu Qingfeng stepped out to find himself alone. Could it be another pioneering task? When he first came to the Red Smoke realm in his fourth life, Lu Qingfeng was the first player. Now, with no one around the rebirth pool, it's highly possible it's the same situation. Without making too many guesses, Lu Qingfeng stepped out of the rebirth pool. Player discovers a new world. Changqing Realm, reward experience value 3,000. As soon as he stepped out of the rebirth pool, a system prompt flashed before his eyes. Indeed, Lu Qingfeng had anticipated this and pondered, could it be that because of my numerous reincarnations, I've been given the duty of pioneering? Thinking to himself, Lu Qingfeng quite enjoyed this duty. With the experience value ready at hand, he could quickly increase his cultivation level to a sufficiently self-protective tier, saving years of arduous effort. He clicked on the system prompt to check the detailed information of the Changqing realm. Realm name, realm. Introduction. 5,600 years ago, in Changqing realm, an evil dragon wrought havoc, making the spirits of the realm its sustenance and cultivating an overwhelming demon technique. The demon flames were rampant, alarming the heavenly court. Qin, heavenly monarch of the 24 heavenly lords of the Thunder Department, was dispatched by the 9 heavens Yin Yuan, Lei Sheng Puhua heavenly venerate, leading the 6-eyed lightning god, the 2 great general gods of the execution department, along with heavenly thunder shining light general, water thunder lightning general, General Sha, general of fire throwing, thunderbolt black general, and thunderbolt execution general. 6 generals of the Thunder Department, commanding a force of 100,000, to descend to the lower realm and slay the evil dragon. 100,000 Thunder Department heavenly soldiers spread out, their lightning aura filling the realm, reducing the minions of the evil dragon to ashes. Led by Qin, heavenly monarch, along with the 2 great general gods and 6 generals, they besieged the evil dragon, battling fiercely for 10 days and nights until the evil dragon finally surrendered. However, the Great War left scorched earth, the Changqing realm shattered and its status plummeted. For 5,600 years, it was cut off from the heavens and earth. In recent years, the Dao Department decreed that the star power of the celestial bodies be tilted towards the Changqing realm, leading to the resurrection of spiritual energy. Changqing realm, cut off from heavens and earth. Between heaven and earth, between mortals and immortal gods, a connection exists, and the most crucial pathway for this connection is cultivation. Through cultivation, mortals can become immortal gods, rise up from the mundane world, achieving the so-called unity of heaven and man. Yet, the collapse of the Changqing realm caused its status to plummet, cutting off the passage between heaven and earth. Once the path of cultivation ceases to exist, the road to ascension becomes hopeless. In this realm, there are no cultivators. Lu Qingfeng appeared in a wilderness, took a few breaths, and indeed, the spiritual energy was absent all around, even lacking in comparison to the earth realm of the Upper Sun country in reality. The great calamity of the Changqing realm, being cut off from heavens and earth for 5,600 years. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel relieved. Had the Changqing realm been cut off from heavens and earth for another 5,600 years, his 2 months would have been wasted in vain, and he would have to be reincarnated randomly before heading to another realm. But fortunately, a few years ago, the Dao Department commanded the celestial cycle stars to tilt their star power towards Changqing realm, aiding its recovery to former glory. A crack finally appeared between heaven and earth. The mortals of Changqing realm now have hope for cultivation, a chance for ascension. The stars shine brightly. Spiritual energy is resurrected. Even so, for Changqing realm to return to its peak, it will take an endless span of years. As for the restoration of its status, who knows how long that will take. Lu Qingfeng looked up at the sky, where even during the day, he could see the stars flickering in and out of view. While moving, he operated 3 cultivation techniques: Luofu sword scripture, 12 heavenly demon god skill, iron refining body, constantly consuming experience value, improving his cultivation level by leaps and bounds. This was also because the restrictions of the world had been lifted. Otherwise, even with experience value, Lu Qingfeng would not be able to improve his cultivation level. At this moment, however, there were no concerns. Having cycled through reincarnation 9 times, and now in his 9th life, Lu Qingfeng was extremely familiar with the cultivation in the postnatal stage. In his fourth life, sitting on 30,000 experience value, it took Lu Qingfeng 2 months to reach the sixth layer of the true Qi realm. In this life, in just 1 month's time, Lu Qingfeng had all 3 cultivation techniques concurrently achieve the sixth layer of the true Qi realm. His power was now on par with his true body in reality. In other realms in the past, such as the first and second lives in the Heavenly Fox realm, the third life in the Bingling realm, and from the fourth to the eighth lives in the Red Smoke realm, the cultivation level of the true Qi realm was only akin to mortal ants, not worth mentioning. But Changqing realm was different. The limitations of Changqing realm have just been lifted. The spiritual energy has only been recovering for a few years, and cultivators previously could only train their skills or physical bodies to be strong, but they still did not transcend the mortal realm. Without the fetal breathing, one cannot produce true Qi. No matter how strong the techniques are, they are vain. There is also a limit to physical training. Without spiritual energy, one cannot even enter Foundation establishment. The system's prompt for Changqing realm this time was quite clear, possibly because there are no cultivators with primordial spirit or Mahayana levels in Changqing realm. Or perhaps it is related to the chaos in the heavenly mechanism due to the great changes in heaven and earth. Lu Qingfeng did not delve into these details. After taking a closer look, his eyes lit up. 5,600 years ago, Changqing realm was destroyed in a great war. Traces of the evil dragon were everywhere, and Changqing realm was tainted with sinful demonic qi, at the brink of plunging into the demon abyss. The gods of the Thunder Department used the 9 heavens thunder to refine and purify the shattered realm, reassembling the cleansed Changqing realm. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 130, Great Changes in Heaven and Earth, Spiritual Energy Revival. Since then, the borders of Changqing realm have shrunk, 10,000 Lai turned into 1 Lai. As spiritual energy revived, territories gradually re-emerged. Spiritual mountains and sanctuaries appeared one after another. Those who could conquer these spiritual mountains would inherit the multiple legacies of Changqing realm, rising to reverence and honor as ancestors. During his contemplation, Lu Qingfeng roamed everywhere, searching for traces of civilization. In the desolate mountains, there were no signs of human life, and spiritual energy was scarce. No spiritual medicine, no spirit stone, no spirit ore. Without spiritual medicine for alchemy, Lu Qingfeng's cultivation progressed slowly. He focused instead on seeking renowned mountains and rivers. Changqing realm was originally a great realm, with both immortal sects and demon sects numerous, and divine Dao flourishing. The rise of the evil dragon caused the collapse of the immortal sects, destruction of the demon sects, and the extinction of the divine Dao. Yet the world's legacies did not cease. Over 5,600 years after the defeat of the evil dragon, generation after generation of mortals pursued the Dao of longevity, unearthing various inheritances. Regrettably, with spiritual energy exhausted, they had the true skills but could not cultivate, rendering hopes of immortality unreachable. Until recent years, when these true skills finally revealed their true nature and dazzled brilliantly. In 1 month, Lu Qingfeng advanced to the 6th layer of the true Qi realm. 2 months later, stepping into the mortal world, he finally gained a deeper understanding of the current state of this realm. In the Changqing realm, the north, south, east, and west are all barbaric lands. Only the central continent is blessed with outstanding people and an abundance of spiritual locales. For over 5,000 years, it has given birth to countless heroes who wrote the long songs of heaven and earth. 7 years ago, an unprecedented transformation occurred in the central continent. The earth extended, rivers widened, mountains grew taller. The area of central continent, originally only a few thousand Lai in circumference, suddenly expanded tenfold. As the territories expanded, cities were torn apart and the 7 countries of Central Plains fell into chaos, nearly reverting to savagery. Seizing the opportunity presented by this heavenly change, ambitious people emerged, stirring troubles and becoming warlords. The governments of the 7 countries fell into decline, and a situation of feudal partitions formed. 5 years ago, in the former territory of Jing Country, the spiritual energy at the legendary southern territory, Matiliang Mountain, erupted. The current sect leader of Judge Star Sect, Guanlanzi, comprehended the 9 Heavens Thunder technique, annihilating all who invaded, and powerfully secured the spiritual mountain. The Judge Star Sect held a grand banquet for 3 days and opened the mountain for accepting disciples. Countless people, yearning for the immortal Dao and coveting the Thunder technique, traveled thousands of miles to ascend the mountain and take him as their master. The Judge Star Sect thrived greatly. 4 years ago, in the Eastern Realm, a demon bird appeared at Baodu Mountain. Sect leader Guanlanzi of the Judge Star Sect arrived in person, wielding thunder, and fought a battle that shook the heavens. Still unable to defeat the demon bird, he retreated back to Ma Tiliang Mountain and went into seclusion. The might of the demon bird shook the nation, drawing the attention of the world. On the day of Guanlanzi's defeat, the demon bird proclaimed itself the Flying Phoenix Great Saint, establishing the Feifeng Pavilion at Baodu Mountain, gathering all wise demon creatures under its banner, regardless of bird or beast, turning away none. Cries echoed in flocks, and a renowned mountain transformed into a den of demonic creatures. Keep us going by reading on MV Lem PYR. 3 years ago, in the Western Realm, a brilliant radiance burst forth from Tiangu Mountain. A fairy arrived from the east. The Purple Mist Palace Master, Nichang Fairy, exhibited an undefeated grandeur, and with a single dance of the Nichang feather dress, repelled enemies from all directions. She declared the establishment of the Purple Mist Palace, inviting all who sought to pursue the immortal Dao to join. The Purple Mist Palace arose from the land and instantly became the 3rd great immortal sect of Jing Country. The ground of Jing Country, Judge Star Sect of Ma Tiliang Mountain, Feifeng Pavilion of Baodu Mountain, Purple Mist Palace of Tiangu Mountain. 3 extraordinary forces emerged suddenly, swiftly rising to prominence. In just a few years, they became a force to be reckoned with among all the feudal lords of Jing Country. Each sect supported different lords, all with ambitions to claim dominance. The Jing Country's royal family gradually declined. Several months ago, the 4th spiritual mountain appeared within Jing Country. A single stone causing 1,000 ripples, it draws in forces from all directions. Jing Country. Lu Qingfeng traverses Jing Country, gathering detailed insights into the current state of affairs. Situated at the southernmost of the central continent, Jing Country has expansive territories and presides as the foremost among the 7 countries. In the past 5 years, it also boasts the top spiritual mountain among these nations. Due to a sudden expansion of its territory, the royal family of Jing Country lost control, which led to the rise of various dukes and lords. Setting aside the minor lords, within Jing Country, the Judge Star Sect, Feifeng Pavilion, and Purple Mist Palace are the most revered, each occupying a spiritual mountain. The royal family of Jing Country has profound historical and cultural foundations with considerable strength and influence in secular circles. After a major heavenly change, Jing Country leveraged the centuries of royal prestige to recruit masters from all over, thus forming the Seeking Immortal Kuei. Unfortunately, without a spiritual mountain to rely on, the Seeking Immortal Kuei, although filled with skilled fighters proficient in hand-to-hand combat, were ultimately no match for masters of the arts. The emergence of the 4th spiritual mountain in the Northern Territory shone with brilliant spirit light, stirring winds and thunder. The royal family of Jing Country was the first to act. Expert fighters from the Seeking Immortal Kuei emerged en masse, stirring great turmoil. Experts from the Judge Star Sect, Feifeng Pavilion, and Purple Mist Palace all set out, aiming to seize the divine object of the spiritual mountain and secure the heritage. Northern Territory, General Ridge. According to records from Jing Country, General Ridge was once a dwelling of divine spirits, and even an immortal had cultivated here. 1,000 years ago, before Jing Country's rise, During the era of the previous dynasty, the Soul-Searching Temple was already established here. Originally also a grand sect of Jing country, it received ancient inheritance, revived, and continued through 2 dynasties. However, in recent years, it has fallen into decline, with the current leader still in his youth. Although General Ridge showed no signs of spiritual anomalies, Soul-Searching Temple could still occupy the ancestral land. Now that General Ridge has become the 4th spiritual mountain of Jing country, if Soul-Searching Temple does not recognize the times, it will instantly turn to ashes and vanish. Though this realm is newly risen, behind it are great powers at play. Without support, one is doomed to become fodder. For now, let us visit this General Ridge. Soul-Searching Temple. Lu Qingfeng continuously calculates with his fingers. Riding the mystic eagle, he heads straight for General Ridge in Jing country's northern border. Jing country, Northern Territory, General Ridge. The original name of General Ridge is no longer traceable, only known as such because of a general's temple located on the mountain. General Ridge is tall and remote, hidden from the mortal world, untouched by worldly disturbances. Ordinary people entering the ridge become disoriented, unable to locate the true position of General Ridge. Only a few worldly experts and those with profound blessings can set foot. Atop General Ridge is the General Temple, beside it the Soul-Searching Temple. Housed within the General Temple is the Yang Realm Soul-Searching General of Thunder Department, charged with the duties of slaying demons and eradicating evil in the Yang Realm, revered by the people. It is said that the Soul-Searching Temple was founded by this Yang Realm Soul-Searching General during his travels through the mortal world, leaving behind his lineage in the Changqing Realm. Whether the General Temple or the Soul-Searching Temple came first is unknown. Lu Qingfeng's destination on this trip is the Soul-Searching Temple. Though said to be located on General Ridge, both the temple and the temple are actually situated deep within the ridge, on a mountain peak where spiritual energy converges. This mountain is called Thunder Mountain. On this day, in Thunder Mountain, within the Soul-Searching Temple, a young man dressed in a Daoist robe sits cross-legged, eyes closed and resting. Before him, 3 anxious young boys pace back and forth. Brother Longevity, outsiders are about to reach General Ridge. How can you still focus on cultivation? An impatient young boy with fine brows and handsome features finally couldn't bear it. Standing in front of the seated young man, he urgently inquired. The other 2 boys, hearing this, stopped and looked towards him. The young man slowly opened his eyes, his expression grave. In such haste, my mind is unsettled, ultimately unable to break the shackles and ascend to the heavens. Ren Changsheng stood up, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Brother Longevity. Chen Fengyu, the first to speak, looked at Ren Changsheng, speaking rapidly. Brother Longevity, the dozen bands and 2 arrays I set up outside the ridge have all been broken by the experts from the Seeking Immortal Kui. At this rate, they'll storm General Ridge in no more than 3 days. Chen Fengyu, though young, was not very steady and appeared even more flustered in times of crisis. Apart from him, Ren Xiaoyao and Zhang Wenye also felt the same. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 131, Soul-Searching Temple, second update. Don't panic. Don't panic. Ren Changsheng waved his hand and frowned. Outside the ridge, there still exists the evil slaying 5 thunders array set up by the Master. With the reappearance of spiritual energy and the reinforcements I added a few days ago, even if the extraordinary saints beyond the heavenly realm from Matiliang Mountain, Baodu Mountain, and Tiangu Mountain arrive, it could still hold them off for some time. Before the cataclysmic changes, Jing country considered the heavenly realm as the mightiest, which was extremely rare, able to suppress a nation, unmatched across the world. However, over the past 7 years, the times have changed, and masters of the heavenly realm have gradually increased. On Matiliang Mountain, Baodu Mountain, and Tiangu Mountain, There are even stronger beings beyond the heavenly realm from the God realm. With just a raise of hands, they exhibit extraordinary might that chills one to the bone. Being targeted by such powerful beings, the small soul-searching temple could only shiver. The delaying tactics of the Chimendunjia skill are ultimately not a long-term solution. Zhang Wenye spoke solemnly. Yes, it is not a long-term solution. Ren Changsheng sighed and paid his respects in the direction of the Ancestor Hall and General Temple, his expression filled with guilt and loss. I, the disciple, am dull-witted. Having cultivated since childhood and over 12 years past, I am still stuck at the human realm. With the ascent of spiritual energy in General Ridge and the aid of divine objects like the seven-colored lotus, the opportunity it brings me barely reaches the peak of the earth realm. Far from the heavenly realm, the distance is vast, and I do not know when I will break through. Ren Changsheng clenched his fists. The soul-searching temple, situated unknowingly many years at General Ridge. If the ancestral foundation perishes under his watch, he truly did not know how to face the ancestors after death. At this moment, boom! Rumble, rumble! From the foot of the mountain came a series of booming sounds. The faces of Ren Changsheng and the others suddenly changed. The experts from Seeking Immortal Quay have arrived so quickly. Below Thunder Mountain. Clouds embodying thunder circled around, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the situation was enveloping. Amidst the thunder clouds, 18 white-robed masters wielding various weapons and dressed in vine armor formed a collective front, resisting the lightning from all directions, continually advancing. 36 black-robed masters followed behind, bows bent and arrows set, ready for battle. Additionally, nearly 100 individuals clad in blue strong shirts held their bows tightly, arrows set and prepared for combat. Lightning struck down, targeting one individual. The person couldn't dodge in time, and the lightning struck his vine armor, his hair standing on end instantly. His body stiffened, unable to move. This formation is fierce. Everyone be careful. Seeing the terror of the divine thunder, someone yelled a warning. Ren Changsheng and his group looking down from the mid-mountain saw the 100 or so people contending with the formation. With no sign of defeat, a bad feeling arose in their hearts. Brother Longevity, Seeking Immortal Quay's 36 heavens each are heavenly realm experts, and this time they've really brought half of them. Half of the 72 earth evils have also arrived. It seems they are determined to take General Ridge this time. Ren Xiaoyao felt heavy-hearted. He and Ren Changsheng alike, both orphaned at a young age and taken to General Ridge by their master, were named Ren Xiaoyao. Longevity, Xiaoyao. These names carried the master's lifelong pursuit, but unfortunately, the master didn't live to see this grand era come to fruition, nor did he ever glimpse a hint of hope for Longevity or Xiaoyao. Now, the ancestral legacy of General Ridge was about to be lost. Ren Xiaoyao felt guilty and powerless once more. Compared to Seeking Immortal Quay, which had gathered the world's masters under Jing Country's royal family, Soul-Searching Temple only had the 4 of them, with only Ren Changsheng possessing the fighting capacity comparable to the 36 Earth Evils at the peak of Earth Realm. How to resist? Soul-Searching Temple's 4 young Daoist fellows, General Ridge has come into existence, attracting the attention of the world. Surely you cannot defend such a spiritual mountain. Why not open up your formation and join our Seeking Immortal Quay? With the array formation technique of Soul-Searching Temple, there will definitely be several positions for young Daoist fellows within Seeking Immortal Quay. Within the formation, a white-robed heavenly gang from Seeking Immortal Quay, while resisting the lightning, persuaded thus, this person hidden as the leader for this expedition. Although young, a closer look reveals a hint of royal dignity in his eyes. Indeed, he is a scion of the Jingchu royal family. Such a small soul-searching temple possesses such exquisite Chimendunjia skill. Once it's captured, I must study it meticulously. Chu Tianhe looked around at the array setup, feeling greedy. Born into an imperial family, he was always deeply fascinated by skill fighting. Even before the great changes in the world, he had reached the Earth Realm peak. With the resurgence of spiritual energy these past 7 years, Chu Tianhe cultivated the royal family's magic gates, breaking the shackles and achieving the heavenly realm. This chapter was uploaded by the team at M. However, the distance to the god realm above the heavenly realm is still millions of miles away. With the opening of the Cultivation era, mortal status and the throne of a country nearly hold no attraction for Chu Tianhe. Only Chimendunjia, array formation restriction, and genuine techniques could catch his interest. The Chimendunjia skill of the Soul-Searching Temple was among them. The present array setup was extraordinary and was not something that could be broken in a day or two. If he could persuade them with words, not only could he save some trouble, but also avoid complications in the process. Such shameless boasting. General Ridge has always been the territory of our soul-searching temple. We won't yield to anyone. Chen Fengyu replied angrily, feeling outraged. Think carefully, my young friend. With just this array, you can't stop seeking immortal Kuei. Experts from 3 sects are on their way. Do not mislead yourself. A clear voice came from within the array, seemingly untarnished by annoyance. Chen Fengyu was exasperated and rendered speechless. General Ridge, deep in the woods outside Thunder Mountain. Guan Lanzi, wearing a star Daoist robe, quietly watched the experts from seeking immortal Kui, breaking the array beneath Thunder Mountain. Beside him, a white-haired Daoist child, puzzled. This array is extraordinary, but if the master makes a move, it will surely be broken in a moment. Why doesn't master? Mao Xing looked towards his teacher. Guan Lanzi looked down at the array below the mountain and said with a light smile, Soul-Searching Temple and our Judge Star Sect have some history. Although I can't claim to be close friends with the old temple master of Soul-Searching Temple, we have met a few times. It's one thing for me not to help when seeking immortal Kuei suppresses several juniors. Joining in to kick them while they're down is something I cannot do. Soul-Searching Temple's revered figure is the Soul-Searching General of Yang Realm from the 5 Thunders of Thunder Department. Judge Star Sect's revered figure is the Judge Star General from the Divine Thunder of 5 Thunders in the higher echelons of the Thunder Department. Both belonging to the Thunder Department, tracing back through ages, perhaps the ancestor masters of both sects were colleagues. After the catastrophe involving the evil dragon in Changqing Realm, the Central Plains took a millennium to recover. Over thousands of years, it transformed into a situation of 7 kingdoms, and again into the current state of rising lords. Soul-Searching Temple and Judge Star Sect were originally both in Jing Country's territory, one in the south and the other in the north, with some interactions. It's just unfortunate that the old temple master of Soul-Searching Temple did not have the luck of Guan Lanzi. Before the significant changes in the world and the resurgence of Spiritual Mountain and General Ridge, he had passed away in obscurity. So it turns out that this small sect has such a background. Mao Xing, the Daoist child, showed a look of surprise on his face. He was still young. The Soul-Searching Temple had already been in decline for decades. By the time the old temple master died, it was completely disheartened, and very few young people in the world knew of the Soul-Searching Temple's glorious past. Only old generations like Guan Lanzi knew of it. A dilapidated temple with quite the origin. Soul-Searching General of Yang Realm. That's the one. In the woods. Lu Qingfeng stood tall, displaying several scenarios before him. One was of Ren Changsheng and 3 others on Thunder Mountain, each wearing a worried expression. Another was below Thunder Mountain in the thundercloud formation, where hundreds of people were breaking the array. And the last was of the old Taoist and the white-haired Daoist child. Every image involving the two was not missed by Lu Qingfeng's ears. Behind them in the woods, dozens of Taoists lay in ambush, each with a full heavenly court and eyes shining brightly. Obviously, each one a skilled fighter. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio, like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 132, Appearance. 3rd update. Besides these 3 places, Lu Qingfeng also saw a 5-colored flying phoenix hidden deep in the forest, with a concealed aura, yet closely watching the movements of Thunder Mountain. Creatures of various kinds followed behind it, their divine light concealed. Furthermore, 3 ethereal women wandered through the forest, the leader clad in multicolored garments, with a face not of this world. Behind them, in the mountain woods, men and women dressed in strong shirts, armed and ready, stood guard. Matiliang Mountain Judge, Star Sect. Bao Du Mountain, Feifeng Pavilion. Tiangu Mountain, Purple Mist Palace. Adding the Seeking Immortal Palace that is currently breaking the array, these 4 major powers of Jin country have all arrived. Unfortunately for the Seeking Immortal Palace, they are desperate for a spiritual mountain and must exert their utmost effort. The Judge Star Sect, Feifeng Pavilion, and Purple Mist Palace, wary of each other, simply sit back and reap the benefits. Once the array is broken, a fierce battle is inevitable. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand, and the 5 scenes before him vanished. He had come from the south, learning upon entering the world about the emergence of a spiritual mountain in Jin country's northern border, and immediately rushed here. The spiritual energy of this world had just begun to recover, but most regions were still sparse in spiritual energy, some even completely devoid of it. Only within the first emerging spiritual mountains did dense spiritual energy exist, where spiritual medicines and divine objects grew, facilitating cultivation at divine speed. Hence, in this world, occupying a spiritual mountain was essential. Under normal circumstances, Lu Qingfeng might have had to force his way to seize a spiritual mountain. But fortunately, the emergence of General Ridge made such desperate measures unnecessary. Soul-Searching Temple established its sect with the Chimen Dunjia, famous across 7 countries when the heavenly gates were closed. There might be a heritage of array formation restrictions within it. Occupying this spiritual mountain and taking over Soul-Searching Temple, I might find information about the transmission array or even directly obtain the heritage. And behind Soul-Searching Temple stands the Thunder Department General, a stable backing indeed. Lu Qingfeng's eyes flickered. This world, in its initial phase of revival, appears unsuitable for cultivation, but in fact is bursting with opportunities, with various mystical inheritances emerging. Lu Qingfeng preferred to cultivate slowly to remain in this land. Various cultivation techniques and secret techniques left behind by the major cultivation sects before the demonic disaster of the Changqing realm, even having gone through numerous calamities and changes, have left inheritances. In realms like Red Smoke Realm and Bingling Realm, such inheritances are firmly held by the major immortal sects and are difficult to obtain. Changqing Realm is different. In this realm, which was cut off from heavenly reach only 7 years ago, even the so-called strongest in the God realm are merely minor cultivators who have just reached the level of true Qi realm. With such a great opportunity, failing to search for some valuable secret techniques would truly be like leaving a treasure mountain empty-handed. A divine retribution would be inevitable. This version was sourced from MVL-AR. Lu Qingfeng laughed softly. Of course. Besides these secret techniques, his greater purpose on this trip was for the transmission array. In reality, Lu Qingfeng had the idea to operate the Qingyuan sword sect in the mode of the main god space. Whether it was using dispersed Qingyuan sword sect disciples to gather spiritual medicines and various spiritual objects, or bestowing the rewards from the disciples' completed tasks in a timely manner, Lu Qingfeng needed to find a means. He thought of one such method for quickly exchanging resources. That is the teleportation array. Teleportation array allows cultivators and materials to swiftly travel from one place through spatial transfer to another. Even within immortal sects, it holds a strategic significance. Lu Qingfeng had searched for a long time in the Red Smoke realm and could not find any scripts related to the teleportation array. There were a few transmission arrays, but all were controlled by immortal sects, and outsiders who wanted to use them could only do so by paying a large amount of spirit stones. Lu Qingfeng did possess a method of deciphering. Given an existing transmission array, he could analyze and figure out the method of its arrangement. However, for how long would the immortal sects allow Lu Qingfeng to remain and study the transmission array, requiring a large amount of spirit stones just for temporary use? This road has no door. Lu Qingfeng had yet to think of a solution when the Red Smoke realm was already becoming unbearable. In this lifetime, the situation in Changqing realm was special, which might make it easier to acquire the transmission array formation method compared to Red Smoke Realm. As for whether he could find the materials needed to refine the transmission array in reality, that was a matter for later. "Constant Sand World, it seems we are fated to meet," muttered Lu Qingfeng to himself. "I will avoid this fierce battle and take this spiritual mountain." As soon as the words fell, the mystic eagle beside him flapped its wings, and Lu Qingfeng leaped onto its back, soaring towards the lower formations of Thunder Mountain. Seeking Immortal Kui was currently breaking the formation. The Judge Star Sect, Feifeng Pavilion, and Purple Mist Palace were all watching. The 4 Daoists from Soul-Searching Temple atop Thunder Mountain were on pins and needles. At this moment, deep in the woods, a figure in a green robe riding a mystic eagle appeared, his robes and long hair flying about him like an exiled immortal descending into the world. Who is this? Guan Lanzi, Flying Phoenix Great Saint, and Nichang Fairy were strategizing under their tents, silently watching and waiting for Seeking Immortal Kui to break the formation. At this time, the appearance of Lu Qingfeng riding the mystic eagle was an unexpected variable. This person. Ren Changsheng and the others also saw Lu Qingfeng appear, assuming he was another coveter of General Ridge just like those from Seeking Immortal Kui, and their hearts sank further. Inside the thundercloud formation, the people from Seeking Immortal Kui, unaware whether Lu Qingfeng was friend or foe, ignored him and focused solely on breaking the formation. General Ridge's soul-searching temple is not a place for you to act recklessly. Although the masters of Seeking Immortal Kui did not engage Lu Qingfeng, a thunderous shout came from the sky, deafening and startling everyone. Over 100 people looked up simultaneously, gazing at this unexpected arrival riding the mystic eagle. From his tone, it seemed he had some connection with Soul-Searching Temple. But at this critical moment, could it be nothing more than bluster meant to deceive? Brother, this man seems to have come to help our Soul-Searching Temple fend off enemies. Ren Xiaoyao exclaimed, delighted. Ren Changsheng remained silent, but Zhang Wenye frowned and said, "Our Soul-Searching Temple has been in decline for a long time, and I have never heard my master mention having old acquaintances outside of General Ridge. This man's background is unclear, and he should not be trusted lightly." Brother Zhang is right. However, this man completely disregarded Seeking Immortal Kui. If his boldness is not due to ignorance of Seeking Immortal Kui's reputation, then he must believe he has nothing to fear from them. With his intervention, our soul-searching temple might temporarily be saved from danger. Chen Fengyu nodded in agreement, his eyes flashing with excitement. Regardless of this man's origins, at least the situation could not get any worse. We are from Jing Country's Seeking Immortal Kui, and we do not know where this fellow Daoist hails from or what connection he has with Soul-Searching Temple. Chu Tianhe, not one to act rashly, seeing Lu Qingfeng's hostile tone, did not show anger. Instead, he spoke earnestly, probing into Lu Qingfeng's intentions without revealing his emotions. "It's coordinated." Lu Qingfeng was pleased by this, his expression solemn as he loudly declared, "My grandfather was the direct disciple of Fuyaozi, the 17th master of Soul-Searching Temple, and had been scattered outside due to certain circumstances, always concerned about his sect. Hearing that Soul-Searching Temple was in trouble, I've come to help in accordance with my grandfather's dying wish." Chen Fengyu and the others heard this and turned their heads to look at Ren Changsheng. Fuyaozi, the master, had many disciples throughout his life, 19 of whom are recorded as direct disciples. There are also many not recorded for various reasons. Since this man can name Fuyaozi, he likely is not lying. Ren Changsheng thought carefully, recalling the life and deeds of the 17th master, his face showing a look of surprise and joy. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 133, Making a Move, Seeking Immortal Kui Retreats. 4th update, vote for monthly pass. His grandfather was a disciple of Fuyaozi ancestor master. By calculation, they were actually of the same generation, a senior brother of the same sect. This senior brother rode on a mystic eagle with a remarkable posture, perhaps capable of turning the tide and saving the soul-searching temple from imminent collapse. Senior brother? Upon hearing Ren Changsheng's explanation, Chen Fengyu and the others exchanged glances. Unexpectedly, in their desperate situation, a mysterious and unfathomable senior brother suddenly emerged. This truly seemed like divine help for the soul-searching temple. Fuyaozi? Guanlanzi's brows furrowed slightly deep in the woods, his gaze resting on Lu Qingfeng, wondering to himself, in the midst of the scene. When the people of Seeking Immortal K heard this, Chu Tianhe couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Fellow Daoist, please, don't jest." Lu Qingfeng, waving his sleeve, unwilling to say more, directly asked, "Will you withdraw from General Ridge on your own, or do you need me to send you off?" "How presumptuous!" The people of Seeking Immortal Quay were wary of Lu Qingfeng's unfathomable depth and did not want to offend him. But at this point, they also realized that this young Daoist was determined to oppose them, and they were no longer polite. One of them chuckled angrily. "If you have the skills, little Daoist, just try them. If Chao Kuo were scared, enough noise." Lu Qingfeng understood that convincing these people to leave without a fight was clearly impossible. He immediately formed a seal technique with his hands, and the spiritual energy of General Ridge trembled, with the sound of wind roars and dragon chants filling the air. Water dragon technique. Water vapor gathered. A lifelike water dragon emerged from the void, its head followed by body and tail. As soon as it appeared, it let out a dragon chant and dove straight into the thundercloud formation. The water dragon roared, opening its huge maw to swallow over 100 people of Seeking Immortal Qui in one gulp. Sourced directly from MV6LM6YR. Then it soared into the sky, and with a single spout, it flung them 6 to 7 miles away. The 100-odd experts of Seeking Immortal Quay, even with so-called Heavenly Realm Masters among them, had no chance to fight back. Dizzy and disoriented, they were thrown far away, utterly embarrassed. Skill, Water Dragon Technique. Derivation Technique, 5 times Enhancement, 2 times Fusion. Description, Water Element Skill. Such a powerful water element skill. Who is this person exactly to master such a formidable skill? With Lu Qingfeng's action, all those present were immediately shocked. Guanlanzi, Flying Phoenix Great Saint, and Ni Chang Fairy also showed tremendous astonishment on their faces. The spiritual energy in the Changqing realm was severed for thousands of years, with no cultivator to manifest true skills. Even the strongest in the heavenly realm found it difficult to break their shackles. Their power was comparable to the peak of the fetal breathing realm, yet they couldn't gather a trace of inner breath within their bodies. Without inner breath, skills could not be cast. Thus, many experts of the times practiced mortal martial arts, such as fist techniques and weapons. Few studied skills, and even fewer regarded skills as reality. It wasn't until 7 years ago, when the world changed and spiritual energy resurged, that skills, which held no visible power before, started to reveal their true might. Fire technique, water technique, thunder skill. Such mysterious arts amaze people. Guanlanzi of the Judge Star sect, known for his thunder skill, gained fame in the present era and was honored as the Guanlan Immortal. But how could anyone, with just 7 years from getting to grips with skills, even those with extraordinary talent, compare with Lu Qingfeng's 1,000 years of arduous cultivation? Once the water dragon technique was displayed, everyone's view of Lu Qingfeng immediately changed. The 18 heavenly gang and 36 earth evils of Seeking Immortal Quay, numbering over 100, were particularly struck with terror. This person, Chu Tianhe's eyes widened. Feeling a churn within, as though overturning rivers and seas, his legs went weak, devoid of strength. He was a renowned heavenly realm expert, yet in a single encounter he was spun around, and before he could react, he was robbed of the power to fight, at the mercy of others. The strength of this man is truly terrifying upon careful reflection. Fellow Daoists, today I, Guangyuan, return to the soul-searching temple. If you've come to enjoy tea and discuss the Tao, you are most welcome. But if you harbor ill intent, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Lu Qingfeng stood atop the mystic eagle, his voice resounding throughout the deep forest. Brother is so powerful. That's a technique. Has this brother also stepped into the god realm? Ren Changsheng and his group were utterly astounded by Lu Qingfeng's mastery of the water dragon technique, mouths agape. A single strike to defeat over 100 from seeking immortal Kue? A powerful being like this wouldn't need to impersonate a disciple of the soul-searching temple to take over General Ridge. With this thought, the group of four rejoiced. With such a strong defender presiding over the soul-searching temple, there is nothing to fear from enemies on all sides, and our ancestral land can be guarded without bringing shame to our forebears. Nothing could be better. Thank you, Daoist, for your mercy. The Daoist's techniques are exquisite and his strength is superior. We indeed cannot match him. Chu Tianheng struggled to his feet, looking at Lu Qingfeng with a flicker of thought in his eyes. If you have other important matters, then I shall not detain you. Lu Qingfeng's face remained impassive as he responded indifferently. On behalf of Seeking Immortal Kue and Jing Country's royal family, I congratulate Daoist on your return to the soul-searching temple and your enjoyment of Spiritual Mountain. We shall depart now. Chu Tianhe bowed respectfully to Lu Qingfeng, hiding his reluctance. They had come to take over General Ridge. With the strength of their 18 Heavenly Realm experts, 36 Earth Realm experts, and over 100 Human Realm masters, taking over the small soul-searching temple should have been effortless. Even if the three major factions, like the Judge Star sect, were to send people, they would do so for the spiritual medicine and divine objects of General Ridge, not to compete with Seeking Immortal Kue for Spiritual Mountain. Firstly, since all three factions already possessed a Spiritual Mountain, acquiring another would be difficult to defend. Secondly, if they pushed Seeking Immortal too far, provoking the full force of Jing Country's royal family to emerge, it would be troublesome for the three factions. After all, they already had spiritual mountains, and to covet more would be grossly greedy and oppressive. Even for the sake of face, Jing Country's royal family would not let the matter rest. So, when the three factions arrived, it was more for the potential secret techniques and certain divine objects in General Ridge. This action wouldn't cross Jing Country's red lines. However, the people from Seeking Immortal Kue had come to not only occupy General Ridge, but also to snatch the secret technique inheritance and divine objects of Spiritual Mountain as much as possible. Who would have thought that just as they were about to succeed, out jumped a Guangyuanzi with vast divine skills and unfathomable mysteries, which was truly frustrating. Guangyuanzi. Since when did God Realm powerhouses become so common in this world? Chu Tianhe, leading the people of Seeking Immortal Kue, headed out of General Ridge, his heart heavy with frustration. 5 years ago, Matiliang Mountain emerged. The experts of Seeking Immortal Kue went there, only to be intimidated by Guanlan Daoist's formidable thunder skill and were forced to retreat. 4 years ago, Baodu Mountain emerged. Before Seeking Immortal Kue could arrive, they heard that the Guanlan Daoist from the Judge Star sect had been defeated by the Flying Phoenix Great Saint. If they couldn't even match Guanlan Daoist, how could they be a match for the Flying Phoenix Great Saint? In the end, they retreated. 3 years ago, Tiangu Mountain emerged. Seeking Immortal Kue rushed there, only to be bested by the great show of Nichang Fairy's Nichang Feather Dress Dance, which defeated all the heroes of the world. Even the 36 heavens of Seeking Immortal Kue could not prevail. Over 5 years, 3 mountains, all defeats. They thought they would certainly seize General Ridge this time, yet Guangyuanzi appeared out of nowhere. How thinly heaven has spread its favors on us in Jingchu. Chu Tianhe's face was filled with sorrow. The figures from Seeking Immortal Kue, with their bleak silhouettes, vanished into the forest. Lu Qingfeng stood in the void, watching as Seeking Immortal Kue departed. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 134, Fierce Techniques, monthly ticket, please. Sweeping his gaze in all directions, Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "The three fellow Daoists seem reluctant to leave. Would you like to join this humble Taoist for tea and a discussion on the Tao?" His voice rang out, clear and resonant like thunder, echoing through the woods. Before the echo faded, a voice came through. "Guangyuan fellow Daoists' techniques are profound. I hold them in high regard." Lu Qingfeng turned to look and saw Guanlanzi leading disciple Mu Xing and a Daoist child leaping out from the woods. In a few strides, they landed atop the canopy of trees and bowed to Lu Qingfeng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! From the depths of the forest, one after another, Taoists wearing the robes of the Judge Star sect leapt out, taking their places atop the trees. Counting them, there were 28 in all. Each one was vigorous and lively, with a sparkle in their eyes, and even the weakest was at the earth realm. They might not compare to the seeking immortal Kuei, but with Guanlanzi, an expert at the god realm, leading them, they were not to be underestimated. So it's fellow Daoist Guanlanzi and the fellow Taoists from the Judge Star sect. Everyone in Jing Country knows of fellow Daoist Guanlanzi of the Judge Star sect who wields thunder on Matiliang Mountain. My modest skills are hardly worth mentioning in comparison, Lu Qingfeng humbly said. Mu Xing Daoist child stood behind Guanlanzi, feeling a bit nauseated by Guangyuan Daoist's words ahead. Just moments ago, this Daoist had been so pompous and conceited that, had he first witnessed this scene, he would have been completely fooled into thinking he was a modest gentleman. Guanlanzi kept a smile on his face as he looked towards the other two groups. It's truly delightful to have Guangyuan fellow Daoist return to the soul-searching temple. Since the other two fellow Daoists are already here, why not reveal yourselves? Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng also looked towards the other two groups. Purple Mist Palace's Changsun Nichang pays respects to Guangyuan fellow Daoist and Guanlanzi fellow Daoist. From a part of the forest, the Nichang ferry gracefully arrived, followed closely by two disciples of extraordinary appearance and 32 others, both burly men and gentle, song-like women, emerged. Their strength was no less than that of the Judge Star sect. With Changsun Nichang and the people of Purple Mist Palace showing up, before her words could even finish, a gust of wind whipped up, and a 5-colored flying phoenix flew out from the woods, perching atop the tree canopy. Roar! Growl! Screech! The tiger, leopard, thunderhawk, and other 4 guardians leapt out, giving Lu Qingfeng and the others a hostile look. Additionally, fierce beasts and birds set the woods abuzz as dozens appeared, each with an intimidating presence. Ha ha! Today is indeed a good day. With all the fellow Daoists gathered here, the soul-searching temple is truly honored. Seeing the appearance of the Nichang fairy and the 5-colored flying phoenix, Lu Qingfeng laughed aloud. Taoists sure are long-winded. The 3 Zhanglong 5-colored flying phoenix, capable of human speech, said to Lu Qingfeng with a deep voice, "Little Guangyuan Taoist, do you dare to fight this great saint?" It was indeed a demon bird, ignorant of the proper courtesies. Great saint? Lu Qingfeng shook his head and chuckled. A monkey becomes king when no tiger is in the mountain. In the Chongqing realm, where cultivation had become a thing of the past, a minor second-rank demon bird dared to call itself a great saint. If you want to battle, then we'll battle. Soul-Searching Temple is indeed in need of a new mountain guardian spirit beast. Lu Qingfeng's mount, the Mystic Eagle, seemed somewhat frightened by the sight of the 5-colored flying phoenix. Lu Qingfeng simply stepped down, commanding it to leave, and stood midair. What big talk! Furious yet laughing, the 5-colored flying phoenix let out a loud screech and swooped straight towards Lu Qingfeng. Light splitting and shadow transformation, void condensing swords for the path. As the situation unfolded, Lu Qingfeng's figure flickered into myriads of sword chi, confronting the 5-colored flying phoenix head-on. What impressive Qinggong escape skill! And such powerful sword chi! Guanlanzi and the Nichang fairy were shocked seeing Lu Qingfeng make his move. As the divine skill sword escape revealed itself, its momentum was nothing like the previous water dragon technique. Once it appeared, it covered the sky and dimmed the sun and moon. The sword shadows split light, engulfing the 5-colored flying phoenix. In the midst of the resplendent sword light, neither Guanlanzi nor Nichang fairy could discern the true nature of the struggle within. Upon seeing this, Chen Fengyu expressed his concern. Feifeng Pavilion's Flying Phoenix Great Saint is immensely powerful. Even Judge Starsex Guanlanzi has been defeated by it before. Brother Guangyuan. Since Brother Guangyuan has accepted the challenge, he must have his reasons. Let's just watch, someone reassured. Ren Chengsheng also harbored worries in his heart. However, upon seeing the previous demeanor of Lu Qingfeng, his heart settled slightly. Continuing to observe the arena, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Screech! Amidst the myriad sword shadows in the sky, piercing cries rang out as if they could split the heart. The cries came one after another, chilling to the bone. In less than half an incense stick's time, the cries grew increasingly faint. The sword light enveloping Lu Qingfeng and the five-colored flying phoenix gradually dissipated, revealing their figures at the center. Hiss! Need carrot dot shiets? And gullifasarais? Visit mvipsam. The crowd all gasped in astonishment upon looking. This, Guanlanzi, stroking his beard, shuddered with his hand trembling at the sight before him. Ni Chang Fairy, her face as cold as frost, now couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, revealing an expression of immense surprise. Brother Guangyuan! Brother Guangyuan! How valiant! Ren Xiaoyao and the others were exhilarated to the extreme, with Chen Fengyu cheering out loud, his face brimming with wild joy. In the arena, Lu Qingfeng stood with his foot on the subdued flying phoenix Great Saint, his hair flying about, and sword chi swirling around him like a celestial cycle sword immortal. The flying phoenix Great Saint no longer possessed its previous magnificence. Its multicolored plumage was either fallen or charred. On its exposed flesh were densely packed sword marks and burns, a shocking sight to behold. Upon closer inspection, the flying phoenix Great Saint's pupils were dilated, evidently having suffered inhumane torment, its will shattered, not yet recovered. Asked for its own misery. Lu Qingfeng sneered inwardly. With his current strength, opposing even a Foundation establishment great cultivator was well within his grasp. A mere second-ranked demon bird, with cultivation far inferior to Lu Qingfeng's, dared to initiate battle, utterly overestimating itself. Lu Qingfeng made his move with full force. Under the might of his divine skills, the five-colored flying phoenix had no power to retaliate. Lu Qingfeng looked around and declared loudly, "Effective immediately, the five-colored flying phoenix shall be Soul-Searching Temple's mountain guardian spirit beast, and Baodu Mountain's Feifeng Pavilion shall be an annex of Soul-Searching Temple." Lu Qingfeng scanned the crowd. Guanlanzi and Nichang Fairy remained silent. The expressions on the faces of the five guardians under the command of the Flying Phoenix Great Saint were a mixture of shock and anger as they glared at Lu Qingfeng, but dared not approach. The dozens of birds and beasts were deathly silent. Did you all clearly hear what I just said? Lu Qingfeng's gaze fell upon the five guardians as he asked in a deep voice, "Guangyuan Daoist, what sorcery have you used on our great saint?" The golden-eyed tiger spoke with human voice, questioning angrily. "Well, at least there's one loyal creature," Lu Qingfeng said as he stepped on the weakened, speechless, five-colored flying phoenix, extending one hand with the hand-heart thunder trembling, crackle. A bolt of lightning split the void, striking right on the back of the golden-eyed tiger. Roar! The golden-eyed tiger howled in pain from the thunder strike that smashed it to the ground. Its pair of eyes filled with fear, no longer daring to make a sound. Thunder skill! This person. Guanlanzi's eyes flickered, witnessing the plight of both the Flying Phoenix Great Saint and the golden-eyed tiger. His thoughts raced. He had made a name for himself in Jing country with his thunder skills, but seeing Lu Qingfeng's casual display of thunder skill made him feel ashamed. One was celestial, the other earthly. There was no comparison. Lu Qingfeng didn't look at the golden-eyed tiger again and continued addressing the four guardians. "Since your great saint has now become Soul-Searching Temple's mountain guardian spirit beast and Feifeng Pavilion and annex thereof, you, as Feifeng Pavilion guardians, should return to Baodu Mountain and temporarily manage the affairs of Feifeng Pavilion. Soon, I will send someone to take over. Behave yourselves and don't make a mistake." Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at Fableverse Audio @gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 135, Leaving, Staying Behind, Monthly Pass. Baodu Mountain is located in the Eastern Realm, a long journey away. Lu Qingfeng, traveling alone and unable to attend to everything, could only let the 5 guardians temporarily hold the fort, planning to deal with them after settling down at General Ridge. With the strength he displayed today, 5 mere first-rank demon beasts would not dare cause any trouble. They were even willing to willingly enlist under Lu Qingfeng's command. After all, Lu Qingfeng was a ruthless man who could easily subdue the Flying Phoenix Great Saint. Should they attempt to flee, they would find no peace. If they followed him, they might find unexpected opportunities. The golden-eyed tiger lay on the ground, its body charred and breath weak. The remaining 4 guardians exchanged glances, then quickly prostrated themselves, saying, "As you command! Be on your way!" Lu Qingfeng waved his sleeves, signaling them to leave. "Yes!" The 4 guardians immediately took the severely injured golden-eyed tiger and dozens of birds and beasts with them, swiftly departing General Ridge with a roar. After handling Feifeng Pavilion, Lu Qingfeng turned to Guanlanzi and Changsun Nichang with a smile, saying, "As a humble Daoist recently returned to Soul-Searching Temple, I have many matters to attend to. Please forgive my poor hospitality. I shall visit you another day." This was his way of seeing them off. Changsun Nichang glanced at the Flying Phoenix Great Saint at Lu Qingfeng's feet and said, "If so, Nichang will not impose any longer. Farewell." With those words, she turned and left. Guanlanzi's face wore a smile. This old Daoist has been out for quite some time and should also return. Soul-Searching Temple and Judge Star Sect have always had a good relationship. If Guangyuanzi has time, he is welcome to visit Matiliang Mountain often. "Certainly," Lu Qingfeng replied with a smile. Guanlanzi took Mo Xing and the Daoist child to bid farewell and departed. Outside General Ridge, Changsun Nichang moved with grace, her garments fluttering. The leading pair among the Purple Mist Palace disciples closely followed Changsun Nichang. A young girl with willow leaf eyebrows and cherry lips turned her head to look towards Thunder Mountain and clicked her tongue, saying, "Master, that little Daoist Guangyuan is too formidable, isn't he?" The Flying Phoenix Great Saint could not even stand against Guanlan Daoist, yet he was bullied to such an extent by him. It's terrifying. The girl, who had been scared silent by Lu Qingfeng before, now couldn't stop chattering after leaving General Ridge. The magic gate is proficient. The strength is extraordinary. Guangyuanzi's power might even surpass that of the God Realm. After today, the name Guangyuanzi of Soul-Searching Temple will surely shake the world. The other young female disciple was more composed, her words filled with awe. As the heavens and earth undergo great changes, powerful figures emerge in abundance. Guangyuanzi was previously unknown, but now he's made a resounding name. In the future, there will be more powerful figures in the world. You too have exceptional talents. Do not slack and fall behind others. Changsun Nichang, too, was curious about this suddenly emerged Lu Qingfeng, but considering the great upheaval in the world, it wasn't inconceivable that an unseen expert could suddenly rise through the ranks and achieve greatness. With these words of encouragement, everyone from the Purple Mist Palace disappeared into the dense forest without a trace. Thunder Mountain, my vasedawal el liber arai vient plus y, R+. Lu Qingfeng watched Guanlanzi and Changsun Nichang depart, then stepped upon the 5-colored flying phoenix to land before Ren Changsheng and his 3 companions, as the evil-slaying 5 Thunders array at the foot of the mountain had already ceased operation. Ren Changsheng greets Brother Guangyuan. Zhang Wenye greets Brother Guangyuan. Chen Fengyu greets Brother Guangyuan. Ren Xiaoyao greets Brother Guangyuan. No sooner had Lu Qingfeng landed than Ren Changsheng and the 3 approached to greet him, their demeanor respectful. "We are brothers in the same sect. Why such formalities?" Lu Qingfeng said with a smiling face, stepping forward to help each of them up. Ren Changsheng stood up and looked at Lu Qingfeng. If it were not for elder brother stepping in earlier, the 1,000-year foundation of Soul-Searching Temple could have been buried by my hands. "Elder brother Changsheng, you're being too serious. Soul-Searching Temple has the blessing of our ancestor masters from generation to generation, who can turn bad luck into good fortune, even if I had not been there. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand, not taking credit for glory. Ren Xiaoyao looked up in admiration and asked curiously, "Elder brother, when you taught a lesson to the golden-eyed tiger earlier, was that the supreme thunder skill of our soul-searching temple you used?" The technique is called Hand-Heart Thunder. Lu Qingfeng extended his palm and thunder flickered within it. Hand-Heart Thunder. The records state that in ancient times, our sect had two great methods that surpassed all other sects. One was the Chimendunjia skill, and the other was the Supreme Thunder skill for slaying demons and eradicating evil. Unfortunately, while we still have remnants of the former, the latter has been lost for a long time. Elder brother, is this Hand-Heart Thunder the lost thunder skill of Soul-Searching Temple? Ren Changsheng asked eagerly, his eyes glowing hotly as he looked at the thunder in Lu Qingfeng's palm. He was determined to strengthen Soul-Searching Temple, to repay his master's nurturing grace, as well as to honor the spirit of the ancestor masters. If he could retrieve the long-lost thunder skill for Soul-Searching Temple, it would undoubtedly be more than wonderful. This technique was acquired during my travels, with immense power, and bears some resemblance to the lost thunder skill of the sect. Whether they are related, I do not know. Lu Qingfeng withdrew his palm and shook his head. The four disciples of Ren Changsheng stood fixed on the spot, lost in thought. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng laughed aloud. However, now that Elder Brother has returned to the sect, this thunder skill naturally belongs to the temple. Whether it is the same or not, it doesn't harm the bigger picture. If the four younger brothers wish to learn, just ask. He himself possessed 6 divine skills and 10 super-level techniques. Just one thunder skill, regardless of how precious it is in an immortal sect as a super-level technique, Lu Qingfeng wasn't much concerned about it. Furthermore, in this lifetime, he planned to use Soul-Searching Temple as his foundation, to develop his power and gather various techniques. By bonding over brotherhood, he'll have a few more reliable helpers in the future. The exchange of a mere super-level thunder skill was a worthwhile deal. Elder brother, are you serious? Chen Fengyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could I lie? General Ridge, Thunder Mountain. Lu Qingfeng was sitting cross-legged in a quiet cultivation room of the Soul-Searching Temple with 2 ancient records on his hands. Secrets of Soul-Searching, 36 layers of gods seeking records. Lu Qingfeng caressed the 2 ancient records, feeling the different materials, and pondered to himself internally. According to Ren Changsheng, this Secrets of Soul-Searching was unexpectedly obtained by the founding master of Soul-Searching Temple over 1,000 years ago. It contains profound principles, which include not only cultivation techniques, but also many forbidden spells and arrays. Using this as a foundation, the ancestor masters of Soul-Searching Temple compiled the 36 layers of God-seeking records, which established the Soul-Searching Temple. Lu Qingfeng first flipped through the 36 layers of God-seeking records, finding it divided into upper and middle sections. The upper section was about the magic gate, speaking on the path of cultivation. Most of it involved skill fighting and body refining techniques, and it was quite rudimentary. It appeared to be the product of the ancestor masters of Soul-Searching Temple groping and compiling what they learned after cultivation had been cut off. Following the methods described, one could acquire some skills. And by cultivating to the extreme, one could fight with those in the late-stage fetal breathing realm. That is what is called Heavenly Realm Expert in the Changqing realm. Heavenly Realm. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Cultivation had stagnated in the Changqing realm, and in these years, those who have achieved the highest in the personal battle power were the Heavenly Realm Experts. But they only correspond to the late-stage fetal breathing realm. Earth Realm corresponds to the mid-stage fetal breathing realm. Human Realm corresponds to the early-stage fetal breathing realm. They could hardly be considered of great elegance. He continued to flip through the book. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 136, Secrets of Soul Searching. Following the section on skill fighting and body refining techniques, there are speculations and conjectures about inner breath and true qi. Bereft of actual examples, it is nothing more than a fraction of understanding derived from the contemplation of secrets of soul searching. It seems plausible, yet is riddled with errors and misconceptions. If one were to truly cultivate based on this, they would eventually deviate and meet a violent end due to demonic possession. As for the middle volume, it records the abstruse and difficult to understand Chimen Dunjia skill. It is also one of the 2 magic gates that the soul-searching temple is founded upon. General Ridge has always been shrouded in mystery, relying on the mountain guarding array and law prohibitions set by the ancestor masters of the soul-searching temple generation after generation in the woods and mountains. Even mortals or experts of true qi who enter the woods would lose their way and vanish without a trace. Moreover, some of the lethal prohibitions, once triggered, could bring about a fatal disaster. The final part of the middle volume records the evil-slaying 5 thunders array beneath Thunder Mountain. Having witnessed it firsthand, Lu Qingfeng, considering the power of Ren Changsheng and the ancestor masters of the soul-searching temple who arranged the array, no longer dares to underestimate its might. As for the final volume, it was supposed to record the thunder skill. Alas, it has been lost at some unknown time for some unknown reason, and has not been found and restored to this day. Even if the complete 36 layers of God-seeking records, with its upper, middle, and lower volumes were present, it would not be considered the finest of wonderful methods in the current Changqing realm, though the array formation restriction techniques would warrant some praise. The truly precious text is The Secrets of Soul Searching. The full series lives on my virtual library empire, MVL. Lu Qingfeng set the 36 layers of God-seeking records aside and slapped his hands on the Secrets of Soul Searching, immediately recording it into his attributes panel. Cultivation technique, Secrets of Soul Searching. Grade, side door level. Characteristics, evil breaking, body refining, silent annihilation growth. Description, the foundational skill of the soul-searching temple from 10,000 years ago. Soul-searching temple was ruined by the evil dragon's havoc, and the magic gate was lost, later acquired by the founding master of the present soul-searching temple, inherited until today. Attach, technique, Shenxiao 5 Thunders Evil Breaking Technique. Text, True Resolution of Heavenly Monarchs Array Dao. Indeed! Side door level skills. Lu Qingfeng chuckled. The soul-searching temple, prior to the evil dragon's turmoil, was one of the quite renowned immortal sects in the Changqing realm. As its fundamental skills, the Secrets of Soul-Searching was naturally not to be underestimated. However, Lu Qingfeng's interest was not in the skill itself, but in the attached technique and text. Technique, Shenxiao 5 Thunders Evil Breaking Technique. Grade, description. Thunder skill of the Shenxiao sect. 5 Thunders Break Evil, transmitted from the soul-searching general in the Yang realm. Text, True Resolution of Heavenly Monarchs Array Dao. Description, compiled and summarized several times during preaching by the soul-searching general in the Yang realm from the Thunder Department. 24 Heavenly Lords, who is skilled in the Array Dao on Golden Turtle Island. 10 Heavenly Lords, later incorporating his own understanding into the writing. Divided into General Outline, Basic Chapter, Prohibition Chapter, Array Formation Chapter. This is the true skill. The 36 layers of God-seeking records comprises 3 parts: cultivation technique, thunder skill, and array formation restriction, exactly derived from contemplation of the Secrets of Soul Searching. The Secrets of Soul Searching is an ancient text with records written in erosion text that is obscure and difficult to grasp, where one word can hold 1,000 meanings. The founding master who rebuilt the soul-searching temple 1,000 years ago was also of extraordinary talent, managing to grasp a fraction of its essence from it. But among the latter generations of disciples, there was no one with such talent, and thus they placed the secrets of soul searching on a high shelf, treating the 36 layers of God-seeking records instead as a treasured jewel. It is indeed a classic example of missing the forest for the trees. Lu Qingfeng is a player with a system. With a clap of his hands, the contents of Secrets of Soul Searching are imprinted in his mind, never to be forgotten. Yet, because it is recorded in erosion text, even with the help of the system, Lu Qingfeng still needs to spend time to fully understand it. In reality, cultivating 3 cultivation techniques will not slow down the pace of cultivation, but the consumption of various resources is triple that of cultivating a single cultivation technique. Although Secrets of Soul Searching is good, there is no rush to cultivate it. Instead, Shenxiao 5 Thunder's Evil Breaking Technique and Heavenly Monarch Array Dao True Explanations are worth more research. The former is a super-level thunder skill created by the Thunder Department General himself, while the latter contains the quintessence of array that this general heard from the 10 Heavenly Lords of Golden Turtle Island. It truly is a case of finding what one seeks without the effort after an arduous search. Lu Qingfeng glanced over the Shenxiao 5 Thunder's Evil Breaking Technique and turned to Heavenly Monarch Array Dao True Explanations, laughing heartily. He had searched the Red Smoke realm for 7 or 8 years without finding the transmission array, yet in just over 3 months upon arriving in the Changqing realm, he obtained it, contained right within Heavenly Monarch Array Dao True Explanations. This realm truly does have great potential to tap into. Lu Qingfeng was delighted, but he suppressed his elation and examined it carefully. This volume was passed down by the soul-searching general from the Yang realm, and the Thunder Department General's mastery of the Array Dao is beyond question. Not to mention the 10 Heavenly Lords of Golden Turtle Island, each of whom carries a legendary reputation. During the calamity of divine enthronement, the 10 Heavenly Lords set up 10 supremely formidable arrays, baffling countless great powers in Primordial, and many famously timeless strong figures fell within them, representing the pinnacle of the 10's mastery of arrays. The power of the 10 superb arrays. The 10 Heavenly Lords themselves are also among the few most accomplished in Array Dao within Primordial. It is precisely because he is a Thunder Department General, and the 10 Heavenly Lords happen to belong to the Thunder Department Heavenly Monarch, that the Soul-Searching Temple's founding master was fortunate enough to hear their exposition of Array Dao. The Heavenly Monarch Array Dao True Explanations, which is a collection of the Array Dao principles discussed by the 10 Heavenly Lords, is incredibly valuable. It's rated by the system as true sect level, which speaks volumes. The way of arrays is vast and infinite, and is closely related to artifact refining. In my previous artifact refining, I knew the how, but not the why, simply following the refining method and imitating without understanding. By using the predecessor's methods, attaining the 6th rank or 7th order artifact refiner is not an issue. But to achieve the 7th order or 8th rank array master, one must delve into the Array Dao and be able to refine array as needed, not confined to predetermined formulas. Of course, the way of arrays is not limited to artifact refining. Its applications are quite extensive. For example, all the major immortal sects have their mountain guarding arrays. Like Panlong Mountain, where Lu Qingfeng spent 11 years, it also has an array to mask its true appearance. And in the 100 Herbs Garden, the numerous mountain prohibitions are also arrays. Prohibitions fall under arrays, but the former has no physical base, not requiring array artifacts or array foundation stones, etc. By casting out True Yuan, mana, arrays can be formed in the void without a base, called prohibitions. On 100 Herbs Garden Mountain, what guards the spiritual medicine is prohibition. As for arrays may use the natural terrain as a foundation, establishing great arrays based on mountains and rivers. Even the ancient Heavenly Court once had Demon Clan's Heavenly Emperor order many demon gods to perform a supreme array with the celestial cycle stars, enveloping Primordial, which can be called the pinnacle of Array Dao. Or by using magic artifacts and array flags as the foundation, instantaneously forming great arrays. In Red Smoke Realm, the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags form an extremely powerful immortal array. It is said that the Shu Mountain Sword Sect has the supreme ancestors bestowed Liangyi micro-dust formation with the innate pure spirit talisman as the eye, unrivaled in the world. Overall, arrays include prohibitions, yet prohibitions are distinct from general arrays. Lu Qingfeng reached out and Heavenly Monarch Array Dao True Explanations turned into a scroll that fell into his hand. The transmission array involves space and differs from the technique of Sumeru and mustard seed used in storage devices like magic bags. Incredibly profound. The section pertaining to transmission arrays in Heavenly Monarch Array Dao True Explanations is also placed towards the end. Only by thoroughly mastering the basics can one begin to comprehend the transmission array and then integrate it with artifact refining. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio, like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 137, Taking Charge of the Soul-Searching Temple. Vote for monthly pass. Lu Qingfeng flipped through the pages of a scroll, becoming deeply immersed in its content. The Tao of Arrays harnesses the forces of heaven and earth, employing the tactics of leveraging the strengths of the few against the many, achieving magnificence from the mundane. After the collapse of the Changqing realm and the rebuilding of the soul-searching temple, ancestral masters of successive generations established restrictions and arrays at General Ridge. They warded off countless small-time intruders, enabling the soul-searching temple to weather numerous declines and persist through sheer tenacity. Particularly, the evil-slaying Five Thunders array at the base of Thunder Mountain, set up by mortals, could wield the might of nature itself. Any cultivator who did not understand arrays, even those in the late-stage fetal breathing realm, or the middle heaven realm experts of the Changqing realm, would find themselves trapped within. Before the major upheavals of the world, everyone in the Changqing realm was mortal, and this array was deemed invincible, impregnable. Yet this was but a mere glimpse into the intricate art of arrays. I have ample time in the Primordial to deduce the art of array formation restrictions. If I make headway, it will be greatly beneficial, whether I'm cultivating in seclusion or following the path of artifact refining in reality. Lu Qingfeng's eyes gleamed brightly. He had already reached the 4th rank in the Tao of Alchemy and Artifact. Advancing to the 5th rank wouldn't substantially impact his current situation. Crafting 5th-order elixir pills or 5th-order magical artifacts demanded immensely of the divine soul and true yuan. Given that Lu Qingfeng was on the brink of breaking into the foundation establishment stage from the true Qi realm, even if he reached the status of a 5th-order alchemy and artifact master in the game, it would still be difficult to replicate such feats in reality. As such, it was better to study other matters in addition to his cultivation. The way of arrays could secure and sustain life. Seeking stability in the real world, Lu Qingfeng would often require spending extensive periods in one location, like Luoxia Sect's Silverhorn Mountain. Barring unforeseen events, Lu Qingfeng would not leave there until he reached the Foundation Establishment Body Tempering Realm. This could mean dwelling for as short as 50 to 60 years, or as long as 80 to 90. Should he master an array for protection, it would provide an additional layer of defense should accidents occur. The latest chapters are always available first on MV5L. The more skills, the better. With Primordial, where time for me is 100-fold that of a common person, I need not master 100 skills. Becoming proficient in 3 or 5 would suffice. Lu Qingfeng stood and left the meditation chamber. Soul-Searching Temple was devoid of others. The incense fire had grown sparse in recent years. Having just subdued the 5-colored flying phoenix and driven back forces from Seeking Immortal Kuei, Judge Star Sect, and Purple Mist Palace, Lu Qingfeng and Ren Changsheng had much to discuss. Later, Lu Qingfeng transmitted the Hand-Heart Thunder, while Ren Changsheng handed over the temple's 2 most crucial tomes to Lu Qingfeng for safekeeping, and even offered him the position of Temple Master. Ren Changsheng had a pure mind, solely focused on enhancing the soul-searching temple and fulfilling his master's wishes. Yet his power was insufficient, and he agonized over his inability. The advent of Great Master Guangyuan was timely, as he could now shed the burden and concentrate solely on his cultivation and support. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's adept skills, generosity, and noble character, Zhang Wenye, Chen Fengyu, and Ren Xiaoyao also encouraged him not to refuse. Thus, Lu Qingfeng had no choice but to accept. Half an hour earlier, after the 5 sworn brothers paid homage to the ancestors, Lu Qingfeng officially took over as the 20th Temple Master of the Soul-Searching Temple. Taking charge of the Soul-Searching Temple sounded prestigious, but the reality was that within the vast General Ridge, the Soul-Searching Temple had only the 4 of Ren Changsheng. Counting Lu Qingfeng, there were only 5. The temple lacked occupants, and much work lay ahead to restore its glory. Ren Changsheng and the others, newly acquainted with the thunder skills, were eager to try them out. Lu Qingfeng, now the guardian of the temple's precious magic gates, also needed to sort them out. So off they each went to cultivate on their own. Having now organized the 2 volumes, Lu Qingfeng saw no sign of the others. Stepping out of the meditation chamber, he approached the ancestor hall. Looking up, he saw incense fire accumulated over the eons, an impressive sight. This was the legacy of devotion from generations of the soul-searching temple, a lineage unbroken, an incense fire that never extinguished. Regrettably, in these waning days of Dharma, there was an abundance of incense fire but no means to harness it. Now it seemed Lu Qingfeng would have the opportunity to benefit from it. Ancestral masters, please forgive me. Lu Qingfeng bowed and asked for pardon. I will select a day to open the mountain gates widely, to enhance the soul-searching temple and gather the incense fire of thousands. With that, Lu Qingfeng seated himself in the hall, drawing upon the heavenly incense fire to refine it into drops of pure heavenly silver. Amidst the spectral presence of the Zhu Rong demon god, which shimmered in and out of view on his body, a head would occasionally poke out, gobble down a droplet of heavenly silver, and then retract earnestly into his body to refine it, with his aura climbing steadily. It had only been a little over 3 months since Lu Qingfeng arrived in this world, and the Zhurong demon god had only been cultivated a month ago, its strength limited. Now, with the acquisition of heavenly silver, it could finally be unrestrained in power enhancement, getting ever closer to Lu Qingfeng's own level of cultivation. The incense fire accumulated by the soul-searching temple over 1,000 years was indeed substantial. Lu Qingfeng spent almost half a day to completely refine it, obtaining 7 maces of heavenly silver. Afterwards, he went to the general temple, where he fully refined the temple's incense fire, obtaining another 3 taels of heavenly silver. I hadn't considered this before, that the Changqing realm is devoid of spiritual energy, and the divine Dao is neglected. The incense fire accumulated in the world's temples and Daoist temples remains untapped, representing a significant wealth. From the modest soul-searching temple and general temple alone, he acquired 3 taels and 7 maces of heavenly silver, which if converted into spirit stones, would total 3,700 pieces. If he were to sweep through all the temples in the entire Changqing realm, no rush, no rush. Priority should be given to enhancing cultivation and comprehending the true meanings of the Heavenly Monarch's array Dao. Heavenly silver, after all, is an external object. One must not forsake essence for the peripherals. Lu Qingfeng discarded this thought. The Changqing realm was at the dawn of a glorious era. If one wanted to reap substantial benefits in this great period, one's cultivation level had to be at the pinnacle among the tens of thousands of cultivators in the Changqing realm. Before the core formation stage, it should be no problem. With my talent, it's inevitable to be surpassed after reaching the core formation stage. Open the sect's doors wide. Recruit disciples in great numbers. After the core formation stage, rely on the disciples to maintain the sect's reputation. Lu Qingfeng had a firm plan in mind. Even as cultivation progressed beyond the spirit void stage, his limited root bone became less of an issue. However, his own talent was quite mediocre. Up to the spirit void stage, he had experience to follow, but beyond that, he'd have to rely on forging his own path. Compared to the myriad prodigies of the Changqing realm, Lu Qingfeng's advantage was confined to the time before core formation. After converting the incense fire from the soul-searching temple and general temple into heavenly silver and storing it, Lu Qingfeng went to find Ren Changsheng and the other four, entrusting them with several tasks. A few days ago, Lu Qingfeng had demonstrated his divine might at the base of Thunder Mountain, and it wouldn't take long for the news to spread. Open the sect for new disciples. Support the mortal realm's princely powers. All of these were prerequisites for gathering resources for array formation, artifact refining, alchemy, talisman making, and other aspects of cultivation. Otherwise, with just the 5 of them at General Ridge, they wouldn't be able to create even the slightest ripple. After delegating these minor tasks, Lu Qingfeng headed to the back mountain of Thunder Mountain. This must be the so-called divine object. Lu Qingfeng looked ahead. On the hillside stood a cherry tree that glistened like polished jade. In the pond, a multicolored lotus bloomed, swaying elegantly. In the crevices of the rocks, a persistent bamboo grew with sword-like structure, faintly flickering with thunder. Spirit plant? Heavenly crystal cherry tree. Description: this cherry tree blooms every 9 years, bears fruit every 9 years, and ripens every 9 years. It yields 72 heavenly crystal cherry fruits, which are third-rank spirit medicine. Consuming directly can calm the spirit and increase breakthrough chances for cultivators below the core formation stage. Can be used to refine calming spirit, breakthrough realm class elixirs. Spiritual medicine, 7-colored lotus. Description: upon consumption by mortals, it can bring the dead back to life and regenerate flesh from white bones. When cultivators consume it, it can greatly enhance their cultivation. Spirit plant, green thunder bamboo, 3rd rank. Description: a fine material for refining thunder attribute magic artifacts. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio, like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 138, Marvelous Uses of Heavenly Silver, 4th release seeking monthly pass. Heavenly Crystal Cherry Tree. 7-colored lotus. Green thunder bamboo. Lu Qingfeng swept his gaze over them, understanding their attributes instantly. With the great changes in heaven and earth, spiritual mountains emerged one after another. From within these mountains, divine objects were born, whether they be spirit plants, spiritual medicine, or other various spiritual objects. The emergence of General Ridge was accompanied by these 3 kinds of spiritual objects. Apart from the heavenly crystal cherry tree, the grades of the other 2 were average. However, this was only the beginning. As more and more spiritual mountains emerged, the Changqing realm would welcome a second enhancement. At that time, the previously emerged spiritual mountains would rise again, bringing forth new and higher-grade spiritual objects. The green thunder bamboo has matured and can be harvested for refining flying sword magic artifacts. The heavenly crystal cherry is still at the flowering stage, and it will take at least 18 years to mature, so it cannot be relied upon for now. The 7-colored lotus, on the other hand, matures quickly. There were originally 6 7-colored lotuses in this pond. One has matured and was consumed by Ren Changsheng, whose cultivation soared from the human realm straight to the earth realm peak. If he concentrates on refining it, reaching the so-called God realm would not be difficult. The remaining 5 lotuses will ripen one after another within 3 to 5 years. It would be too wasteful to consume them directly. Using the 7-colored lotus as the principal medicine, it is possible to refine several furnaces of 7 Glories pill. 7 Glories pill is a first-rank spirit pill, greatly beneficial to those at the Foundation Establishment Qi Introduction and Foundation Establishment Condensing Liquid Phases of Cultivation. With a thought from Lu Qingfeng, the 5-colored flying phoenix who had recovered spread its brilliant feathers, landing in front of Lu Qingfeng. "What's the matter?" The 5-colored flying phoenix felt both fear and hatred towards Lu Qingfeng. The soul-deep pain from a few days ago, unforgettable for a lifetime. Lu Qingfeng was indifferent to the five-colored flying phoenix's attitude. Pointing to the green thunder bamboo, seven-colored lotus, and heavenly crystal cherry tree, he said, "These are General Ridge's 3 spiritual objects. I entrust you to guard them. From now on, you may open up a cave dwelling here for cultivation. The spiritual energy here is rich, perfect for cultivation. Remember, do not neglect your duties and allow someone to sneak in and steal the spiritual objects. Embezzlement is even more unacceptable." "Understood." The five-colored flying phoenix answered stiffly. A method of control had long been implanted in her by the little Daoist. Even the slightest rebellion resulted in drilling, soul-piercing pain. How could she dare to disobey? However, this place was indeed not bad. With spiritual objects for company and abundant spiritual energy, it was an excellent place for cultivation. Seeing that the five-colored flying phoenix was behaving, Lu Qingfeng secretly nodded. "This triangulation is Pao Dala read by the RER is at MLE. Nime, P+YR. This demon bird had not long broken through to the second rank and was still lingering at the beginning phases due to the lack of proper methods. Lu Qingfeng had many divine skills and easily subdued the bird. Afterwards, he repeatedly tormented it with the poison punishment, bone-locking, heart-piercing little Asura technique, until the five-colored flying phoenix could no longer endure it and submitted. Technique, poison punishment, bone-locking, heart-piercing little Asura technique. Grade, super level. Derivation technique, 5 times enhancement. Description: a demon Dao method, an interrogation technique that employs vicious and ruthless torture. The poison punishment bone-locking heart-piercing little Asura technique was obtained by Lu Qingfeng from the White Rock Mountain Immortal Mansion, a malicious method enlightened by Fiery Fire Wanderer from the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire God Flags. It is one of the most cruel punishments in the demon Dao. Intrinsically a sorcery refined for use, it enters the enemy's body through the 7 orifices, flowing along the meridians and bones throughout the body. The fire does not burn the body. Instead, it is insidiously noxious, focusing on melting the bone marrow, souring the heart and lungs. Initially, those who suffer it feel lethargic, as though affected by spring sleepiness, not only feeling no discomfort, but also somewhat comfortable. However, once the sorcerous fire has traveled a minor celestial cycle through the body's meridians, an unbearable itchiness that penetrates the bones and heart arises, with no place to scratch, more tormenting than enduring scores or hundreds of knife cuts. Following that, the bones throughout the body ache as though they will break. Thus, it switches between periods of itching and aching, or both coming at the same time. The victim's own essential spirit marrow is also gradually consumed by the sorcerous fire, turning from withered to exhausted. No matter if you have an immortal body, once this demon fire infiltrates your body, it will destroy your cultivation path and annihilate your being. Yet, those who suffer from it endure excruciating pain, and those who use this type of sorcery to harm others cannot avoid depleting their fundamental yuan qi. Hence, even the Fiery Fire Wanderer treasures this cruel and malicious magic, and does not use it lightly unless faced with a deep grudge or great hatred. Originally, this technique was high-level, performed by the Fiery Fire Wanderer, who had reached the Mahayana realm. Even primordial spirit experts could not resist it with force. Lu Qingfeng has enhanced it to a super level, making it even more insidious and vicious. Using it on a mere second-rank, 5-colored flying phoenix was truly overkill. Even before the demonic flames burned to the core of its true essence, the 5-colored flying phoenix couldn't bear it any longer and begged for mercy. Easily subdued by Lu Qingfeng, the 5-colored flying phoenix was compliant, and Lu Qingfeng did not trouble it further, but changed the subject and asked, "Every spiritual mountain that emerges has spiritual objects accompanying it. What grows within Baodu Mountain?" Now that the 5-colored flying phoenix, the master of Baodu Mountain, has been captured by him, naturally the spiritual objects in Baodu Mountain also belong to Lu Qingfeng, but he wanted to have a clear understanding. The only thing growing on Baodu Mountain is a red fruit tree, bearing thumb-sized fiery red, crystalline fruits. Consuming it can enhance one's strength and enrich one's bloodline. There were only 3 fruits, and I have consumed them all. The 5-colored flying phoenix, knowing the times, did not hide anything. Red fruit tree. Could it be the vermilion fruit? Lu Qingfeng speculated in his mind. He ordered the 5-colored flying phoenix to establish a cave dwelling on the mountain, whereas he returned to the front mountain to the soul-searching temple. Whether the spiritual object in Baodu Mountain was the vermilion fruit or not, time would tell. There was no rush for now. With the 7-colored lotus on the back mountain, Lu Qingfeng immediately sent Ren Changsheng down the mountain to collect various auxiliary herbs needed to refine the 7 Glories pill. Most of these auxiliary herbs were common herbs, with only 2 first-rank spiritual medicines requiring considerable effort to find in the current Changqing realm. Lu Qingfeng was not in a hurry either. He cultivated slowly and studied the Heavenly Monarch Array Dao True Interpretation. The study of Array Dao is vast. With difficulty finding suitable materials for array setup, Lu Qingfeng focused on understanding the methods of arranging array formation restrictions. Although in many aspects, the law prohibition is far inferior to the Array Dao. However, compared to the Array Dao, setting up a law prohibition does not need various materials as a foundation. With just the infusion of magic power true essence, or even true qi inner breath, one can also exhibit a degree of power, which suits Lu Qingfeng's current situation. In the field of the Array Dao, other than a negligible foundation accumulated during artifact refining, Lu Qingfeng had no advantage. However, he had time and started his research from theory, going from the simple to the complex. The heavenly silver obtained from soul-searching temple and general temple, apart from enhancing the strength of Zhurong demon god, there was plenty left. Lu Qingfeng twisted it into burning god incense to light, speeding up the derivation and understanding of the law prohibition. Heavenly silver is mysterious and has endless uses. This is one of them. Studying the Array Dao and law prohibition consumes a lot of mental strength. Being a beginner and with low cultivation, even if faced with the most low-level law prohibition, Lu Qingfeng would have to exhaust all his mental strength and leave his divine soul weakened just to understand a bit. The pace of understanding was even slower. Burning the heavenly silver with the pure telekinesis replenishment first accelerated Lu Qingfeng's process of deriving and setting up the array, saving him time and mental strength. Secondly, it could make up for Lu Qingfeng's depletion of divine soul and mental strength, increasing his endurance. Of course, this was entirely a profligate practice. Heavenly silver is precious. Even 5th rank or 4th rank deities or a Jidan true man could not withstand such wastage, burning heavenly silver for such a luxury. But Lu Qingfeng didn't care. At this stage, heavenly silver could only be used to train Zhurong demon god for him. The remaining heavenly silver would be a waste just lying around, so it was better to use it to accelerate the study of Array Dao. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe. Share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 139, The World's First Immortal, 5th Update, Vote for Monthly Pass. After exhausting his resources, he went out for a round, refining the unutilized incense fire from temples and Daoist temples everywhere. Heavenly silver was in continuous supply without the need for conservation. While cultivating, Lu Qingfeng did not just sit idly at General Ridge. The Changqing realm has just started to emerge. The strongest cultivator has just broken through the so-called heavenly realm, reaching the god realm level. His strength alone is merely at the true qi realm. With my cultivation techniques, skill techniques, and battle experience, sweeping through the entire Changqing realm is easy. Why not take this opportunity to sweep around a bit? To avoid the regret later when major inheritances grow strong and numerous masters and geniuses emerge. Lu Qingfeng, with the help of experience value, is now at the 6th level of the true qi realm. Even Foundation establishment cultivators could fight one battle, who in the Changqing realm could stand as his opponent. Thus, taking advantage of his temporary invincibility, Lu Qingfeng left the mountain to wander the world. On one hand, He refined the incense fire at various temples and Daoist temples, and on the other hand, he visited various spiritual mountains and had deep exchanges with the masters of the spiritual mountains. Beyond the spiritual mountains, there certainly were true skills being passed down. Searching for them, however, was like finding a needle in the ocean. Lu Qingfeng, limited by time, was unwilling to put forth the effort. He chose to visit spiritual mountains, whose sects and masters occupying them mostly had inheritances, like the Judge Star sect at Matiliang Mountain, like the Purple Mist Palace at Tiangu Mountain. They occupied the spiritual mountains, certainly having their own deep foundations. Lu Qingfeng visited them to discuss and exchange, borrowing their true skill scriptures. Such scriptures, once in his hands, he could instantly verify their authenticity with a clap of his hands, and they absolutely cannot be faked. If they were unwilling to lend, Lu Qingfeng's strength was not just for show. At least for now, no one in the entire Changqing realm could match him. Even decades later, it'd be hard for anyone to surpass Lu Qingfeng in actual combat strength. But decades later, the cultivators in the Changqing realm will not be weak. Once they join forces, Lu Qingfeng would also need to retreat. My virtual library empire hosts the original. On the contrary, now, even if a group of ants join forces, they are not Lu Qingfeng's opponents. It is indeed a great opportunity. Matiliang Mountain, Tiangu Mountain, Jing Country's royal family. After touring Jing Country once and borrowing what needed to be borrowed, Lu Qingfeng, riding the Mystic Eagle, left Jing Country to travel the other 6 countries. Every spiritual mountain, every spirit river, every spirit land. Wherever there could be an inheritance, Lu Qingfeng spared none. Unknowingly, time passed. 8 years later, in Jing Country's northern border, 2 Daoists, one old and one young, walked on an abandoned road with no one in sight. The old Taoist wore a simple Daoist robe patched up many times. His body stooped, his hair fully white. The young Taoist had his hair in a bun, about 16 or 17 years old, with rosy lips and white teeth. Master, I heard that Iron Curtain Marquis commands strong forces and is one of the few powerful lords in Jing Country, neighboring the Jing Country's royal family, yet fearing nothing. If we go there, will we be turned away? The young Taoist lowered his brow and glanced at his worn-out straw sandals, exposing his toes, his little face filled with worry. The old Taoist had bright eyes and a face showing a kindly smile. Although Iron Curtain Marquis commands strong forces, he has always been thirsty for talents. At the very least, your master is a heavenly realm expert, only a step away from the God realm. If we volunteer ourselves to the Iron Curtain Marquis, how could we be refused entry? Heavenly Realm Limit. The strength can be compared to the fetal-breathing 9th layer. Limited by the suppression of heaven and earth, unable to refine inner breath, yet the strongest existence among mortals in Changqing realm, and also the strongest in the central plains before the major changes of heaven and earth. For 15 years, the world has undergone rapid changes. Heavenly realm experts are emerging continuously like bamboo shoots after a rain, no longer as rare as they were during the period of the 7 states, yet they are still eagerly recruited by all regional lords. Masterful in skill fighting, possessing strong physical bodies, coupled with inner breath, the strength of the heavenly realm now is several times higher than it was 15 years ago. To the regional lords, having a gathering of heavenly realm under their command, once 1 or 2 ascend to the God realm, the power and prestige of the regional lord would greatly increase. No one would complain about having too many. That's wonderful. The young Daoist couldn't help but clap joyfully after hearing this. The elder Daoist smiled and said, "Once you have established merits under the service of the Iron Curtain Marquis, your master will plead with him to allow you to enter the soul-searching temple at General Ridge for cultivation." The soul-searching temple searches for books from all over the world, rewarding generously those that catch their eye. Unfortunately, my sect only possesses 1 copy of the Prison Control Heart Sutra, which probably won't catch the Dharma eye of the master of the soul-searching temple, Guangyuanzi. Otherwise, exchanging the Prison Control Heart Sutra for several 7 Glories pills would greatly benefit your cultivation. In recent years, the soul-searching temple has been like clouds in the God realm. It is said that even those who have passed the 9 heavens heavenly tribulation and transcended the God realm to reach the heavenly disaster level are not few. There's no other power in the entire Jin country that can compare. Diligently cultivate, and perhaps in the future, you can break through the shackles, pass the 9 heavens heavenly tribulation, and reach the heavenly disaster realm. The old Daoist placed high hopes on his young disciple. Though old and traveling thousands of miles, trekking to serve under the Iron Curtain Marquise, it was not for the Marquise himself, but for the soul-searching temple behind him at General Ridge. It was for this young disciple. The master of the soul-searching temple is proficient in alchemy technique. The heavenly human pill and 7 glories pill are immortal pills that the world's strongest crave. After becoming a disciple of the soul-searching temple, you must diligently cultivate and someday ask the master for a heavenly human pill to help your master break through to the God realm and even beyond to the heavenly disaster realm. The young Daoist clenched his fists with determination. Though young, his aspirations were great. Having heard the deeds of the master of the soul-searching temple from a young age, he vowed to become a person like him, to walk the world, where no major sect of the spiritual mountain dares to disrespect, to meditate in the deep mountains, where no powerful being dares to be irreverent. This master of the soul-searching temple, Guangyuanzi, emerged suddenly 8 years ago, taking charge of the soul-searching temple at General Ridge. Thereafter, he descended the mountain to travel through the 7 states, traversing each spiritual mountain, suppressing the major sects and strongest beings. With each punch and kick, he carved out a great reputation. Also playful in his dealings with the world, he generously offers guidance to younger generations. If destined, he freely bestows spiritual elixir and techniques. This journey throughout the 7 states has left behind countless divine tales and spread numerous opportunities, producing 308 talented individuals. His disciples are spread all over the world, revered as the world's first immortal. Countless young individuals from the 7 states admire and aspire to be like him. The young Daoist was one among them. Very good, very good. Master waits for your heavenly human pill. The old Daoist, seeing his disciples' grand aspirations and respectful piety, smiled in satisfaction. Thus, the old and the young kept discussing the Iron Curtain, Marcus and Guangyuanzi, as they headed towards Lei State in Jin Country's northern border. General Ridge, the 4th spiritual mountain within the Jin Country. Soul-searching temple. Undoubtedly the foremost among Jin Country's 5 transcendental powers. 8 years ago, the emergence of Spiritual Mountain at General Ridge, with the arrival of Guangyuanzi, the master of the soul-searching temple. Mysterious in his techniques, mastering thunder skill that controls life and death. He subdued the 5-colored flying phoenix of Baodu Mountain, defeated Guanlanzi of Matiliang Mountain, and Nichang Fairy of Tiangu Mountain, becoming renowned throughout Jin Country, revered as the foremost in the God realm. In the following 8 years, the soul-searching temple continuously expanded by accepting disciples. The master of the soul-searching temple, invincible in the 7 states and adept in alchemy technique. Heavenly human pill and 7 glories pill are coveted worldwide. Apart from the master of the soul-searching temple, 7 God realm disciples within the sect have passed the 9 heavens heavenly tribulation, breaking the mortal shackles, achieving the heavenly disaster realm, topping all sects in Jin Country and even the entire 7 states. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 140, Pattern, the Laws for Monthly Pass. General Ridge is located in the Northern Territory within Lei State. The nobles of Lei State came to pay homage upon hearing the news. Ultimately, it was Iron Curtain General, skilled in both civil and martial affairs, whom the master of soul-searching temple favored, rising to prominence in a single bound. In just 8 short years, he swept across the territories of the Lei State nobles from a single county and became the lord of Lei State. He himself took on the title of Iron Curtain Marquis, becoming one of the 4 great nobles leading Jing country's 4 directions. As chaos continued to brew, the situation in Jing country gradually became clear. In the Southern Territory, Judge Star Sect was held in the highest regard, with Guanlanzi being the first to overcome the heavenly tribulation, achieving the realm of heavenly disaster. Masters of thunder skill, they occupied Ma Tiliang Mountain, and none of the lesser factions dared to invade. The Muyang Marquis of Yinzhou in the Southern Territory esteemed the Judge Star Sect and was the foremost noble of the Southern Territory, ranking as one of the 4 great nobles of Jing country. In the Western Realm, Purple Mist Palace was held in the highest esteem, with Nichang Fairy practicing cultivation with divine speed and entering the realm of heavenly disaster. Her swordsmanship was peerless, occupying Tiangu Mountain. The Purple Robe. Marquis of Wrong State in the Western Realm esteemed Purple Mist Palace and was the foremost noble of the Western Realm, ranking as one of the 4 great nobles of Jing country. In the Eastern Realm, Baodu Mountain's Feifeng Pavilion was a den of demon creatures, venerating the 5-colored flying phoenix. Later, because the 5-colored flying phoenix ventured into General Ridge, it was subdued by the master of Soul-Searching Temple, and now Baodu Mountain has become another estate of Soul-Searching Temple, guarded by 2 powerhouses of the heavenly disaster realm from Soul-Searching Temple. 5 years ago, another spiritual mountain emerged in the Eastern Realm, named Yellow Robe Mountain. Out of Yellow Robe Mountain came a demon creature self-proclaimed as Yellow Robe Great Saint, who roared through the forests and quickly gathered a host of demon creatures to seize the spiritual mountain, establishing the Great Saint Mansion with no small influence. Years passed, and it has also supported a lord in the Eastern Realm. Though a later comer, with the backing and support of Great Saint Mansion, it also ranked as one of the 4 great nobles of Jing country, known as Yellow Wind Marquis. Soul-Searching Temple at General Ridge, Judge Star Sect of Ma Tiliang Mountain, Purple Mist Palace of Tiangu Mountain, Great Saint Mansion of Yellow Robe Mountain. These are the 4 great immortal sects of Jing country. Iron Curtain Marquis in the Northern Territory, Muyang Marquis in the Southern Territory, Purple Robe Marquis in the Western Realm, Yellow Wind Marquis in the Eastern Realm. These are the 4 great nobles of Jing country. Add to these, Jing country's royal family and the Seeking Immortal Kuei, established by the royal house, and they become Chu country's 10 most powerful and influential forces. Among the secular forces, Jing country's royal family is the strongest. Eminent above the immortal sects is Soul-Searching Temple at General Ridge. With just the master of Soul-Searching Temple alone, one can suppress an entire nation, unmatched by any. Thunder Mountain. This is a sample from my virtual library Empire. Read the rest on MMORPG. Lu Qingfeng meditates in his back mountain cave dwelling. The cave dwelling is lined with several rows of bookshelves, filled with ancient texts and jade scrolls, all of which Lu Qingfeng has collected over the years, encompassing various books and secret techniques. Both pearls covered in dust and mediocre works filling the numbers. Although the Changying realm is only just reviving, with dragons and snakes rising from the land and all kinds of true skills emerging in abundance, through collection efforts across various regions by Soul-Searching Temple and the Lei State Iron Curtain Marquis, the genuinely useful magic gates that Lu Qingfeng obtained are still in the minority. Most people regard inheritance as paramount, often cherishing their own brooms as treasures. To willingly hand over their prized and treasured secret techniques to my soul-searching temple, even with the promise of high office and generous inducement, is extremely difficult. Lu Qingfeng completes his cultivation and opens his eyes, which shine with complex lights as he looks towards the bookshelves in the cave dwelling. It took a full 8 years to collect these few shelves of true skills. Among them, many are on par with the 36 layers of God's seeking records of Soul-Searching Temple, written by later generations after the destruction of the Changqing realm, not of much use to Lu Qingfeng. Truly like the secrets of soul-searching in their usefulness, such magic gates are incredibly rare. After 8 years of effort by Soul-Searching Temple and Iron Curtain Marquis Mansion, they were fortunate to obtain just 3 techniques. these three techniques. The first is a demon bird cultivation technique acquired from Feifeng Pavilion 8 years ago, called Nine-Colored Phoenix Technique, which is a side door level skill. It is on the same grade and level as the Yin-Yang 9 Revolutions Spirit Bright Heart technique that Lu Qingfeng deciphered from the carcass of the Black Vein Golden Butterfly, both of which are Demon Clan techniques. The 5-colored Flying Phoenix cultivates this particular magic gate. For Lu Qingfeng, it's not of much use. Using it to train a few spirit birds is better than nothing. The second technique was obtained from Yellow Robe Mountain. At that time, while Lu Qingfeng was traveling through the 7 countries, 6 God Realm powerhouses from Soul-Searching Temple descended on Yellow Robe Mountain to snatch the divine object, the Manifestation Saint spiritual fruit, and also acquired the Yellow Robe True Skill. This technique is for cultivating the physical body and is a side door level skill. Both Demon Clan and Human Clan can cultivate it. When cultivated to the highest level, even a Mahayana true immortal cannot break through its physical defenses, granting the user an invincible position. Although Lu Qingfeng has the iron refining body, which is a true sect level cultivation method, it started as a basic level and was strengthened from there. Throughout his search in all directions, the strongest body refining technique he had found was only refined level, so Lu Qingfeng never switched. Now that he has the side door level Yellow Robe True Skill, he can replace iron refining body with it. In the human world, side door level skills are considered top-notch. For instance, Luofu Sword Sect from Red Smoke Realm, their strongest technique, Luofu Sword Scripture, is also side door level. The foundational skills of the immortal sects like Soul-Searching Temple from Changqing Realm, which predated the realm's destruction, are mostly side door level as well. As for true sect level, Lu Qingfeng only obtained 1 scroll, the Heavenly Monarch Array Dao True Solution, but it's not a cultivation technique. Instead, it is Array Dao books. Compared with Iron Refining Body, the Yellow Robe True Skill may be temporarily 1 grade lower, but it has immense potential, and the experience value required for subsequent strengthening is less. It has many advantages over Iron Refining Body, and is currently the strongest body refining technique Lu Qingfeng can find in the human world, apart from 9-colored Phoenix technique and Yellow Robe True Skill. The final true skill is the newly delivered Prison Control Heart Sutra from Iron Curtain Marcus Mansion. Cultivating this technique allows one to control the 5 thunders and, with a wave of the hand, lay down a thunder prison, which is even more profound than the secrets of soul searching. A side door level skill. Lu Qingfeng held in his hands a yellowed ancient text, with joy apparent on his face. The Changqing realm indeed holds great potential to be unearthed. In just 8 years, solely through Soul-Searching Temple and Iron Curtain Marcus Mansion, he has acquired 4 side door level skills and 1 true sect level Array Dao book. Lu Qingfeng himself has also collected many true skills during his travels. While they may be highly homogeneous, they also greatly enhance Lu Qingfeng's foundation. Techniques like the martial chapter of Secrets of Soul Searching and Prison Control Heart Sutra are both thunder skill based, yet they focus on different aspects. Once Lu Qingfeng explores Changqing Realm and integrates these similar skills, drawing upon their strengths and compensating for their shortcomings, unexpected surprises might arise. As for magical techniques, with myriad techniques available, Lu Qingfeng has Hand-Heart Thunder, as well as the previously mastered divine skills and high and super level techniques. In theory, he is already sufficiently equipped. However, collecting a few more techniques is also beneficial. Each technique has its specialization and unique features. If faced with special circumstances, different techniques can have unexpectedly great effects. Of course, a last-minute cram is enough. Currently, Lu Qingfeng needs to cultivate and learn Array Dao, so his energy is limited. Mastery of various techniques must be planned and organized. Blind practice should be avoided to prevent wasting time. Soul-Searching Temple and Iron Curtain Marcus Mansion continue to collect various cultivation methods, techniques, and other magic gates for Lu Qingfeng. For now, they are mostly comprised of middle and low-level techniques, basic and refined level skills, but one can never tell when good fortune will strike. Wasn't Prison Control Heart Sutra acquired in just such a manner? Soul-Searching Temple and Iron Curtain Marcus Mansion, though they command a region, ultimately have their limitations. Traversing spirit mountains is the shortcut to obtaining true skills. Lu Qingfeng thought to himself. Over these years, traveling across the 7 countries, Lu Qingfeng has visited every spirit mountain. There are not many spirit mountains in the world, yet not a few either. Within Jing Country, 15 spirit mountains have emerged in the past 15 years, the most among the 7 countries. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 141, Conjecture, for monthly pass. Among the 7 nations counting General Ridge, the Central Plains currently boasts 24 spiritual mountains and lands. In these places where spiritual mountains and lands are found, there are always immortal sects and powerful beings occupying them, many of which possess true skills. Lu Qingfeng visited each one, sometimes obtaining them through clever means, other times through forceful plundering, ultimately acquiring a substantial number of true skills. In this world, thunder techniques predominate. Be it cultivation techniques or other high-level techniques, most are thunder attribute. Treading upon spiritual mountains, he amasses true skills. Lu Qingfeng obtained numerous refined level and even side door level skills, as well as plenty middle level and high level techniques. However, most were cultivation techniques and techniques of the thunder attribute. The Red Smoke realm suffered the calamity of the Red Smoke cult, and the Fire Department True God descended upon the lower realm to quell the chaos. Within this realm, fire techniques broadly prevail. It wasn't until Lao Tzu traveled here that the Quanjin and Pure Yang sects began to flourish. The former became the pinnacle of techniques, while the latter became the progenitor of the Sword Dao. After 1,000,000 years of evolution, the Red Smoke realm finally formed a trifecta with fire techniques, other techniques, and the Sword Dao as its pillars. Lu Qingfeng pondered. Previously in the Red Smoke realm, he hadn't noticed, but upon arriving in the Changqing realm, and with a little contemplation, he discovered the Red Smoke realm distinctly falls under the domain of the Heavenly Court's Fire Department, the J sect, and the legacy of the Upper Cave 8 immortals of the 8 Sceneries Palace descended to the lower realm. As for the Changqing realm, the calamity caused by the evil dragon was quelled by the Thunder Department, Heavenly Monarch leading gods, generals, and heavenly soldiers to the lower realm. From this, it seems that the Changqing realm is one of the bases of the Heavenly Court Thunder Department in the lower realm. The legacies of the immortal sects within this realm mostly revolve around gods of the Thunder Department. For instance, the Soul-Searching Temple was established by the Soul-Searching General from the Thunder Department in the Yang realm, and the Judge Star sect originated from the Judge Star General, belonging to the 5 thunders of the Upper Pure Flying Thunder from the Thunder Department. There's also the Six-Eyed Heavenly Gate in the mountains of Zheng Country, a legacy from the Six-Eyed Lightning God of the Thunder Department. This Thunder Department god was even one of the deities who descended to pacify the chaos of the evil dragon in Changqing realm. With such thoughts, Lu Qingfeng gained clarity. The Changqing realm is one of the foundations of the Thunder Department in the lower realm. Naturally, it is the Thunder Department gods who come to suppress disasters. So then, the cultivation techniques and other types of inheritances that I've gained over the years in these 7 nations, aren't most of them derived from the colleagues of the founding master of my soul-searching temple? Lu Qingfeng's eyebrows twitched. If that were the case, he had managed to offend quite a few. Fortunately, I only collected the secret inheritances without disseminating them, nor have I caused any loss of life. To be ignorant is not a crime. There should be no trouble. Lu Qingfeng smoothed out the situation, unflustered. It seemed unlikely that those exalted gods from the Thunder Department would hold a grudge over such trivial matters against him. A minor foundation establishment cultivator from the lower realm. My ascension to the upper realm is uncertain in timing, let alone in which life it will occur. There is no need for worry. Lu Qingfeng's eyes twinkled. Over the years, spiritual mountains have been emerging continuously. With each emergence, there is a great possibility of the existence of true skills. Instead of scouring the vast seas for true skills, it's better to wait a bit longer. As long as the cultivators in Changqing realm have not massively ascended to foundation establishment before the so-called heavenly disaster realm, with my strength, I can remain unmatched, waiting for more spiritual mountains to emerge and major sects to establish a foothold. I can then venture out again. Focusing on the spiritual mountains is the quickest route to acquiring true skills. Regrettably, the revival of spiritual energy has only just begun, with spiritual mountains and lands being scarce. During the second expansion of heaven and earth, when spiritual energy bursts forth, the cultivators and immortal sects of the Changqing realm will surely be strong, and then it will no longer be a time when I can dominate them as I please. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. True skills remain concealed. Take the Prison Control Heart Sutra, which is a legacy from the prison-controlling 5 Thunder Great God. The true god of the Thunder Department's legacy has unexpectedly fallen into the hands of an old Daoist of the heavenly realm. By a fortunate coincidence, it came into the possession of Lu Qingfeng. Countless secret lineages of true skills, like that of the less renowned Prison Control Heart Sutra, exist around the world. Rather than seeking each one out, it is better for Lu Qingfeng to wait for more spiritual mountains to emerge. Once these cultivators who possess true skills occupy the spiritual mountains and establish sects, Lu Qingfeng will visit them then. No escape empty-handed. That's the real ease of mind and effort saving. Right now, the focus should remain on dedicated cultivation at General Ridge and delving into the Array Dao. Lu Qingfeng recorded the Prison Control Heart Sutra onto the attribute panel, immediately formed a seal technique with his hands, weaving it into the shape of a crane, and declared aloud, "By my command, allow Qingfeng Daoist and Wang Xuan to enter. Grant them 1 heavenly human pill and 3 7 glories pills each." The immortal crane flapped its wings and flew out of the cave dwelling, disappearing in an instant. Brought to you by the folks at MV Lemire. 100 Herbs Garden, Blood Spirit Mountain. Lu Qingfeng rose to his feet, waved his hand, and dispelled the surrounding law prohibitions. 8 years in the game, a month in reality. During this month, Lu Qingfeng had spent most of his time in the game. In reality, apart from practicing cultivation, he only broke through several third-rank medicine mountains when corroborating true skill of Heavenly Monarch's Array Dao, thus acquiring some third-rank spirit medicine. True skill of Heavenly Monarch's Array Dao, truly worthy of being a text that the soul-searching general from the Yang realm heard from the 10 heavenly lords on Golden Turtle Island, possessed pearls of wisdom within its texts and contained the profound truths of Array Dao. The soul-searching general, who founded the soul-searching temple in the Yang realm, was an average cultivator in the heavenly realm, but he was particularly obsessed with Array Dao. The self-edited True Skill of Heavenly Monarch's Array Dao, with its approach from simple to complex, would probably yield greater insights for Lu Qingfeng than personally attending lectures by the 10 heavenly lords. In 8 years, Lu Qingfeng traveled through 7 nations, also delving into the art of prohibitions. Using heavenly silver to accelerate derivation and comprehension of prohibitions, although it was just a short span of 8 years, the effects were no less than those of decades of research without the aid of heavenly silver. He had already grasped the basics and studied the entrance-level knowledge capable of setting up and breaking through simple prohibitions. For example, the prohibitions on the first-rank medicine mountains in the 100 Herbs Garden, Lu Qingfeng could break without invoking the power of Daluo Cave Temple, simply with a flick of his hand. Second-rank medicine mountains took some time, but could still be broken. Only the prohibitions of the third-rank medicine mountains presented some difficulty. However, with careful study and diligent practice, they too were manageable. He was on par with the so-called prohibition masters of the 4 major sects within Juyan Mountain Range. Paired with Daluo Cave Temple, Lu Qingfeng could navigate through prohibitions with ease. Even without destroying these prohibitions, he could come and go as he pleased by leveraging his understanding of them, as well as the insight and breaking illusion abilities of the Daluo Cave Temple. For the third-rank medicine mountain that grew blood spirit grass, Lu Qingfeng had ascended step by step using the Daluo Cave Temple in conjunction with his mastery of prohibitions. Thunder and wind around him, water and fire covering him above and below. Lu Qingfeng walked as if traversing purgatory, unaffected by calamities, not triggering prohibitions, and moving effortlessly. The vastness of array formation restriction Dao is like smoke, its intricacies profound. Having spent 8 years in Changqing Realm, I can barely consider myself a beginner. Combined with Daluo Cave Temple, though, I can navigate freely through the many prohibitions of 100 Herbs Garden. I wonder about the prohibitions guarding the revitalizing fruit trees. Let's take a look. Lu Qingfeng descended the mountain, heading towards the nearest revitalizing fruit tree. It has been 3 months since entering 100 Herbs Garden. According to past patterns, in the next few days, 3 out of the 9 revitalizing fruit trees will successively bear ripe yang fruit. At this moment, the cultivators from the upper echelons of 100 Herbs Garden had already started heading towards Sky Sun Mountain. Lu Qingfeng employed the concealing technique and concealing technique, reaching Sky Sun Mountain in less than half an hour. Sky Sun Mountain was indeed where the returning yang fruit tree thrived. Lu Qingfeng looked up at the mountain. It wasn't tall and resembled the third-rank medicine mountain. Currently, at the base of the mountain, the entrance to the prohibition had already gathered quite a crowd. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio, like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below.